Galactic Rift, Mage Saga Book 8, written and narrated by J.J. Green. Chapter 1. The Bathsheba hung in darkness, the light of every star surrounding her blocked. The ancient colony ship sat in a cloud of all-enveloping pervasive dust. She had been shrouded for days, her fuel tank slowly but steadily emptying, as the Black Dog senior pilot, Xiao, fought to free her from the inexorable pull of an unidentified gravity well. Something had to be done, but Carina had no idea what. "Can't we catch a break for once?" she muttered to the void as scan data figures scrolled past on her interface. "What was that?" asked Xiao. "Do you have an idea?" Her features had grown more tired and drawn over the long hours she'd spent at the helm, trying every trick in the manual and a few more she'd come up with to try to break the ship free of the mysterious drag. It was the quiet shift, and they were the only two people on the bridge. Just talking to myself. Carina sat down and put her head in her hands. She had barely begun to recover from her brush with death, courtesy of an anomalous star draining her life force, when the new problem had presented. She still felt weak, but as de facto leader of the ship's company, the pressure was on her to find a solution. "You know," said Xiao, "if we don't do something soon, we won't have enough fuel to reach the nearest inhabited system, according to the chart." "I know!" Carina exclaimed. They'd dipped below the level of fuel needed to reach Earth 3 days ago. Once the Bathsheba was at her top cruising speed and everyone was in deep sleep, they could have, and would have, coasted for decades on minimal power. But fighting the pull of gravity required constant fuel expenditure. The dream of the final leg of their long journey had become just that. Their new reality entailed yet another stop at a civilized planet to refill the tanks. That was assuming they managed to escape whatever was dragging them in. "Sorry," Carina murmured, her head slumping into her hands again. "It's okay. I know I'm only stating the obvious. We're all repeating ourselves. We've run out of things to say." The discussions and arguments had seemed endless. The situation made no sense. The gravitational effect on the ship should have also applied to the dust cloud. The particles should have been travelling toward the source too, yet they were not. The star charts showed no black hole, though they did mark the cloud. It was a vast area of cosmic dust of unknown origin. Nothing was known about what it contained either. Their course should have taken them past it, not through it. "What else is there to say?" Xiao asked sadly. "We don't have any choices here. We're going wherever that damned drag wants to take us." The bridge door opened and Bryce walked in. "Hey ladies, any change?" "No," Carina answered, not moving her downcast posture. "No change." "Well, I have some good news to cheer you up." She lifted her head. "You've thought of something we can do?" "Oh." She slumped again. "You know our newest shipmate?" "Uh-huh." Ava, one of the Marchonish women who had recently joined the ship, had given birth about a week ago. Her mother has decided what to call her. She's naming her after you, Carina. "That's nice." "It's a great honor. You should be pleased." "Should I?" All Carina could think was that another person was heading toward destruction and there wasn't anything she could do about it. And somehow it was her fault. "Stars," said Xiao. "That's terrible news." Bryce frowned. "Why?" "It means we'll have 2 of them to deal with. Can you imagine 2 Carinas?" "Very funny." She hauled herself to her feet. "I wish Jace was here. He was no starship navigator, but he had the wisdom to help us face whatever was coming. I don't have a clue what to tell people." Xiao said, "The Black Dogs are all grown-ups, with hairy bits, muscles, the lot. They don't need you to tell them anything." "All right, But what do I tell the kids? She turned to Bryce. And the Marchonish women Van Hasty so kindly invited to join us. They would have been better off if they'd stayed with their slave-driving men. I'm not so sure about that. At least here they get treated like human beings, and they're free to do what they want, within reason. Fantastic. I hope they enjoy their final 3 days of freedom. Is that as long as we've got? Bryce asked, eyes widening. We don't know. We don't know the mass of whatever it is that's pulling us in. The scanners aren't telling us a thing. Still nothing? She gave him a look. Okay, I'm the king of stupid questions. I just thought we should know something by now. The bridge door opened again. Chertang had arrived. The former team leader of an underworld boss. He had helped them destroy a planet that had been the excuse for an endless and endlessly lucrative for some war. In return, he had earned passage on the ship. It was a decision he probably now regretted. He had kept a low profile since Carina had recovered from her long sickness. He began, but he didn't follow through. He looked at the 3 of them guiltily, as if something was weighing on his mind. Things aren't looking too great for us, right? Carina replied. You can say that again. She hadn't made an official announcement. The Bathsheba wasn't that kind of ship. Most news travelled among the company via osmosis. The fact of their perilous predicament had spread out the usual way. I thought so. He toed the floor pensively. If you've come to tell us something, Carina said, it's best you get it off your chest, because if things get any tenser around here, I'm going to end up hitting someone. You got me, said Chertang. I never could keep a straight face. Lost so much money at cards. He chuckled nervously. I'm not sure it makes any difference. I think I heard about this place. You knew about it? Why didn't you say something? I only just remembered. Xiao asked. What do you know? Can you tell us how to escape it? I can't, sorry. When I was a kid, I used to love studying history. Pre-war history, that is. Before the war started, the 3 systems around Lakshmi used to trade and travel extensively throughout the sector. Occasionally, ships would go missing. They were all in or near this region when it happened. Not all the time. Ships would pass near the cloud or even within its outskirts for years without incident. Then suddenly, one of them would vanish. Did any of them ever turn up again? Xiao asked. Not that I know of. Then the war started. The systems turned inward and focused their economic and technological power on defending themselves and defeating the other planets. The debate on whether to risk a journey in the vicinity of the cloud or expend additional fuel to avoid it became moot. And you're telling us this because? Carina asked icily. I just wanted to let you know. She turned to Bryce and glared. He held up his hands. It was him who told you that, not me. We're different people. She returned her attention to Chertang. So you remembered about this dangerous area of the galaxy after we entered it, and now you're here to tell us it's dangerous, but you don't know how to get out? Thank you so much. That's very helpful. I felt bad, said Chertang. We all feel bad, all of us. She looked down, clenching and unclenching her fists impotently. They'd come so far, through so many scrapes, surviving despite terrible odds. They'd lost friends and loved ones along the way, good people who hadn't deserved to die. It couldn't end here. She wouldn't let it. She looked up. Cut the engines. What? Xiao asked. Fighting this thing is getting us nowhere. We're wasting fuel in a battle that's impossible to win. I said, cut the engines. Do it now. The pilot blinked at her uncertainly, but then lifted a hand to her console. A shudder ran through the Bathsheba as the ship adjusted to the change in her motion. Now she was moving with the current, hurtling headlong toward her fate. After a few seconds of acceleration force, her inertia dampeners kicked in, and it felt as though they were standing still. Nothing much had changed, except the faint vibration from the engine had ceased. Comms began arriving at the absent communication officer's console. Carina explained, "We might as well save the fuel we have for whatever lies ahead." Chapter 2. Odd scents emanated from the Marchonish woman's room, sweet, milky and sharp. They were not like anything Carina had smelled before, probably because she'd never been around a newborn babe and its mother. She'd gone to see the latest addition to the ship's company because it seemed polite considering the mother's choice of name, and because there was nothing else to be done except monitor the scanners for new data. Others could do that. The visit would also be a welcome distraction now the ship's fate was out of her hands. The mother was called Ava, and she'd been the first to step forward when Van Hasty had invited the Marchonish women to switch sides. Her action had seemed to encourage the others to do the same, though sadly only 5 had made it under the Black Dog's protection before they were forced to return to the Bathsheba. One of Ava's companions let her in. "She's through there," she whispered, nodding in the direction of the suite's bedroom. "Is she asleep?" "I don't think so, but little Carina is. Never wake a sleeping baby." Little Carina. She smiled to herself, recalling Xiao's joke. She wouldn't wish 2 Carinas on anyone either. Ava did seem to be asleep, curled on her side facing away from the door, the swaddled baby slumbering in a bassinet next to the bed. Someone must have found a printing pattern for the specialized furniture. Carina was confident they'd had no bassinets aboard. She was stepping away, deciding to return later, when Ava turned over and smiled at her sleepily. "You must be Carina Lin." "Hi," she replied, feeling awkward. "Is this a bad time?" "No, I'm glad you're here. You're very welcome." Ava hauled herself into a sitting position, wincing. Carina winced too, in sympathy. "I wanted to thank you for helping me and my friends. There was no way we could have escaped without your help." "I appreciate it, but what the Black Dogs did was nothing to do with me. You should thank Van Hasty from what I've heard, and the mercs who were with her. But you're the boss around here, aren't you? Your friends wouldn't have done what they did if they knew you wouldn't approve." "That's debatable." It was true that she'd approved of the decision when she'd heard about the rescue attempt. Her only wish was that the dogs had been able to save more of the women. "I'm glad you and your friends made it out, but I'm not really the boss. No one else wants the responsibility. If the Black Dogs don't like my orders, they'll let me know soon enough." While she'd been talking, her attention had drifted to her namesake. Only the baby's face showed, the rest of its body and head wrapped in a cloth. Red pimples stood out on the soft cheeks. "Is little Carina sick?" "You mean her rash?" The medic said it's nothing to worry about, just her skin adjusting to being in air rather than water. "Would you like me to fix it?" "I didn't know you were a doctor too. Is there a cream you can give me?" "I'm no doctor, but I can make the rash go away if you want." "That would be great. I'm worried it makes her uncomfortable." Carina took her elixir canister from her belt and sipped a mouthful of liquid. Laying a hand on the sleeping baby, she closed her eyes and cast heal. When she opened her eyes, little Carina's skin was free of blemish. Ava's mouth had dropped open. "I heard you and your family could do magic, but I didn't really believe it." "It isn't magic, it's..." In the rare time she'd tried to explain casting to non-mages, she had never found the right words. That was because she didn't know herself how it worked. And she suspected, until scientists understood it, the words didn't exist. "It isn't magic," she repeated, "and it's a limited power, so don't get your hopes up expecting miracles. Like dragging this ship away from whatever has her in its grip." She had debated trying to keep her and her siblings' abilities secret from the Marchonish women and Chertang, but it would be difficult within the confines of the ship. Sooner or later, Darius or one of the twins would slip up, and the cat would be out of the bag. It was easier this way, and, well, they all might only have a short while to live anyway. "I thought I might find you here," said Bryce, appearing in the doorway. "It didn't take long for your fame to go to your head." Carina rolled her eyes and chose not to dignify his jibe with a reply. "She's so cute," he went on, moving to the side of the bassinet. "Isn't she, Carina?" Yeah. In truth, the baby looked like a baby. "She's gorgeous," she added to the mother. Ava beamed. "Can I speak to you outside?" Bryce asked. "Sure." As she left, she said to Ava, "Good luck, and let us know if there's anything else we can do to help. You've already helped more than you can imagine." In the passageway, Bryce said, "What a beautiful baby. Ava picked the perfect name." "You're a big suck-up." She kissed his cheek. "But I appreciate it." "What do you think?" "About what?" "We might have a baby like that one day." Her eyebrows shot up. "Are you insane? Have you forgotten we're most likely about to be crushed against a high-grav planet or annihilated in a black hole? We've come this far. I have a feeling we're fated to survive." "I wish I had your faith. What do you want to speak to me about?" "Before that, I wanted to ask you, if we had kids, it would be a 50-50 chance they would be mages, right?" "Bryce, I'm 19. Or 20. I'm not sure. I've lost track. But I'm far too young to be thinking about kids." "But maybe one day." "Something's messing with your head. Maybe the force that's pulling on the ship has affected your brain, like the star at Lakshmi Station destroying my mage powers." He said wistfully, "I liked helping my parents with my brothers and sisters when they were little." Shit. She had forgotten Bryce had abandoned his family forever when he'd decided to help her with her quest to reach Earth. "I'm not ruling it out, but—" "You need to come back to the bridge. Something's up. I don't think there's anything we can do about it, but you need to see it." Shao had put the view outside the ship on hollow. Van Hasty, Jackson, and Rees were on the bridge too. Space had split. The light-absorbing dust had disappeared, and hanging in the void was a dark red, glowing chasm. It was a gash across the black, like someone had torn open the fabric of space-time. "How big is it?" Carina breathed. "At its widest point," Shao replied, "about 28 light-years." "Light years?" She turned to Bryce. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why were you talking to me about having kids?" Smiles passed between the mercs. "What difference would it make?" Bryce replied. "What are you planning on doing about that?" He jabbed a finger at the hollow. "We could—" "We don't have a hope of avoiding it," said Shao. "The pull on the ship is as strong as ever. We don't have the power to break free, and if we try, by the time we reach the rift, our tanks will be empty." Jackson said, "We're hoping we'll go through it and not get crushed by it. But it's just a hope. Shao's right. Whatever's gonna happen will happen, whether we like it or not." "Do we have any idea what's on the other side?" asked Carina. "What do the scanners say?" "They're telling us that's normal space," Van Hasty replied. Whatever the tear in the galaxy was, normal it was not. Chapter 3. The rift seemed to occupy all space. To every side, above and below, the dark red expanse spread wide. Only a tiny sliver of regular vacuum and stars remained, far to the Bathsheba's aft as she slipped deeper and deeper into the anomaly. The attraction pulling her in was as strong as ever, and they were no closer to figuring out what was causing it. In the weeks they'd spent trapped by the relentless pull, the scanners had failed to detect any high-mass bodies. But if gravity wasn't the cause of their predicament, no one knew of any other explanation. Carina was taking stock of their supplies. The majority consisted of chemical nutrients to keep them alive during long years of deep sleep. They also had mixes for the printers, edible and non-edible, and real food, powders and pastes for reconstituting, dry staples like flour, rice and beans, dried meats, fish, fruits, vegetables, algae and fungi, ready-made rations in packets and foil, and whole frozen foods to be thawed and cooked into tasty dishes on special occasions. The latter made up the smallest proportion. Lakshmi Station had also supplied them with water, and she peered at the figures and shook her head. Jackson had considerably upped the budget she'd allocated for alcoholic drinks. She would have to remember to chide him about taking liberties while she lay dying in sickbay. Their supplies weren't low yet, but they couldn't continue eating them for months. If the ship was going to be travelling in the rift for an unknown amount of time, it might make sense to put everyone into deep sleep. They could schedule periodic awakenings for checking if they'd returned to normal space. They would survive longer that way, though not indefinitely. Eventually the chemical nutrients would run out, and they would slowly, unconsciously starve to death. Perhaps it would be a better death than the current endless nightmare. Their detour to Lakshmi Station had nearly been fatal too. At least for her, Parthenia, Oriana and Fern. It had taken the life of their good friend Jace. But in some ways the episode had been more fruitful than she'd expected. Lakshmi's specialism was starship weaponry, the source of its great wealth as it met the escalating needs of 3 warring systems. But it had also offered a range of ship supplies. While she was out of action due to the deadly effect of the local star, her shipmates had taken full advantage. The Bathsheba now sported one of Lakshmi's latest and most powerful weapons. Jutting from her bow was a device sufficiently powerful to blow apart a planetoid. That had been another reason she wanted to conserve their remaining fuel. The Obliterator, as Bryce had taken to calling it, required a huge amount of power to operate. The arms dealer who had sold it to them, or rather who they'd stolen it from, had given it a fancier name based on tech jargon, but Obliterator seemed to fit better. "What are you doing?" Darius was poking his head into the little office. "Hey, sweetheart, just boring stuff. What have you been doing?" He grinned at this tacit permission to disturb her and skipped into the room. He'd grown too big to sit in her lap, though it had taken a while for him to stop trying, so he contented himself with leaning against her. "I've been trying to invent new casts." "I hope you haven't been doing anything dangerous." "Not really dangerous." "Darius, what have you been doing? What does this new cast do?" Her spirit mage brother had invented 2 other casts. Cloak had proven very useful in the past, turning their ships and themselves undetectable, and so helping them escape dangerous situations. He'd only used guise for fun. The cast enabled him to take on another's appearance, and he'd played many tricks pretending to be someone else, in a typical 7-year-old's fashion. "Well, I call it heat. I guess it might be dangerous if I wasn't very, very careful, but I am, so it's okay." "Heat, not fire?" "Fire makes things burn if they can burn, but heat heats them up." "So..." She looked around the room for something suitable. You could make that hot? She pointed at a metal-framed chair. Uh-huh, that's easy. He unscrewed his elixir bottle. Just a little, okay, she cautioned, worried the fabric seat might burst into flame. Moments later, she gingerly touched one of the metal legs. It was pleasantly warm. You're a smart boy, you know that? He smiled with pride. Strap in, came Xiao's warning over the intercom. If you can't strap in, find something to hang on to. Darius, Carina blurted. Sit here. She leapt out of her seat, the only one in the room with a safety harness. After lifting him onto the chair and fastening the straps, she calmed Xiao. What's going on? And why wasn't I told about it? I can't speak right now. The pilot cut the comm. Cursing, Carina raced to the doorway and grabbed the bars on each side of it, handholds in case the ship lost gravity. The Bathsheba lurched violently, almost breaking her grip. Then the ship accelerated so fast she briefly became weightless. They came to an abrupt stop, and a harsh shock juddered through everything, rattling her teeth. Carina, called Darius. What's happening? Don't worry, it's going to be okay. It was probably the biggest lie she'd ever told him. She had no idea if things would be okay. The Bathsheba's movements indicated they were far from it. The extreme motion seemed to have stopped. Xiao, can you talk to me now? Damn it, I tried my best. I'm sorry. A starship had appeared, even larger than the Bathsheba. The scanners said it was roughly twice the size of the colony ship. According to Xiao and the scan data, it had come from nowhere. The ship's design was odd. Most of the structure consisted of a vast concave dish covered in spikes. That was all that was viewable from their present vantage point. But when it had appeared, Xiao had seen a pinnacle protruding from the opposite side. The new vessel's entire hull was the exact same colour as a blue-green desert slime mould Carina had only ever seen on the planet where she grew up. At the same time the ship had appeared, the source of the drag on the Bathsheba had also become visible, Xiao had said. Their ship had been caught in a beam all along. The pilot had seen a cylinder of pale light stretching from the prow into the rift. As the strange ship had approached, the light had vanished, and that had been the moment Xiao had tried to make their escape. She had started the engine and slammed the ship into maximum acceleration, but almost immediately after the beam had disappeared, another had shot out from the new ship and fastened onto them. Now the Bathsheba continued to be drawn deeper into the rift, this time pulled by another vessel. The new beam was undetectable, but Carina guessed it was generated by the concave dish. All this time, she said, something's been taking us somewhere. This isn't some weird astronomical event, it's personal. Someone wants us. Maybe not us in particular, the pilot replied, but a starship. Chertang said vessels had randomly vanished over long periods of time. My guess is the dust cloud blocked comms. We don't have anyone to send a mayday to, so we never tried. But the other vessels would have. The dust prevents messages from reaching anyone. Whatever. It's all by design. I don't know what happened to the people on those other ships, but I bet whoever took them has never encountered mages. I hope they find they've bitten off more than they can chew. Chapter 4. There's no point in trying to destroy it with the obliterator, said Jackson. The weapon probably can put that ship out of action, if not blow it to pieces, but what then? The original attraction beam will fasten on us again, or maybe they'll send another ship the same as the first, or a whole fleet to get their revenge. The point is, the civilization that constructed that thing can reach out across space and grab hold of a colony ship light years away. It's like nothing we've ever encountered. And that's speaking as a merc who's lived far longer than I should have in this business, and seen more alien and human societies than I can count or remember." He paused and flexed his prosthetic fist. "If this was a regular situation where some asshole was messing with us, I'd be the first to show them where they can shove their attitude. You know that, but it isn't. We can't come out guns blazing here. We might find ourselves in even worse trouble. We've got to feel things out. Take it step by step if we're going to get out alive and with our ship intact." "Shit," said Rees. "He's channeling Cadwallader." "You say that like it's a bad thing," Van Hasty commented. "I'm with Jackson. Say we do break free and put their ship out of commission. We'll be where we are now, only with less fuel. Definitely not enough to get us out of this shithole we've been dragged into. Besides, a ship like that will have shields, stands to reason. We might not take it out with the first or even fifth hit." "So we just let them do whatever they want?" Carina asked. "Before the monster ship turned up, I thought we were in the grip of some weird deviation from normal physics. Now we know it's personal, we can't let those people push us around. It gives them the wrong idea." "I'm not saying we should let them push us around forever," Jackson replied. "But we can't go off half-cocked either. That would be dumb. We need to think this through." "Jackson's right," Van Hasty reiterated. "We can't let our pride get in the way. We need to think long-term." "I'm not talking about pride," Carina protested. "I'm talking about how they see us. So far we've acted like prey, passively allowing ourselves to be towed. I wish I hadn't told Shao to turn off the engine and stop fighting. We've acted like victims, so that's how we're treated." "Seems like they're gonna do what they're gonna do," Rees said. "Doesn't matter how they see us." "Yeah," Jackson agreed. "I get your point, Lin. But just because they think they've got us over a barrel doesn't mean we can't hit back when the time's right. We have to think ahead and wait for our chance. They're not going to bring us all the way here just to kill us. They have something else in mind." Exasperated, Carina turned to Shao. "What do you think?" The pilot raised her hands. "I just fly starships. I let you guys figure out the hard stuff." Bryce also didn't seem to want to contribute an opinion. Carina gave up. "Looks like I'm outvoted." "Hey," said Rees, "what about some mage work? Could your family do something?" "I thought about it, but if we're planning on playing the long game like it seems we are, I think it's better if we keep our powers secret, don't you?" "Absolutely," said Jackson. Carina tightened her grip on her pulse rifle, silently cursing the decision to not try to take out the vast vessel. It felt like giving up control. Despite Jackson's assurance they were doing no such thing. That was before the rest of the enemy ships arrived. 15! They'd come at them all at once, their arrival masked by the giant ship and spread out in all directions, making the question about firing the obliterator moot. That was the disadvantage of the weapon. It was only effective against one target moving predictably. Against many targets moving along differing trajectories, it was useless. She waited. True to Jackson's theory, the enemy hadn't attacked, yet. But as with their mothership, all attempts to hail them had fallen on deaf ears. They either wanted the Bathsheba, or her crew, or both. 4 of their vessels had moved into position alongside, preparing for a face-to-face fight. What would the borders be like? Would they even be human? She recalled the Regians and gave a shudder. They had barely escaped from the insectoid time-shifting aliens. Some of them had not. A dull thud hit the hull and reverberated through the deck. They were at the airlock. Another thud, rattling her teeth. She winced. She had grown fond of the old ship and hated the thought of more damage being inflicted on her. The Redians had torn open the airlocks too. A third thud. Weapons ready, she unnecessarily reminded the mercs in her team. Also with her were Vigo Justus, the Lotta Krillin, and Chertang. The latter had been reluctant to join the defenders, saying his specialty was large weapons tech, not small arms, but Van Hasty had unceremoniously thrust a pulse rifle into his hands. The message was clear. As an adult, he had a duty to protect the ship. Carina hadn't felt much sympathy for him. All the Marchonish women except for Ava had volunteered without being asked, lending a hand though they had never even held a gun. The fourth thud did it. A terrible screech of wrenched metal parts came from the airlock. The attackers had breached the outer hatch. She activated the magnetic soles of her boots and reminded Chertang to do the same. He clutched his rifle nervously. She prayed he didn't kill someone on his own team. Then she ordered the ship's computer to close the emergency seals at each end of the passageway. Movement could be seen through the tiny window in the inner hatch and, beyond the figures, the blackness of space. They had taken the outer door off completely. These guys were not messing around. "What's happening where you are?" Rees commed. "Our uninvited visitors have nearly opened the door." "Same here." "Bryce's team too," said Rees. "In case you were wondering." Something thunked against the inner hatch. The view of space disappeared, replaced by steel. "See you on the other side," she said, and cut the comm. Wisps of smoke drifted from the bulkhead surrounding the inner hatch. The hostiles were using a different method to break through the smaller portal. Some kind of machine was burning through the inner layer of hull. A red glowing line in the shape of an oblong appeared. Smoke poured from it, sending the atmosphere filters whining in an effort to clear it, and Carina's HUD readings haywire. The line turned white. Molten metal dripped onto the deck, melting holes in the tile. "Back up," she commanded. The team split into two, moving down the passageway. They waited. All nervous shuffling ceased. Attention was on the hatch. After agonized seconds of anticipation, a tremor ran through it. Like a felled tree, the portal, carved from its support, toppled with a clang to the deck. Her HUD flashed up an alarm as atmosphere flooded out. The escaping gases dragged her forward, ripping her off her feet. Others tumbled toward the ruined airlock with her. Some had managed to secure a hold and were only lifted up. Then all the air was gone. She quickly scrambled upright, yelling, "Fire at will!" as figures poured through the breach. Encased in matte black armor, their faces hidden behind deep black visors, they sprayed the mercs with pulse rounds. She shot back. At the close range, her pulses should have had an effect, but the assailants' suits appeared unmarked. Her own was already growing hot from the hits she was receiving. There was no cover in the open passageway. Unless she ordered the computer to open the emergency seals, depressurizing the ship and allowing the attackers more access, the fighting would end here, one way or another. She gave the command to fall back. The attackers moved forward with practiced ease, a tidal wave of firm intent. The passageway was alive with pulse fire as brilliant bolts of energy flashed. More attackers appeared behind the first, ready to replace fallen comrades, but none fell. The mercs were hopelessly outclassed by the superior tech. A merc beside Carina collapsed, her suit smouldering. Comms from Rees and Bryce sounded in her helmet. At their sights the experience was the same. The enemy's assault was powerful, relentless, and overwhelming. It was time to surrender or die fighting. The decision was made. "This is it," she said over comm. "Drop your weapons." Chapter 5. The journey down to the planet was bumpy and uncomfortable. They'd been herded directly onto steel containers inside the enemy ship, and after many hours without food, water, or toilet breaks, the containers were lifted onto space-to-surface transports. What followed was the worst flight Carina had ever experienced. The planet's atmosphere seemed highly turbulent as they were buffeted and jerked every which way, thrown into each other and the steel walls, before a heavy impact brought an end to the trip and their suffering. Chertang and several mercs had upchucked on the way down, leaving Carina dangerously close to vomiting too. She hoped the kids, Ava, and the newborn babe's travel experience had been smoother. Bolts rattled in their mountings, and the opening end of the container fell outward, slamming to the ground. A heavy cloud of dust swirled in, instantly choking her. Curses and coughing filled the space. The air holding the dust was frigid and dry. Lights penetrating it seemed artificial, coming from several sources rather than the sky. They had to be outdoors, so perhaps it was night-time. Men and women in fatigues, their faces enclosed in masks and breathing gear, lurched from the gloom, yelling. Their facial coverings made their words indistinct, but the meaning behind the movement of their rifles was clear. Bruised, tired, thirsty and hungry, Carina stumbled with the others toward the exit. In her years as a merc visiting many worlds, she discovered each planet had its own subtle odor. Some smelled like malfunctioning sanitation systems, sulfuric compounds lacing the atmosphere. Others, heavily vegetated, held more pleasant scents that could only be described as variations of green. This world smelled acrid, as if its air was caustic. Was that the reason for the breathing apparatus? Did human lungs burn here? Soldiers ran behind them to haul the worst affected by the trip to their feet and force them out. More soldiers flanked her group on each side. They drove them down the shallow ramp created by the open side of the container. A gusting, moaning wind was lifting the dust. It swirled into her eyes and nostrils. She kept her mouth clamped shut and squinted. Barely able to breathe, let alone see, she gave up trying to survey her surroundings and focused on remaining upright. As Jackson had said, they had a long game to play. A patch of darkness loomed ahead. They were pushed toward it. After 15 or so meters of rocky ground, her feet met concrete on a downward incline. The wind eased and the darkness increased. The dust seemed to diminish. Overhead lights flicked on. They were inside a tunnel. Their guards closed in. The passage held 5 people walking abreast, 2 soldiers on the wings and 3 prisoners in the center. 3 captors walked in front. When she turned to see how the rest of her companions were faring, the guard nearest her poked her with his rifle. "Eyes forward!" She was startled. She had heard 2 voices. The one she understood had come from somewhere below his mouth, but the words from behind his mask were incomprehensible. He was using a translator. These people didn't speak universal. They walked deeper, lights activating as they approached. The wind died away completely, and along with it most of the dust, though the air remained hazy. A thick layer of fine particles covered the floor, piling up at the tunnel sides like snowdrifts. She was covered in the stuff too, and her eyes smarted as the gritty grains fell from her lashes. Another set of lights came on, revealing double doors ahead. As they approached, the doors rolled apart. They were forced into a large elevator, which descended for about 15 seconds. At the bottom they stepped into a brilliantly lit, bare space covered in clean white tiles, floor, walls and ceiling. "Strip," a soldier ordered via translator. "Put everything in the chutes." She cursed. She'd secreted elixir ingredients in her clothes, and so had her mage siblings, wherever they were. She slowly undressed, hoping for a chance of retaining 1 or 2 items. But their captors were adamant the prisoners removed every last piece of clothing. When everyone was naked, the soldiers filed out another door, and the chute snapped shut. Cold water erupted from nozzles in the ceilings and walls. She gasped and cursed again as the frigid liquid hit. There was no escaping it as it sluiced away the dust clinging to their skin. The dirty water disappeared down grills in the floor. Chertang said over the hiss from the nozzles and the complaints of the mercs, "I'm starting to regret my decision to join up with you guys." "I didn't think you were given much choice about it," Carina replied, her teeth chattering. "Well, that's right, but I thought I was onto a good thing. Now I'm not so sure." "Are they disinfecting us?" Vigo asked. "Is that what this is about?" "No idea," said Carina. "But one thing's clear. We're a hell of a way off the beaten track. They don't even know Universal." "They know it," said Vigo. "They just choose not to speak it." The spraying stopped, and the door the soldiers had vanished through opened. Beyond it was a second tiled room, but this looked dry and held clothes in piles on the floor. They filed through the opening, wet and cold. The clothes were all the same colour and style, plain yellow pants and shirts, but in different sizes. Along with the others, Carina sorted through the piles until she found garments that vaguely fit and put them on. They'd also been given sandals. "Haven't these people heard of underwear?" Chertang complained. "If no boxers are the worst of our troubles," said Vigo, "we'll be damned lucky." Carina squeezed the excess water from her hair and shivered as she fastened her shirt, wondering if Bryce and her family were being put through the same process. Their captors were treating them like cattle. "Welcome to Sot Loza," said a voice. A woman had entered the room. With her came warm air, wafting from the open doorway behind her. She wore a dark blue military uniform, and her hair was drawn up tightly in a bun. As with the soldiers, she spoke through a translator. "Some kind of welcome," Carina retorted. "What have you done with our clothes? Will we get them back?" "I'm Vice General Quesham. Your induction is over, and you're free to enter the city. You have freedom of movement within the city boundaries, but if you break any of our laws, you will lose that privilege. The laws, along with more details regarding your lives here, are posted at your lodgings, where I will now escort you." "What have you done with our stuff?" Carina demanded. "Why have you brought us here? Where are the other people from our ship?" "Come with me," said the Vice-General, turning. "You'd better not push it," said Vigo. Grumbling, Carina took his advice and followed Quesham with the others. She was growing deeply worried about her family. Darius and Nala were too young to deal with this shit. Even Oriana and Fern would be scared. The Vice-General led them down a passageway and then out into a general thoroughfare. The atmosphere was warm and the caustic scent of the surface barely noticeable. People streamed past in each direction, though the emergence of the yellow-clothed newcomers onto the street soon provoked a stir. The pedestrians slowed down or halted to stare. A multi-person transport drew up and parked. Smaller vehicles drove around it, though the passengers rubber-necked as they manoeuvred. "Get aboard!" Quesham barked. "Hurry up!" "Hey, beautiful!" a man yelled. "When you get out, call me. My number's—" He reeled off the digits. "Who's he talking to?" asked Chertang. "Me, of course," Vigo replied. Carina was studying the sky, or rather the ceiling of the underground city. It glowed a pale purple and wispy clouds moved across it. The effect was realistic. There was even a faint breeze, though she guessed from pumps that kept the air breathable, more than an attempt to mimic an outdoor environment. "You!" Quesham snapped at her. "Move it!" The others were aboard the transport. She climbed the step into the vehicle and took an empty seat next to a window. First, she had to find her brothers and sisters and Bryce and the rest of the Bathsheba's personnel. Then she had to work out the escape plan. Chapter 6. Outsiders are bound by all Sotlozer's laws. In addition, outsiders must not leave their city's boundaries. Outsiders must not wear any other clothing than their uniform. Outsiders must not fraternize with anyone below managerial caste. Outsiders must not take employment. Outsiders must not participate in activities that risk harm to their persons. Outsiders must eat and exercise regularly to maintain good health. The notice hung on the wall in the lobby of the single-story building where Quesham had offloaded them. "We have to eat and exercise and not do anything risky," said Vigo. "Weirdest rules for prisoners I've ever seen." "We're not prisoners," Chertang corrected. "We're outsiders." Carina was trying to figure out the rules too. The most alarming was the edict to not leave their city's boundaries. Why not this city's boundaries? Did it mean some captives from the Bathsheba were being held elsewhere? Had they been taken to different locations all over the planet? It was a scenario they hadn't anticipated, yet it made sense. Separating the new prisoners by thousands of kilometers made them easier to control. Her group only numbered 12 people, far too few to stage an escape attempt. The requirement to always wear their uniforms also made sense. They would stand out like beacons among the general populace. What about the rules they mustn't get a job or fraternize with the lower classes? Was it because the poorer locals might help them? Her biggest question was, why had they been brought here in the first place? The Sotlozans had gone to an awful lot of trouble to get them to their planet. If seizing the Bathsheba had been their only motivation, it would have been safer to kill her crew, not take them prisoner. There was always the chance they would try to get their ship back. The Black Dogs wouldn't disappoint the Sotlozans in that regard. Their new quarters consisted of a dormitory, communal washroom, refectory, gym, storage closet containing additional yellow uniforms and bedding, a laundry, and a room for leisure activities. The last held working interfaces, but they couldn't use them. The spoken and written languages were not universal, nor any other language or dialect familiar to Carina or her companions. The first facility she'd looked for was a kitchen, but there was none. It was the most important room if she was to create elixir. She could have used the heat source to set something alight. Naked flames and wood were going to be the hardest elixir elements to come by. She left the lobby, returned to the dormitory, and flumped onto a bed. "Hey, that's mine!" Chertang protested, following her into the room. Scowling, she replied, "Does it matter?" "It does to me." She found another bed, this time near a window looking out onto a paved yard a few meters square. The surrounding buildings were only 2 floors high. She guessed the fake sky wasn't far above them. The windows of the residence weren't barred and no guards stood outside. They were free to come and go as they pleased. "Who wants to go and explore?" she asked the room generally. "Not me," Chertang replied. "I'm exhausted. I'm gonna get some sleep, so I'd appreciate a little quiet in here." The Black Dogs had been doing their usual thing, bantering, slamming into things, and shoving each other around. At Chertang's complaint, they quietened down somewhat, but threw him dark looks. Trouble lay ahead if he didn't stop his whining. Carina couldn't find a shit to give. He was getting on her nerves too. "I'll go with you," Vigo said. They stepped out onto the thoroughfare. This place wasn't as busy as the spot where the transport had picked them up. They were on a long, straight road that stretched out of sight in both directions. The surrounding buildings seemed to be workplaces rather than habitations. Their blank, featureless facades dotted the roadway, where vehicles flew past at high speeds. The same lilac sky as before hung overhead, and she could have sworn the same clouds floated across it, as if playing in a loop. The ceiling couldn't be far overhead, but she wasn't sure how deep underground they were. The elevator that had brought them to this level hadn't travelled a long time. "Wondering how to get up on top?" asked Vigo. "If you had your special liquid, we could do it." Was he being serious? "Don't be dumb. We'd only find ourselves back where we were before, and we'd die there pretty quick." "If it's all the same on the surface, maybe. But we don't know that. We only saw one area, and they might have picked it intentionally to give us a certain impression." "I didn't think of that." "Something to think about. Which way are we going?" She shrugged. "The direction we came from, I guess." The ground was bedrock, grey and flat, except for tiny grooves where the burrowing machine had cut into it. The same bedrock rose up beyond the buildings. The tunnel seemed to be about 100 meters wide. Somewhere toward the top of its walls, the rock's appearance turned hazy and faded into sky. As they walked, Carina marvelled at the feat of engineering the Sotlosans had performed in creating their underground world. "Have you ever seen or heard of anything like this?" "Never. Not in my sector or yours." "The surface has to be uninhabitable all over, or else why would they have gone to all this trouble?" Before Vigo could answer, a vehicle braked hard, pulled off the road and parked. A woman got out, wearing a fine-textured light blue pantsuit and shiny black shoes. Short, dark brown hair framed her face. She appeared older than Carina, but not by much, maybe mid-20s. She spoke, but unintelligibly. After taking in their expressions, she lifted a finger as if asking them to wait, and then ran back to her vehicle. When she returned, she wore a small black cube on a choker. "Sorry, you're new, right?" "If you mean have we been dragged across space," Carina replied. "Light years off our route, taken prisoner, forced down to your planet, and are being held captive? That's right, we're new." The woman gave an awkward cough and murmured, "I thought so. Can I give you a ride somewhere?" "Where do you suggest we go?" Carina asked. "If you can take us back to our ship, that would be great. This area's only just been developed. There isn't a lot to do or see. I thought you might want to go into town." "I appreciate the offer," Vigo said, "but it would be more helpful if you could explain to us exactly what's going on." "Yeah," Carina echoed. "Why have we been brought here, and when will we be released? When will we get our ship back?" "You're kidding, right?" the woman retorted. "You're here to stay. You aren't going anywhere." She turned to Vigo. "Are you sure I can't show you around?" Throughout the conversation she'd been focused mostly on him, and now she looked expectantly at him for an answer. When he looked at Carina for her input, irritation flickered over the woman's face. "It's up to you what you do," Carina said. "But from our experience so far, I don't trust any of them. I'm not getting in her car." "I wasn't asking you," the woman spat. "I'm sticking with my friend," said Vigo. "Certain." She sighed and reached into her pocket. Pulling out a card, she gave it to Vigo, saying, "You can reach me here any time, okay?" Bemused, he took it. Carina stared. Damn, she really wanted to spend time with him, a complete stranger and newcomer to her world. The woman left, giving a final disappointed backward glance before climbing into her vehicle and speeding away. Vigo held up the card to read it. The material was wrinkled and dog-eared, as if it had been in the woman's possession a long time. "It's in universal script," Carina remarked. The information on it was scant. All it stated was a name, Hedron Mafmi, and a 9-digit number. "One thing's for sure," she added. "You have a fan." And by fan, she meant potential co-conspirator. Chapter 7. "This is it," said Carina over comm. "Drop your weapons." Bryce slung his rifle over his back and raced from the airlock. As well as a general command, her words were a signal to him in particular. He had to make his way to the suite where her family and the Marchonish woman, Ava, had sheltered while the battle for the ship raged. The decision to separate Carina from her siblings when the Bathsheba inevitably fell into enemy hands had been a hard one to make. After hours of argument, the consensus had been if they were going to be captured, they had to split up the mages. The children were too young to be parted from each other, but Carina working on her own would double the opportunities to use their powers. As well, if one mage's abilities were revealed, Carina or the children's might remain secret a while longer. Now the kids, Ava and her baby, were Bryce's responsibility. He had to stick with them at all costs and do his best to protect them from whatever their attackers had in mind. The door to the suite was already open. Inside, Parthenia and the children bustled about, packing bags. In the midst of them, Ava stood, clutching the swaddled babe, her eyes wide and frightened. Parthenia halted and stared. "We've surrendered already." "Don't worry, everything's going as planned." "I still think we should have fought," said Fern. "To the bitter end if necessary. We mages could inflict a lot of damage before they took us out." "And that's precisely why you aren't in charge of battle strategy," Oriana chided. "What's the point of fighting until everyone's killed? What good would that do?" "Some things are worse than dying. Remember the Regian planet?" "Shh!" Parthenia put a finger to her lips and nodded at Darius. "We don't need reminding of unpleasant times." Darius said, "I remember the Regians just as much as you do. And Poppy. Poppy was nice." Poppy was the name he'd given the creature who had helped them escape the timeshifters. If the animal was his main memory of their time with the Regians, who used humans as hosts for their eggs, he was lucky. "The boarders will be here soon," Parthenia said. "Do we have everything?" "I have everything I need," said Fern, tapping the bottle of elixir on his hip. "Don't make a show of it," Parthenia warned. "Remember what we agreed?" Darius held up a hold-all. "I have my bag." "Me too," said Nala. "Then we're all set." She moved next to Ava and beckoned the others to do the same. She was pale and her expression grim. The sound of pounding booted feet echoed down the passageway. "They're coming," said Bryce. "Get ready." He waited, peeking from the cover of the doorway, the muzzle of his rifle aimed in the direction of the approaching soldiers, silently praying that Jackson's hunch was right and their attackers didn't want to kill them all. If Jackson was wrong, Carina might already be dead. He swallowed. If the hostiles were planning on a massacre, he hoped he wouldn't live to see. A figure rounded the corner. Like the ones Bryce had fought at the airlock, the soldier was heavily armoured, and his visor allowed no glimpse of his face. Bryce aimed and fired. The pulse round hit, but washed over the boarder's chest armour like a wave washing over a rock, except it left no trace. As he ducked back into the doorway, a round exploded on the frame. "Be careful, Bryce!" Parthenia exclaimed. "Stay back. and when they come, don't put up any resistance." He dipped into the passageway again. Instantly, a round grazed his helmet. He moved his head behind the frame and fired blindly. He had glimpsed 3 soldiers. The first was only meters away. He tossed his rifle to the deck and raised his hands over his head. Taking a breath, he stepped out, but the attackers were primed to shoot. He took 3 or 4 rounds at nearly point-blank range. His armor couldn't cope. Heat blazed onto his skin. In agony, he dropped to his knees and fell onto his front, redoubling the pain of his wounds. He writhed onto his back. "Bryce!" Parthenia screamed. Vaguely, he registered a kick. Someone took his rifle. Then the soldiers stomped past him and into the suite. There were more of them now, 8, 9. They ignored him. By chance he could see into the room and watched helplessly as the soldiers rounded up the kids. They grabbed their bags and threw them against the bulkhead, their contents spilling out. Ava was weeping. Darius's lower lip trembled, but he was holding up. That poor kid had been through so much. Nala glared at their captors defiantly as they forced the group toward the exit. No sound came from the soldiers as they ushered the children and Ava away. Everything was done by gesture, but no doubt they spoke to each other via internal comm. From the way their heads moved and their gait, they seemed pleased to have discovered the kids. They were so pleased, in fact, they almost forgot him. The group had reached the corner when one ran back to where Bryce sprawled in pain. He grasped Bryce's arm and tried to pull him to his feet. Bryce gasped in agony, but the soldier had no mercy. He kicked his thigh and pulled harder on his arm. Somehow Bryce managed to heave himself upright. He had to stay with the kids and Ava. He stumbled forward, hunched over, and followed the path the others had taken. They headed for the airlock he'd been helping to defend and which the boarders had destroyed. The section had depressurized, and the kids weren't wearing suits. How were the enemy planning on getting their captives through the airless space? But when he reached the area, his HUD told him it had breathable atmosphere. The airlock hatch, severed from its surround, lay on the deck, an oblong hole with melted edges where it had once stood. The children and Ava were not here. They'd been taken onto the enemy ship. He hobbled faster to try to catch up to them. The far side of the airlock was a gaping hole, and beyond it stretched a steel walkway. A rigid umbilicus led to the enemy vessel. At the end, a huddled group was surrounded by soldiers, Ava and the kids. He upped his pace, gritting his teeth against the pulsing agony of his chest and stomach. He wanted to call out to them and tell them he was coming, but he couldn't. The group moved away to the right, guided by their captors. When he reached the same spot, his guard pushed him to the left. "No," he grunted, trying to follow the children and Ava. His guard blocked him and shoved him backward with 2 hands against his chest. Bryce collapsed. The pain was too great. He pointed in the direction the children had gone. The soldier slapped his hand away and pointed left. His shoulders sagging, Bryce shook his head. His captor snapped the neck seals on Bryce's armor open and wrenched off his helmet. He looked up and blinked as the cool air chilled his sweat. The black visor confronted him. The soldier barked a command and pointed again. He couldn't understand the words, but he knew the meaning. "I have to stay with..." The guard jabbed his rifle into his chest. He cried out, "I get it." With great effort, he staggered to his feet. He had to follow the order. He would be no use to the kids and Ava if he was dead. His heart heavy, he shuffled off to the left, hoping he could find the others later. Chapter 8. The transport had returned. It pulled up outside the centre and parked, visible from the refectory window. Carina and the others had gathered in the room, hoping to be fed, but no evening meal had materialised. Instead, it looked like they were being taken somewhere. "Should we just get aboard?" asked Chertang. "No way," said one of the black dogs, a woman called Pamuk. "Who knows where it'll take us?" Vigo suggested, "I don't think we're going to eat unless we board that thing." "That's the message I'm getting too," said Carina. Chertang was already on his way out. His physique was on the chunky side and he loved his food. "Man's stomach's gonna lead him to his grave," said Pamuk. "You're right," Carina agreed, "but I'm hungry too." She followed Chertang. Another motivator was the hope she might see Bryce and her siblings. In the end, everyone boarded. It was only then the transport departed. Carina and Vigo had discovered on their excursion that their residence was a long way from anywhere useful. After walking for an hour, they didn't come across any place where they could find out more about Sot Loza or how they might get off it. Their residence was in an area that effectively cut them off from most of the population. The only moments of interest after meeting Hedron Mafmi were the appearance of workers at the windows of buildings. The Sot Lozans pressed their faces against the glass and watched as they walked by. But no one approached. Perhaps the people were not managerial class. The vehicle set off in the opposite direction from their arrival, zooming down the long straight road. No side roads appeared. The new area was as bare and featureless as the section Carina and Vigo had walked. Above, the purple sky faded to twilight and fake stars slowly shone out. "They've gone to a lot of trouble," said Vigo, jerking his chin toward the display. "To make it look realistic?" asked Carina. "Yeah, they want the illusion of living up top. But if they can't live on the surface, what do they do for food? Sot Loza is a way off the trade routes. They can't import it." "I guess we're about to find out." The artificial twilight deepened as the vehicle took them to their mysterious destination. Lights winked on in the distance, and shadowy constructions reared up from the drab landscape. The vehicle stopped at the edge of an unfamiliar metropolis. The wide tunnel opened out further, accommodating streets and houses, anonymous in the darkness. More light shone from the windows of the habitation they'd parked outside. At the top of the steps stood a familiar figure, Quesham. Her hands were clasped behind her back, and she gazed on them with a supercilious air as they climbed up to meet her. "Go inside. You can eat and socialise." "Socialise? But I'm not dressed for a party," Carina muttered to Vigo. "Me neither. My beard's a mess." The room dedicated to the soiree sat directly beyond the open doors. 4 long tables had been arranged in a quadrangle with gaps at the corners to allow passage for automated servers. Sparkling chandeliers hung from the high ceiling, and the chairs and table decorations were rich and sumptuous. Most seats were already filled by men and women in fine-textured, intricately patterned clothes. The yellow suits of the prisoners looked ridiculously out of place. "Exactly 1 space for each of us," noted Pamuk. 12 chairs were empty, randomly scattered among the Sot Lozans. "This must be what Quesham meant by socialising," Carina commented. "We have to pay for our supper with witty conversation." "They'll be lucky," Pamuk said. "I never met a witty black dog." Chertang set off for the nearest seat, saying, "I don't care what they want, I'm hungry." As he sat down, he was greeted in a friendly manner by his neighbours, as if he had turned up to a regular dinner party. Vigo asked, "What choice do we have except to go with it?" He left to find a seat too. Carina pulled out a chair between a man and a woman. The woman wore a long pale blue gown that draped from her shoulders. Her jet black hair hung loose down her back, and a silver tiara held it away from her face. When Carina took the seat next to her, she grimaced and looked away. The man held out his hand. "Rano Shelter." He was black-haired too, strong-jawed and attractive in his pale grey tailored suit. She stared at the outstretched palm, her mind thrown back to Ostalon, where she'd discovered the true star map to Earth. In her earliest days on the planet, she'd been forced to attend a similar event held by Langley Dirksen, matriarch of the evil clan. She smiled, recalling her outrageous behaviour, stealing drinks and sweeping dishes from tables, furious at the coercion and her captivity. She had tempered since then, matured maybe. She had no urge to disrupt this party, regardless of how much she hated it, though the temptation to punch Rano Shelter in the face was strong. But that would get her nowhere. She shook his hand. "Carina." His startled smile of pleasure was interesting. What was he hoping from this encounter? "Welcome to Sot Loza. What would you like to eat? I can recommend the—" "You're speaking universal. I didn't think anyone could around here." His smile widened. "I took classes. I hope I'm easy to understand and my accent isn't too strong." "It's fine. What were you saying about the food?" "Ah, yes." He lifted a container and moved it next to her plate before removing the lid. "Try this. It's a fungus, rare even on Sot Loza. Fried in this way, it's delicious." Dubiously, Carina stuck a fork in a slice and transferred it to her plate. "Is that all you guys eat? Fungus?" "We eat a wide range of food. You'll be surprised at what lives down here naturally, and what we're able to grow. Take this, for example." He took the lid off another dish, revealing a lumpy yellow substance. "Can you guess what it is?" She raised her eyebrows. "Eggs?" "We call it Seprex. It's made from bacteria." Okay." In response to her reaction, he added, "It's surprisingly tasty. Would you like to try some?" "I think I'll stick with the fungus for now, thanks." She cut a piece and ate it. Her stomach was crying out for food, even though everything was unfamiliar. Not bad. She swallowed her mouthful and cut another piece. "Do you all live underground?" "That's correct." "So the conditions on the surface are the same all over the planet?" "With some variation. On this continent." The woman to Carina's right had turned to glare at him, causing his words to peter out. "On this continent what?" Carina asked. "What were you about to say?" He cleared his throat. "Conditions are particularly bad. The surface of Sot Loza is entirely uninhabitable. Tell me about your world. Where are you from?" Nowhere you would have heard of. Other conversations were taking place around them. Low, murmured exchanges, as if the situation was completely normal and ordinary. The only remarkable thing about the scene was the yellow punctuation among the range of rich dinner party garments. "Look," Carina said to Rano, "I know you aren't going to tell me, but I have to ask anyway. What the hell is going on?" He shifted as if uncomfortable. "Let's just enjoy the evening. You must be hungry after your long journey. Are you sure you wouldn't like to try some Seprex?" "Maybe later." As the dinner progressed, she exhausted all the tactics that came to mind to get Rano to talk. She grew angry, she wheedled, she gave him the silent treatment. Nothing worked. He and the rest of the Sot Lozans appeared determined to maintain their masquerade. It was only when she used the restroom she received the merest hint of a clue about what was happening and the Sot Lozans' intentions. A human attendant staffed the room. The woman in a dark grey uniform stepped forward to wash Carina's hands. In shock at the unusual treatment, she allowed the attendant to apply soap and water. As she dried her hands, the woman leaned closer and whispered, "It's better to go along with it and not ask too many questions. Life down here isn't too bad. You'll get used to it in the end." She took a step back and nodded, signalling her service was over. Carina returned to her seat, trying to figure out what had just happened. What did the attendant's words mean? Had she been a prisoner too, dragged to Sotloza from a far-distant sector? And was she now indoctrinated into the system, accepting her fate? If washing people's hands was what her future held, Carina would have no part of it. She sat down, and Rano pushed a dessert dish toward her. "Try this. It's a delicacy, usually only available at banquets." She eyed the pink gloop, no doubt another bacterial sludge. "I'm not eating your shitty slime. Tell me what's happening here. Why have you brought me and my companions to Sotloza? Tell me what this is about." He had the decency to look abashed. Leaning in, he murmured, "In time, all will become clear. I cannot reveal any more. I'm sorry." "Sorry doesn't cut it. You've diverted our ship, taken her from us, and now you plan on keeping us captive for the rest of our lives. You might as well have spaced us." "Oh, come on. It isn't so A gob of pink slime hit him in the face, splashed up by the serving spoon Carina had thrown in the dish. A dull thud sounded, accompanied by a gasp of shock. Pamuk, who sat opposite, had landed a punch on her neighbour's jaw. He crashed to the floor, still in his seat. The blow triggered an eruption. Someone screamed. The black dogs were suddenly on their feet and attacking the Sotlozans. They punched, choked and grappled with the diners, lifting them from their seats and throwing them down before kicking and stomping on them. It was pandemonium, a riot of violence and pain. Rano's head jerked to face Carina's, the whites of his eyes showing. He got to his feet and slowly backed away, hands raised. But she only stood up and separated herself from the action. Vigo and Chertang also elected to not join the brawl. The Sotlozans didn't stand a chance. Though they outnumbered their guests, they weren't fighters. Crying out, groaning and screeching, they suffered the onslaught as guards poured in and dragged the mercs off them. The polished tiles were slick with blood. Bones had been broken. The diner's fine jewellery sparkled on the floor. What had they expected would happen? You couldn't deprive a bunch of trained soldiers of their freedom and expect them to take it sitting down. Chapter 9. Earth, metal, water, wood and fire, Carina repeated. The list was only 5 items long, yet 2 of her companions seemed to be struggling with it. Wood? Chertang asked. Like from a tree? Yes, she snapped. Like from a tree. Come on, guys, said Vigo. It isn't that hard. They were outside, though near their residence, where they'd been dropped off after the dinner party. Most of the mercs had been hauled off somewhere. Only Pamuk had escaped the punishment, whatever it was, as she had come to her senses after punching her neighbour and stopped her attack. Rather than going inside immediately the transport left, the 4 had walked a short distance down the road. "But where the hell are we going to get wood around here?" asked Pamuk. Carina sighed and slapped a hand to her face. "That's the problem. And it isn't only not having wood that's an obstacle to making elixir. I don't know if I can make a fire." "If we had some wood," Chertang speculated, "we could—" "That's kinda my point. Hear me out. Doesn't have to be wood. Any flammable material will do. If we short some wiring to make it spark, I can start a fire that way. It was the first useful thing she had heard him say. Even with a fire, we still need wood, Pamuk muttered. I bet it doesn't even grow on this planet. We'll never find any down here. I brought some with me, Carina said, but it was in the clothes I was wearing when we were captured.
That we had to throw away,
Vigo said.
So if we find out where they put them...
Carina shook her head, like they're going to tell us. They want us to wear these banana suits.
Did your brothers and sisters have elixir ingredients with them too?
And bottles of elixir. But if they were treated the same as us, they don't have them anymore. Anxiety and fear gnawed at her. Would she ever see her siblings or Bryce again? She forced the feelings down. She had been separated from her family before, but they'd found each other. They could do it again.
One thing's for sure. We aren't going to find out where to get some wood by cutting ourselves off from the Sotlozans. That event they made us go to tonight, it had a purpose, even if they wouldn't explain it. If the black dogs hadn't started that brawl...
Ha! Pamuk interjected. More like a massacre.
If they hadn't started that fight, we might have discovered something useful.
No way, Carina said. The guy I was with wouldn't drop a hint. Didn't matter what I said.
Well, I thought I was getting somewhere with my neighbour until a black dog broke her arm. I'm pretty sure that soured our relationship. Still, you can catch more Cultrees with Ninery than Jardonic.
Carina stared. You what? I understand, said Chertang. You get what you want by being nice, not nasty.
Something like that.
Pamuk shook her head. Being nice isn't a black dog's strong suit.
Then they'll have to try.
One thing they hadn't realised at first was that they had a comm panel on the wall of the dormitory. It was a simple device, just a screen. Everyone had assumed it was an interface like the ones in the social area, and so useless unless you knew the local language. Then, out of idle curiosity, the morning after the dinner party fracas, Vigo read Hedran Mafmi's number into it. Carina was lying on her bunk, watching. Seconds later, the blank screen was replaced by Hedran's face, wreathed in a smile. Vigo started with surprise. She reached for something off-screen and then hung her translator around her neck. Great to hear from you. You decided to take me up on my offer to show you around?
He
glanced at Carina.
Can my friend come along?
Hedran's face fell. It would be cosier with just the two of us.
I'm not looking for cosy. I'd prefer it if Carina came with us. If you're not up for that, then...
Sure, Hedran blurted. Your friend is very welcome. Her expression said otherwise. They arranged a time for her to meet them outside, and Vigo cut the comm. Carina raised herself up onto her elbows. Of all the scenarios I imagined I might face after being taken prisoner, I never thought I would be third wheel on a date.
Is that what it is?
What do you think? She has designs on you. He gazed at his reflection in the screen and smoothed his beard.
That's understandable.
Carina chuckled. Not saying you're ugly or anything, but the Sotlozans seem to have designs on all of us. That's what last night was about. The guy I was with was trying to get me to like him. This whole situation is bizarre. We've been brought here to form romantic relationships with the locals. Why can't they get things going with each other?
Maybe their religion forbids it.
Then it's the dumbest religion in existence, and it would have died out before it even started.
That's all I've got. My new girlfriend might shed some light. I'm guessing I'd better not tell her I prefer men.
Carina guffawed. No, you'd better not. The sound of a vehicle pulling up broke through the quiet hum of traffic. Pamuk called from the refectory, where she and Chertang were still eating the breakfast that had mysteriously arrived overnight. They're back! The black dogs who had been detained at the dinner party stepped into the building looking tired but unhurt. They'd been held in cells, they said, and forced to sleep on the floor, but no worse punishments had befallen them.
Not much of a deterrent against doing it again,
Vigo commented. No, Carina agreed. But what would be the point? We can't punch our way out of this place. There are a hell of a lot more Sotlosans than us. We need firepower, but I haven't seen any civilians carrying weapons, and the soldiers aren't going to give up theirs without a fight.
If you and your siblings could use your talents, that'll help.
Yeah, assuming we conquer the problem we talked about last night and we can find them. Even then it'll be tricky. The mercs had spied the food packages in the refectory. In another second they'd piled into the room and begun to devour them.
On the other hand,
said Vigo,
we could out-eat our captors and starve them to death.
The vehicle that had brought the black dogs back pulled away, and its place was taken by Hedron's conveyance. She climbed out, peered through the open doorway and waved at Vigo. She's keen. Hedron Mafmi wore a pink dress patterned with silver swirls. It wrapped around her waist and clung to her figure flatteringly. She'd gone to some effort with her hair too, shaping the layers and bringing the front section to 2 points, accentuating her cheekbones. Her face was made up. Smudged dark grey lines defined her eyes, and a darker shade of pink than her dress emphasised her lips. Considering all her work was wasted on Vigo, Carina felt a little sorry for her. He took the front passenger seat while she was assigned the lesser position in the rear. Expecting to be ignored for the duration of the trip, she focused on the exterior to see what else she could learn about Sotlosa. Hedron took them in the same direction they'd gone for the dinner party. Now it was daytime, the sky was replaying. Did the people responsible for it ever vary the display or the ambient temperature, giving the underground world the appearance of seasons? The same conditions all the time would get boring fast.
This area seems empty, said Vigo. Is it new?
You're a smart guy, Hedron replied. That's right. This section was tunnelled a couple of years ago to join Laft, the town where you arrived, with Sarnak, the place where I'm taking you. Before this section was opened, travelling between Laft and Sarnak took 2 hours.
Is Sarnak connected to the surface too?
No, just Laft. She paused. I know what you're doing. You're trying to figure out ways to escape. I know it's hard for you right now, but you have to forget about it. Even if you made it to an elevator, it wouldn't work for you. And if it did, you wouldn't last more than a few hours up top. It's unlivable up there. You can't see more than a few meters, and the air fries your lungs. If you survived long enough to steal a shuttle to take you to your ship, you could never board it. We have hundreds of people on it, and they would kill you. Escaping from Sotlosa is a suicide mission. She might have been trying to put them off, but in doing so she was giving useful information. Vigo said,
It might make our fate easier to swallow if we knew why we're here.
I can't tell you that. All I can say is, it'll become clear over time.
In that case, what can you tell us? Do Sotlosans have a list of permitted subjects to discuss with outsiders?
I can tell you our history if you're interested.
I'd love to hear it.
Our ancestors arrived on a colony ship like yours roughly 1400 years ago, standard. While most of the colonists were in deep sleep, there was an accident. According to the log, the ship collided with an astronomical body of some kind. The data was incomplete. Whatever it was, it cut across and through the shielding on the fuel tanks, and as the pressurized fuel vented, the force pushed us way off course. We sent out a mayday, but no one answered, unsurprisingly. We were far from any inhabited systems. As Hedron had been speaking, a built-up area had come into view. The low buildings spread out as far as Carina could see. The Sot Lozans had been busy over the last 400 years. The skeleton crew awake at the time of the collision managed to seal the many leaks, but only a little fuel remained, not enough to return the ship to her course or take her to inhabited regions. They had no choice but to remain on the new heading and hope to reach a habitable planet before the chemicals and power keeping everyone in deep sleep alive ran out. Their chances were slim, but as luck would have it, they came close enough to Sot Loza's system to use the remaining fuel to slow the ship down and achieve orbit. Vigo said,
"And I guess that, being a colony vessel, they were set up to survive a few years while they figured out a way to live here."
She nodded. Despite the earlier misfortune, destiny seemed to have a hand to play in ensuring our presence on Sot Loza. "Destiny?" Carina piped up. "Does your survival really mean anything? If your ancestors hadn't survived, no one would be here to tell the tale. And in this galactic dead zone, no one would ever find your planet or any evidence of a failed colonization." Though Hedron had her back to her, Carina felt her scowl. Without turning round, she said, "There are many of us who believe there's a deeper purpose to our existence on Sot Loza. I wouldn't go around voicing your opinion on the matter if I were you." Vigo gave a small cough. Carina sighed, silently cursing her own big mouth. So much for turning Hedron into a co-conspirator. Chapter 10. Bryce snapped his eyes open and sat bolt upright. He was on a bed in a small bare room, and the door was closing. He leapt up to try to catch it, but blackness closed in, and his head felt light. He crumpled to the floor, hitting his knees on the hard tile. The door slid shut. Wincing, he shook his head to clear it. When his consciousness fully returned, he got to his feet and stepped to the door. It was locked. As he'd suspected as soon as he'd come around, he was being held prisoner. He touched his chest. His armoured suit was gone, and he was wearing a hospital gown. His burns seemed to have healed. The tile was icy cold under his bare feet. After trying the door a couple more times, he climbed back into bed. What had happened? As he recalled being separated from Carina's family, anxiety hit him. Were they okay? He hoped the people of this planet were treating the children kindly. He remembered stumbling through the enemy ship, being forced along by a soldier until he reached the shuttle bay. He was pushed into a container holding the other mercs on his team. A seemingly endless journey full of pain followed. They must have landed, but he had no memory of it or anything else. The enemy had fixed him up. Jackson's guess that they didn't want to kill them had been correct. So what did they want? He padded across to the door once more and pressed an ear to it. Either the room was soundproofed or absolute silence reigned outside. He thumped it with a fist. "Hey, let me out! What have you done with the children from the ship? I demand to see them! Hey, answer me!" Nothing. He marched to the opposite side of the room and slammed his hands on the wall. Jackson had said they had to take things step by step, but that had included him staying with the kids. Things had started to go wrong already. He had to get back to them. From behind him came the sound of the door opening. He rushed over to it, but halted in surprise when he saw who entered. It was the Marchonish woman, Ava, with her little one. As soon as she had slipped in, the door slid shut. "Bryce," she said softly, "are you better?" "Yeah, I'm fine. What are you doing here? What's happening?" "The guard said I can only stay a few minutes. I just wanted to check up on you. I insisted on seeing you, but they won't allow me to stay long. I'll tell the children you're okay. They're so worried about you." "You're with the kids? Are they all right?" "They're fine, just upset. But they'll calm down when I tell them your wounds have been treated." "Can you tell them I'll get to them as soon as I can?" In his current situation there seemed little hope of that, but he wanted them to know he was trying. Of course, but... She looked up and around the room. He was aware of people listening in on their conversation too. Be careful. They told us you won't be allowed to stay with us. You're going to go wherever they took the rest of the black dogs, and from what we saw, they didn't treat them too kindly. I don't want you to get hurt again.
I hear you, but don't worry, and tell the kids not to worry about me. I've been through some tough times and managed to survive this far. If I'm going to be with the black dogs, I'll see Carina. Together we'll be able to figure something out.
He didn't want to say more. It was important their captors didn't know Carina and the children were related. The door opened and a guard stuck his head in.
Time's up,
Ava said sadly. I have to go.
Take care and tell the kids not to worry.
She kissed his cheek. As she stepped through the open doorway, the guard moved out of her way. He was alone again, but his solitude didn't last long. A couple of moments later, the door opened again and a set of clothes was thrown in.
Get dressed!
Bryce barely had time to don the grey garments and boots before the guard reappeared and ordered him out. He complied, the coarse material of his new clothes already making his skin itch. The boots were too large, causing him to shuffle. A second guard waited outside. One in front and one following, they led him along the passageway and down some stairs. The rooms they passed weren't like his. There were windows in the doors, and, from the interiors he glimpsed, they held medical equipment and interfaces. He even spied decorative pictures on the walls. As they neared a door, it opened, and a medic walked out. She froze as she spotted him and his guard and ducked her head. Her expression was a mixture of embarrassment and fear. He didn't know what to make of it. Was she scared of the guards or him? And what was she embarrassed about? They descended another set of stairs and then another. These steps circled a central open area. At the bottom stood a set of elevator doors. A guard pressed the button and they waited.
You're taking me to the dungeons?
Bryce quipped. Predictably, neither man answered. The elevator certainly seemed to go down a long way. He guessed they must have descended to the basement. When the doors opened, the chillier, damper atmosphere suggested he was correct. The light was dimmer down here too. 3 doors along the passageway the guards halted. One spoke into a security panel. The screen came alive, displaying the interior of a cell. The guard commanded the prisoner to move to the far wall. He or she must have complied because a moment later Bryce was thrust in so hard he fell to his bruised knees.
"Shit," said a voice. "I knew my living situation was too good to be true."
Bryce looked up.
"Of all the cellmates I could have picked, you'd be the last."
"Likewise." Reese grinned and held out a hand.
"Good to see you, kid."
Bryce took it, and the heavily muscled merc jerked him to his feet. He rotated his shoulder, checking it remained in its socket. The small room held 2 cots, and only one looked slept in. That's what the merc had meant about his living situation. He had had the cell to himself up until now. Bryce eyed the toilet in the corner. He and Reese were about to become intimately acquainted. Reese followed his gaze. "Yeah, I apologise in advance. I took a shot in the gut a few years back, and my bowels have never been the same." "Great." The merc was staring at his feet.
"Wanna try swapping boots? Mine have been pinching my toes like a bitch."
He sighed in pleasure as he tried on Bryce's. Bryce discovered Reese's footwear was somewhat moist, but it did fit him better. He took the boots off and put them under his bunk to air out.
"What's been happening? I don't remember much after being taken aboard the enemy ship. Have you seen Carina and the others? You don't remember arriving here? Well, that's no surprise. You were way out of it. There's not a lot to tell. We were taken underground and put in these cells, where we've been ever since. As far as I know, our team was kept together, but we didn't see anyone else from the Bathsheba. They seemed to be keeping us separate. Until you turned up, I was on my own."
Rhys stretched out on his cot and put his hands behind his head.
"We were taken underground. Conditions on the surface are shit. High winds, thick dust. Prisoners, move away from the door,"
a voice ordered from the speaker.
"Not again," Rhys complained. "They do this every time they want to come in here. Like I'm gonna jump 2 guards, put them both out of action, and break out of here all by myself. You want to try though, right? Admit it."
The voice repeated.
"Prisoners, move away from the door immediately."
The merc winked at him as he got to his feet. Bryce joined him on the far wall. When the guard appeared, he pointed at Rhys.
"You, come with me. You have to give a sample." "A sample of what?"
Rhys shrugged. Chapter 11. Carina poked her food with a fork. On her plate were some green beans, a grainy mash, and a square of an off-white spongy substance she guessed was more of Sotlosa's ubiquitous fungi. Were the other items actually what they appeared to be, or were they bacteria formed to give the right appearance? "What's wrong?" Hedron asked angrily. "Isn't our food good enough for you? Would you prefer something from a ship's printer?" "Gee," Carina muttered, digging her fork into her beans. "I was just wondering what it tasted like." "Well, now you'll find out." Carina chewed, rolling her eyes. Vigo had been doing a great job of making Hedron think he was interested in her, which was fantastic for the end purpose of squeezing out useful information. But at the same time her antipathy toward Carina had been honed. In ordinary circumstances she would have left the couple alone hours ago. But firstly, she had no way of getting back to the outsider's residence, and secondly, she wanted to use the opportunity to find out as much as she could about Sotlosa. Hedron had brought them to the restaurant after giving them a tour of Sarnak. The town reminded Carina of the place she'd grown up, though Sarnak was larger and less ramshackle. She guessed it was home to about 15,000 people. The low buildings appeared to squat under the overhanging sky. In the town of her childhood, poverty had prevented the constructions from being taller. Here the reason was lack of space. It must have been cheaper to hollow out the subsurface on the horizontal rather than vertical plane. Their host had shown them municipal centres built in a mildly interesting architectural style, food factories, entertainment venues with rudimentary sims, and a small park. Compared to Lakshmi Station, Sotlosa was laughably undeveloped if Sarnak was a typical example of life here. Hedron's pride as she took them on her tour was unfounded, but it was unlikely she'd ever seen anywhere else. Carina's heart had skipped a beat when she'd seen the trees in the park, but she'd quickly realised they couldn't be real. She had confirmed her suspicion by running a hand down a trunk and feeling the leaves. "They're artificial, of course," Hedron had said with a smirk. "How could plants grow down here?"
"With sufficient lighting they could," said Vigo. "Is energy in short supply?"
Hedron frowned as she replied, "We don't need plants." The Sotlosans couldn't be lacking a good source of energy. They needed plenty to create their underworld, and they'd built several starships as well as the behemoth that had dragged the Bathsheba. Plus, the attraction beam they sent across space would require vast amounts of power. Maybe it was only a case of prioritizing what was most important.
"Tell me," said Vigo, "do you ever go up to the surface?"
"Why would I do that? Didn't you get a taste of what it's like before you were brought down?"
"I guess I'm not used to the idea of living my entire life underground. I can't imagine it.
If you'd grown up here, you wouldn't find it so strange. Carina asked, "Do you have records of your ancestors' home planet? Do you know why they left?" She wondered if they'd come from Earth. The Sot Lozen's attraction beam had pulled the Bathsheba way off course, yet the rift was closer to Earth than her own sector and Ostalon, one of the first places mages had settled. "Environmental degradation," Hedron replied. "At least that's what the history vids say. Their world had frozen over. Though they could survive, conditions were tough and their lives were miserable. So they set out to find somewhere better. 1400 years ago?" Hedron nodded. "Why?" "It's not important. Mages had left Earth, as far as she could estimate, much earlier. With the effects of time dilation, it could have been eons ago. It was possible the planet had frozen over in the intervening time. If that was the case, going there would be pointless. What was your origin planet called?" "Lupa." "Lupa?" It didn't ring any bells. "You seem very interested in Sot Loza's past. We can talk about something else if you like. What other questions are you willing to answer? I mean, if you could let us know what this charade is about, that would be great." She grimaced. "You know the subject is out of bounds. Why can't you just be grateful I'm doing you this favour?" "You aren't doing me any favours," Carina retorted. "It's Vigo you want. A complete stranger you wanted to pick up from the side of the road like a stray animal."
"Take it easy. I'd like to think my charms are easy to spot, even from a distance."
Carina pushed her plate away, folded her arms and leaned back in her chair, biting her tongue. Her worries about her siblings and Bryce were gnawing at her, setting her on edge. It was hard not to get into an argument with Hedron. That was what Vigo's comment had been about. He was trying to defuse the situation. "You're right," said Hedron. "It is Vigo I want." She turned to him. "You're an intelligent man. I'll give it to you straight. If you want to prosper here, you'll have to ditch your old associates and align yourself with a local. I can introduce you to influential people, give you somewhere nice to stay and a good life. What do you say?"
"What do you expect in return?"
"Nothing at all, for now, except perhaps..." She side-eyed Carina. "From now on we do things together, just you and me. I mean, it isn't like she's your girlfriend or anything, is she? She can't be. You must have better taste. I'm right here."
"Thank you for laying things out so plainly, Hedron. Now we all know where we stand. I'll give your proposal serious thought."
"That's all I ask. I'm sure you'll come to the right." Her hand flew to her ear, and as she listened, her expression changed from smug satisfaction to irritation. "I have to take you back to your residence immediately." "What a pity," said Carina. "I was having so much fun." Hedron was already on her feet. "Come with me." "What if we don't want to?" Carina asked. "What if Vigo and I want to hang around here a little while longer and smooch?" Vigo chuckled.
"We'd better go."
He asked Hedron,
"Is there a problem?"
"Something serious must be going down. The security chief is demanding your immediate return." The pillar of smoke was visible from kilometers away, except it wasn't exactly a pillar. The column only rose a short distance before billowing out sideways, drawn off by the air circulation system. Vehicles Carina presumed belonged to the security services blocked one lane of the road, and the traffic was backed up as it took turns to pass. By the time they reached the residence, flames flickered through the windows and fire was roaring. A fire truck was spraying foam on the conflagration, but to no apparent effect. As they drew closer, Carina spotted figures struggling. The security forces were tussling with the mercs, trying to force them into vehicles. The black dogs were putting up an excellent fight. Several officers were incapacitated, lying on the pavement or leaning on their vehicles. They seemed to be unarmed, relying on brute force rather than firepower. A losing tactic when it came to men and women who were used to fighting for their lives and fighting dirty too. They drew up and Hedron's car halted, her window opening. A man in uniform ran up. It was Rano's shelter from the dinner party.
Carina, you seem to be in a position of authority among your ship's personnel. Can you please come and speak to them? I need you to convince them to calm down and stop hurting my officers. I don't want to fire on them if I can avoid it.
You're the security chief?
We didn't get around to it when we talked, but yes, I am. If you could...
She climbed out of the vehicle. Chertang was the only person from the Bathsheba not engaged in a fight. Many black dogs were trading blows with 2 or 3 security officers at once. The refugee from Lakshmi stood apathetically to one side, his arms hanging loosely. He had a guilty air about him, but she had more important work to do before she could get to the bottom of it. "Hey guys!" she yelled, raising her arms over her head. "The fight's over!" Either no one heard, or they were all enjoying themselves too much to obey. "Guys!" she yelled louder. "Knock it off!" "Why?" Pamuk yelled back. "These assholes took our ship and won't let us go." A man barreled into her from behind and tried to get her into a bear hug. She reached back, grabbed him, hauled him up and over, and slammed him on the ground. "Yeah," Carina agreed, "but this isn't going to get you anywhere." "Doesn't have to," a merc commented, delivering a jab to an officer's face, causing his nose to spurt blood as the man staggered back. "Still feels good." Carina turned to Rano. "I don't know what you want me to say."
"Whatever it takes to make them stop. I really don't want anyone to get shot."
It was an odd statement coming from someone responsible for security, and whose men and women were getting the shit kicked out of them. She shrugged and tried again. "If you don't stop, they're gonna open fire. It's up to you." This seemed to penetrate. Most of the black dogs had taken a hit at some point in their careers, and they weren't wearing armoured suits. Firefights were a different matter from street brawls, and a merc who didn't understand that didn't live long. "All right," Pamuk said, kicking an officer's knee in frustration. "We'd better call it a day." Gradually, the merc stopped resisting. The Sotlosen security forces surrounded them, but appeared reluctant to approach. The black dogs rubbed their knuckles and rolled their necks. They were bloody and bruised, though not as bloody or bruised as the Sotlosens, but they seemed happy. "How did the fight start?" Carina asked Rano.
"When we spotted their residence was burning, we came here to take them somewhere safe. That's all we wanted to do, I swear."
Chapter 12. Their new accommodation was a 3-story hotel in Laft. It was basic, but better than the former place, which was now a charred, smoking skeleton. Here they were to share rooms in pairs. Most importantly, the hotel had a kitchen, though it was off-limits to outsiders. Apart from a handful of staff, they had the place to themselves. If the hotel had held Sotlosen guests, they'd been moved out before the prisoners arrived. They were also closer to the elevator to the surface, though the prospect of their escape and retaking of the Bathsheba seemed as remote as ever. The mercs had gone to be treated for the minor injuries they'd received in the dust-up, leaving Carina, Vigo and Chertang alone. Rano had left with the rest of the Sotlosens after thanking Carina for her help. "I did it for my people," she'd retorted, "not yours." It probably hadn't been the wisest thing to say, considering that getting closer to the security chief could help their cause, but his friendliness made her skin crawl. She preferred Sable Dirkson's frank hatred over these two-faced shitbags. As soon as he was gone, she took Chertang out into the crowded, noisy street. "What happened?" she asked, though she already had a good idea. "It was my fault," he readily admitted. "I was experimenting with the wiring, trying to see if I could start a fire for, you know." "And you were successful." "Too successful." His mouth turned down at the corners. "Things got a little out of hand." "Just a little. But don't feel too bad. No one got hurt." "The Sotlosen security officers did." "Yes, but they don't count. None of us got hurt. And you figured out something important. Do you think you could do it again?" He threw a glance at the hotel. "I don't see why not, assuming that place is set up the same. I won't let it get out of control next time." "You don't need to do anything yet, not until we have the missing ingredient." Vigo walked down the steps from the hotel and joined them.
"I was wondering where you two had gone."
"Just talking business."
"I thought so. I've been checking out our new place of abode. Did you spot the kitchen?"
"I did, but even if we could get in there, it's irrelevant now. Chertang was responsible for the fire at the other place." Vigo's eyebrows rose.
"I see. That throws a whole new light on everything."
"It makes sourcing the other material more important than ever." Carina felt she was on the cusp of a breakthrough. With Elixir, she could do so much to put a permanent end to the Sotlosen's control. "How did you leave things with your new girlfriend?"
"Easy there."
He grinned.
"I'm not the type of guy to rush anything. I like taking my time before making a commitment."
"You have a girlfriend?" Chertang asked.
"Already?"
"You don't? What do you think that dinner party the other night was about?" Light seemed to dawn in his eyes and his mouth fell open. Then he frowned. "Damn! I missed my chance." Vigo laid a friendly hand on his shoulder.
"Don't worry, I'm sure you'll have plenty more chances."
"Seriously," Carina said. "Did you arrange another time to meet up?"
"In between all the mayhem of the fire and the brawl, yeah, we did. But she hinted very heavily I should come alone, so it could be just us getting to know each other better."
"I'm hurt. I thought I'd made a new friend. When you see her, try to find out as much as you—"
"I get it. You don't need to spell it out. And you'll do the same with the security guy?"
"Rano."
"If that's his name. Of all the people you could have sat next to at that party, you picked the chief of security. You hit gold."
"I suppose I did." The thought of cuddling up to the Sotlosen wasn't appealing, but he was as likely as any of them to know where she might find some genuine wooden material. And he was definitely interested in her. One thing's for sure, they know where we are and who we're with at any time. As soon as the trouble with the black dogs kicked off, Hedron got a comm. Rano knew exactly where to find us. They probably know we're standing here in the street talking right now. Pedestrians regularly looked at them as they passed, though no one had stopped to address them directly. Perhaps none of them was managerial class, and so outsiders were off limits. Vigo was running his gaze over the hotel facade.
"You know, they might be able to pick up our voices even out here. We should be more careful."
Carina agreed, and they went inside. There was more to talk about, such as what might have happened to the rest of the Bathsheba's personnel. But it was all speculation. She could only hope that Bryce, her brothers and sisters, the Marchonish women, and the black dogs who had been taken captive were safe. She assumed they were having a similar experience to hers, though not the younger children. What would the Sotlosens make of them? After her siblings' many trials, she trusted them to keep their lips firmly shut about their abilities. They'd suffered far worse experiences than being kept in relative comfort too. But how would their captors treat prisoners who were too young to get to know better? The Sotlosens' behaviour was bizarre. She could only begin to guess at their motivation. Was it something to do with their belief system, which seemed out of the ordinary according to Hedron's hints? Were outsiders prized as romantic partners, and that was why they were reserved for higher classes? She arrived at the room assigned to her and Pamuk. She lay down on the bed to think, but she found herself thinking about Bryce. Was he receiving the same attention from the Sotlosans as everyone else? He had to be. Had he received offers he might find difficult to refuse? Almost certainly. She turned onto her front and rested her chin on the knuckles of her folded hands. It didn't take her long to dismiss the idea. Bryce had made his feelings about her plain. He had given up his entire family to follow her on a fool's quest. As long as he suspected she was still alive, he would refuse temptation. She was certainly not tempted. Even in ordinary circumstances, she would not have had feelings for Rano. He invaded her personal space, held eye contact too long, and for someone who had only just met her, he was simply overly keen. It was obvious he wasn't interested in her as a person, but what she had to offer. Which was? What did she have that a Sotlosan didn't? There was only one way to find out. She sat up and swung her legs off the bed. Scanning the walls, she discovered what she was looking for. The plain screen looked identical to the one at the former residence. That one was now melted and scorched somewhere in a pile of smouldering rubble. But this one might work in the same way. Except, she patted her pockets. Had Rano given her a card? She didn't think so. Despite the turbulent events surrounding their last two encounters, she doubted he lacked the presence of mind to give her his details. It was more likely he hadn't seen any need to let her know how to contact him. She walked up to the screen. "I want to speak to Rano's shelter." 1, 2, 3, 4. His face appeared.
"Carina, I'm so glad you got in contact. How can I help you?"
"I was wondering if you'd be interested in meeting up." Chapter 13. When Rhys returned to the cell, he seemed physically unharmed. Bryce had been concerned about the sample their captors had said they would take from him, but he didn't appear hurt.
"You okay?"
Bryce sat up as the door shut and the lock engaged. Rhys waved dismissively. "Yeah." He lay on his bunk, putting his cupped hands under the back of his head.
"What happened?"
Wasn't a big deal."
"Did they just want a blood sample?"
"Yeah, well, something like that." Something like a blood sample? What was like a blood sample? Bryce asked, confused.
"Did it hurt?"
He was a prisoner too. If the guards had taken Rhys for a medical procedure, the chances were the same thing would happen to him. Rhys gave him a look. "Let's not talk about it, all right?" Of all the black dogs Bryce had grown to know and, mostly, like in the many months since Carina had recruited the band, Rhys was the last one Bryce would have expected to be subdued and thoughtful. Yet that was exactly how he would have described the man's demeanour.
"Are you sure you're okay?"
Bryce snapped. "I said I don't want to talk about it." The intercom crackled to life.
"Prisoners, move away from the door."
As soon as the two men complied, the door opened and the same guard who had taken Rhys appeared. He nodded at Bryce.
"Your turn."
"It's best just to do what they say," Rhys said. "Good luck, kid." Bryce had been expecting to return to the upper levels and the medical centre where he'd been treated. It seemed the obvious place for the enemy to take a sample from him. But the guard led him deeper into the jail and down more stairs. How deep below the surface were they? Was the medical centre underground too? The location of their place of incarceration would make escaping the planet harder. No one had factored in that possibility. A set of double doors blocked off the end of the corridor. The guard spoke into the security panel and the door slid apart to reveal a clinically white, brightly lit room. 2 steel work surfaces ran the length of it on each side, and people wearing blue medics' uniforms stood at them, working with equipment Bryce didn't recognize. He was relieved to see no operating tables. "That way," said the guard, nodding at the end of the room, where a second set of doors stood. The medics ignored him as he walked past them. Anxiety tightened his gut again. Perhaps the operating tables were in the next room. Reese had seemed unharmed, but perhaps something different lay in store for him. Beyond the second set of doors was a smaller room containing only 3 people, a man and 2 women wearing white uniforms. One of the women stood at an open freezer, mist from it dissipating into the air. As he entered, she closed it, but he glimpsed rows of glass tubes. The man was working at an interface. "Last one," the guard said. "Great," said the other woman. "This is the one who was injured?" "Yeah." "So it's our first sample from him." She took a tube from a rack and held it out. "Spit in this." They only wanted his spit? He relaxed. Why hadn't Reese told him? Carina had always been wary of giving others access to her genetic information, but he didn't have anything to fear on that score. There was nothing special about his DNA. "I'll create a new file," said the man. Reese spat into the tube and handed it back. The woman placed it into an open slot in a machine. She picked up a second container, also made of glass, but wider and squatter, like a small cup. "We also need a semen sample. Go through there." She indicated a curtained alcove and pushed the container into his hands. He almost dropped it. You heard me, and don't take forever. It's been a long day, and we're all ready to go home." "Why?" he blurted. It was all he could think to say. "I'm not here to answer your questions. Do as I ordered. I won't tell you again." In one way, it was a simple request, yet he felt a huge reluctance to comply. Whatever the reason behind it, it had to be screwed up. Were they genetically engineering military personnel? Or perhaps they were making human mutants, experimenting to see what special abilities they could give their creations. He had heard of such attempts, though they were outlawed on most civilized planets. If either of his guesses was correct, he didn't see why they couldn't use their own genetic material. Why did it have to come from non-natives? Regardless, he didn't want any part of their experiments. No. He tried to return the container, but the woman stepped out of his reach, so he put it on the table. "I'm not doing it." "Don't be ridiculous. Get in there now and do as I say." "No way." "There's no need to be shy," said the other woman. "It's a natural act, and we're all accustomed to working with these samples." "I'm not shy. I'm just not doing it." He was feeling braver. What could they realistically do if he refused? Beating him up wouldn't help. A terrible thought occurred. "What about our women? Are you using their genetic material too?" He had visions of the female black dogs undergoing operations, or being impregnated against their will. He felt sick. "That's no concern of yours," said the man. "I don't agree. You're disgusting. Whatever it is you're doing, it's vile, and you should be ashamed." The guard cuffed him hard, causing him to stumble. "Watch out," the woman next to the freezer admonished. "We have sensitive equipment in here. If you're going to rough him up, do it in the corridor." The first woman said, "There's no point in roughing him up." She turned to Bryce. "I'm giving you one last chance." "I told you, I'm not doing it." Tutting, she stepped to her interface. The man moved aside and she swiped the screen, removing the data sets. "We have a non-compliant prisoner, male." We were just about to pack up," a voice replied. "I guessed so. We were nearly finished too." Can I send him up, or do you want to leave it until tomorrow?"
"Send him. We'll get it over with."
"Get what over with?" The woman nodded at the guard, who cursed and shoved him toward the door.
"You have to make life harder for everyone, don't you?"
He forced him into the outer room, through it, and back into the corridor. Bryce wasn't sure what was going on. He clearly wasn't going to his cell. The guard was taking him someplace else.
"What's happening? Am I going to be executed?"
"Ha!" The guard grabbed his upper arm and pushed him so fast they were nearly running.
"If it were up to me you would, but luckily for you, I don't make the decisions around here. Hurry up!"
They mounted the steps that led to the cells, but passed them by. The guard took him to the elevator, and they ascended to the upper levels. He was back in the medical treatment area once more. As they approached a room, he spied something through the open window that made his legs turn weak. It was what he'd been dreading, an operating table. He halted. The guard jerked him forward.
"What did you think was going to happen? They're gonna get their sample whether you like it or not." "No, It's too late to change your mind now," the guard barked. "You've wasted enough of everyone's time."
Bryce had stopped walking, but he was sliding toward the opening door, dragged by the guard. He swung his free hand around, forming a fist. The guard blocked the blow, grasped his arm, and kicked his legs out from under him. As his opponent bent down to grab him under his armpits, Bryce reared up, smashing his head into the guard's face. There was a grunt of pain, and Bryce felt the satisfying sensation of someone else's warm blood on his scalp. But then a blinding blow caught him on his ear, dazing him. Faintly he heard the doors open and a sarcastic voice say, "My, this one is non-compliant." Chapter 14.
"I have to say this is more pleasant and natural than the banquet."
Rano poured Carina a drink.
"And I feel safer with only you as my companion."
He winked. She felt insulted. Did he think she was less able to inflict damage on him than one of the black dogs? She didn't voice her anger, however. She was supposed to be trying to get along with him. Instead, she imagined transporting him up into the fake sky and letting him fall. Picking up her glass, she asked, "What's this?"
"Wine, of course. We can get on to the hard stuff later."
He winked again. Carina cringed with second-hand embarrassment. Made from grapes?
"I don't know that word. It's made from—"
"Forget it. I don't want to know." She took a sip. It was alcoholic. She had to give it that. She took another swallow, fortifying herself for the task ahead. She hadn't paid a lot of attention to Rano Shelter the first time she'd met him. Her goal had been to find out as much intel as she could, not get to know him as a person. But if she was to gain his trust, she would have to be more attentive and friendlier. She gritted her teeth. He'd brought her to a restaurant in Sarnak. It was an expensive place as far as she could tell. The servers were human, and they treated Rano with extreme deference. "This is nicer," she agreed. The dinner party felt forced, until the fighting started anyway.
"Yes, the fights have been quite something. We were expecting some difficulties, but not on that scale."
"You didn't expect us to object to what you've done?" She was incredulous.
"Treating people kindly usually makes them more amenable. Your group has been exceptionally combative."
"I wouldn't call—" she began hotly, but then she snapped her mouth shut while mentally continuing, "Dragging a starship off course and taking her crew prisoner, treating them kindly. If you find us unusual, that means you've done it before. There's a history of ships going missing in the area where your beam fastened onto us. How long have you been doing this?" He made a pained expression.
"Carina, I would love to tell you more, and I hope one day I will be free to do just that. But for now I simply can't. Let's talk about something else. I know hardly anything about you. Where are you from? What do you do?
A server arrived with their dishes. Rano had ordered for her, due to the fact she'd recognised nothing on the menu. The server lifted a transparent tureen of green soup from their tray onto the table and added a dish of brown things swimming in a similarly coloured liquid and another dish of fried. Her stomach did a flip. Are those maggots?
You mean these?
He gestured at the crispy white grubs.
We call them crudrans. They have a delicate flavour, quite sweet, though it depends on what they've been fed on. These are the best quality. You won't find better anywhere in Sotloza. Try some.
He scooped up a spoonful and, before she could protest, placed them on her plate. They're dead. At least they're dead. Is there any point in me telling you where I'm from? Do you even know the names of the systems nearest yours? I come from a place very far away, a poor planet no one's heard of.
I guess that's a fair comment. About my unfamiliarity with the nearest star systems, I mean. We're far distant from everywhere. I could find out the names of the nearest systems if I looked in the archives, but we Sotlozans rarely bother with such stuff. We're very self-contained.
Insular, more like. Why don't you tell me about yourself? You seem young to be security chief. Didn't anyone else want the job? He chuckled.
It is a hard job, but surprisingly, there's a lot of competition for it.
So you have friends in high places?
Ha! I like your sense of humour. No, I didn't get a helping hand from an influential relative. I started young, worked hard, and I'm ambitious, that's all.
He eyed her plate.
Not keen on the crudrans? How about some soup?
The soup looked the least offensive dish. She ladled some into a bowl and peered at the contents. This looks like algae. Am I right?
Well spotted.
She had some. It was okay. Algae was standard fare on many planets. Cheap and easy to grow, it could also take on a range of flavours. This was salty and aromatic. The warm liquid quelled her churning stomach somewhat, but it didn't make the maggots look any more appetising. Questions ran through her mind. She had to find something made from wood. She wanted to find out why the Sotlozans had brought them here. The answer might help them escape. She was desperate to know what had happened to her family, Bryce, Ava, and everyone else from the Bathsheba. But what could she ask that this man would answer? She put down her spoon. Rano had been eating the maggots, mixing them in with the lumpy brown stuff. When he saw her watching him, he paused. Rano, it's clear you want a deeper relationship with me.
I don't think that's any secret.
It's also clear you're not going to tell me why.
I can't. I'm sorry.
Do you even want to? But how can I develop feelings for you when there are so many secrets between us?
What can I say? I hope you can take it on good faith that my intentions are honourable.
I can't, she said dully, shaking her head. It's asking too much.
Perhaps with time.
He appeared crestfallen, and she felt the absolutely tiniest smidgen of sympathy. The more time that passes, I'm only going to grow more resentful. I'm not as old as you, but I've been through a lot, and I know myself pretty well. Frankly, I hate Sotloza and its people. You've deprived me of my liberty and self-determination. You try to dress it up, but that's essentially what you've done. Neither me nor my companions are the types to just accept our fate and make the best of things. She took a breath. Was she laying it on too thick? She didn't want to convince him the situation was entirely hopeless. She wanted him to believe it was salvageable, with a little give on his part. He had slumped in his seat and a hint of defeat appeared in his eyes. But maybe, she went on, he perked up. Maybe if you could make a gesture of that good faith you were talking about, I might begin to see things differently.
Such as?
I haven't seen anyone else from my ship except the men and women I was with when I was captured. Are the rest of my companions alive?
Oh yes, they're all alive. No one was killed during the capture, mostly because you saw the wisdom of surrendering quickly, and no one has died since being brought to Sot Loza.
The speed and clarity of his answer told her he was in close contact with the people holding her companions captive. Thank you, that's a relief. With an undertone of guilt, he said,
I understand it must be hard for you to be separated from...
Please, she hissed, spare me your pity. Instantly, she regretted her visceral reaction, but it didn't seem to anger him. If anything, he looked abashed. She pushed her advantage. Can I see them? She knew what his answer would be, but her question had a wider purpose.
That isn't possible.
After refusing the big ask of her first request, he should find it harder to refuse a second, smaller one. Then can I at least know where they are? We had some children with us. I'm especially worried about them. She made sure to add a tremble to her voice. Lifting her napkin, she dabbed the corner of her eye and looked down. In truth, she was only partly faking her feelings. After an awkward silence, Rano murmured,
I suppose it won't hurt to tell you the location of the children.
Chapter 15. Sot Loza was divided into 3 zones, all dug out below the uninhabitable surface over centuries. According to historical records, the early years of colonization had been extremely tough. The colony teetered on the edge of oblivion several times, with hundreds of colonists dying of starvation or succumbing to the elements while waiting for the underground settlements to be built. But it had clung on despite all the adversities thrown at it. Like most colonization attempts, the plan had been to create an agricultural economy first, ensuring food security before moving on to technological development after the colony had established itself. But the proposed methods of farming were all surface-based, relying on sunlight, rain, soil, clement weather, and moderate temperatures. Nothing had prepared the colonists for growing food underground. They'd been forced to use every ounce of ingenuity and invention to meet the challenge. While Rano had been relating all this to Carina, he'd been drinking steadily. Was he working up his courage to divulge something he knew he shouldn't? She waited patiently as he wended his way toward telling her the location of her siblings. The more he drank, the more loquacious he'd become, lacing his words with many tangentially related facts and asides. She had let him talk. She'd barely eaten anything, but had called for more wine and regularly topped up her dinner partner's glass. The restaurant slowly emptied of diners until it was just the 2 of them, alone at their table while the wait staff hovered in the shadows.
So you see, these dishes you don't seem to like very much. They're all the results of years of hard work and mental effort. A lot of them must be unique to our planet. They're a symbol of our survival.
Sorry if I offended you. I didn't realize how important your food is to you.
Yes, well...
He blinked and looked around the room as if noticing everyone else had left. You are going to tell me what happened to the children from my ship.
Why don't we continue this conversation at my place, where I have some rather special liquor? It isn't far from here.
She assessed his state. He seemed too inebriated to be a physical threat, and more alcohol might loosen his lips even further. She agreed. Rano Shelter's dwelling was within walking distance of the restaurant. They passed through mostly empty streets. Twilight hung over the town, just enough light to see by while giving the impression of night. He didn't attempt to hold her hand or put his arm around her as they walked along, for which she was grateful. She didn't want to sour the atmosphere by rebuffing him. After all the winking going on when she'd first arrived at the restaurant, she'd been apprehensive he would overstep. But if anything, tipsiness seemed to have made him less confident and more subdued. They arrived at a house that fronted directly onto the street, detached from the others. Like all the buildings, it was 2 stories tall. Single windows bordered the door on each side, and 3 windows sat in a row on the 2nd floor. The place was small for a chief of security, but then perhaps it was old, built in a time when underground space was more scarce. Rano pressed the security panel and the door opened. He led her to a living room on the right, telling her to take a seat while he got their drinks. The living room window was opaque and played a vid of a waterfall in a lush forest, accompanied by the gentle sounds of falling water and birdsong. Taken aback at experiencing something so unsot Lozan, Carina stared. Rano broke her trance by handing her a drink.
"It's beautiful, isn't it? Nice to come home to after a long day at work. I never tire of it."
"Is it a recording of your origin planet?"
"It's supposed to be, though I don't know for sure. It could be entirely artificial, a sim. I like to tell myself it isn't."
She ruminated on the trees bordering the water. "Doesn't it make you wish you could live somewhere like that? Or at least visit?"
"That would be like wishing I could time travel into the past."
She sniffed the drink and took a cautious sip. It was strongly alcoholic, with a flavour she couldn't identify. "Don't tell me what this is made from." He smiled.
"Okay."
She sat down. He joined her, but didn't sit too closely as she'd expected him to. It was odd. The drunker he got, the less annoying he became. It was the opposite of what she'd expected based on life experience. He sipped his drink, an arm over the back of the seat, his chin slumping toward his chest. Was he about to nod off? "You were telling me Sot Loza has 3 zones. I take it the children from my ship aren't in this one."
"Huh?"
His head snapped up.
"Oh yeah, 3 zones. There was a civil war 400 years back. It was a political thing. Up until then, Sot Loza had been governed by a single ruler. A hangover from the early days of colonization. A series of strong-minded figures had carried the population through the hard times. Some people thought it was time to elect the governing body. Before that, the leader had chosen the members and retained right of veto on their decisions. Democratic elections had been the political system of our home planet, and this new faction said we should return to it. Others disagreed, saying the Sot Lozan system had worked for us so far, and there was no reason it couldn't continue to work."
Carina clenched her jaw, aching to snap at him, telling him she didn't give a shit about his planet's history. But she had to be patient. He would either tell her where her family was, or he wouldn't, and pressuring him wouldn't work. Besides, if he passed out while he was droning on about his world, she would be free to search his house undisturbed. The sight of the trees in the vid had made her wonder if he owned wooden artifacts from his origin planet. Perhaps such things were prized.
"We said we would go along with whichever system the winners chose. The war was short and bloody. The zone that fought for elections won. Sot Loza's leader was executed."
He sighed.
"It was harsh, but if they hadn't killed her, she would have tried to rally support and start another war."
"Uh-huh," Carina remarked in a monotone.
"It's interesting."
"Is it?"
Prior to the war, the 3 zones were separated by kilometers of rock. They'd been settled at different stages of the colonization. This one's the oldest. Twice in the past a group had split off, deciding they wanted to open a mining site to create a new zone, though under the overall authority of the leader. Over the centuries, new dialects developed, and then entirely different languages. Here we don't speak universal anymore.
I had noticed.
But one of the other zones still does, as a second language. That's the youngest zone.
Is that where the children from my ship are?
Yes,
he replied, as naturally as if he were telling her something insignificant.
That's where they were taken. The zones were joined up by tunnels 40 years ago, and linguists expect the languages to merge again eventually.
She closed her eyes and rested her head on the seat back. Her siblings were far away, but at least she had an idea of where they were. How were they getting on? She was in a constant state of anticipation, hoping to receive a send from one of them, probably Darius, whose sends were powerful enough to cross the planet.
You're tired. I should take you back to your hotel.
I'm not tired, just thinking.
What about?
Life's hard here. He appeared about to protest, so she held up a hand to stop him. Hear me out. I understand that you're proud of what you've achieved, and you should be. In the history of galactic colonization, I don't think a colony has ever been established under such terrible conditions. But things are different now. You have starships that could take you away from all this, to underpopulated planets where life is much easier. Maybe you don't have the capacity to transport everyone all at once, but over time you could do it. All of you could walk in sunlight and wind, swim in oceans and rivers, stand under waterfalls like the one playing on your window screen, instead of burrowing underground like rats and eating maggots. You must know it's possible, yet you choose to stay here. I don't get it. He reached out a hand to cover hers.
Don't worry. In time, you'll understand.
Chapter 16. Though Rano had been pretty drunk by the time Carina left, she hadn't managed to squeeze any more intel out of him. It was only to be expected, she'd reflected as she walked back to the hotel. He was the zone's security chief, after all. You didn't get into positions like that by being an idiot. He must have only divulged the location of her siblings because he thought she wouldn't or couldn't act on the information. Pamuk was out of it and snoring when she entered their room. She went to bed feeling a little more hopeful about the situation. The kids were alive at least. She was confident Rano hadn't lied to her. On the other hand, she knew for certain that they and the rest of the black dogs were far away. Most likely the Bathsheba's personnel had been split into 3 groups, each group allocated to one of Sotloza's zones. Keeping them apart made sense. There was strength in numbers, and if any one group managed to escape, they would face the difficult choice of abandoning their companions or risking recapture by trying to get the others out too. For her, there was no dilemma. She would free her brothers and sisters, Bryce, the Marchonish women, and the black dogs, or die trying. The mercs were less important to her than her family, but she felt responsible for their predicament. If it weren't for her, they would still be working in their old sector, not on this harebrained escapade. As nebulous ideas on how to resume their journey swirled around her mind, she fell asleep. Someone was shaking her. "Wake up! Chertang's found some wood! Wake up!" Ugh. She turned onto her back and squinted, her eyes gritty. Pale lilac light glowed through the window. Someone had pressed the dawn button. Pamuk stood over her. "Chertang reckons he knows where we can get some wood." "Okay." Her tongue seemed to have swollen to twice its usual size, and it moved in her mouth like a slug that had lost its slime. The meaning of Pamuk's words began to filter through. Wood? Yeah, wood, the merc snapped. You remember that stuff? Hey! She rose onto her elbows and hissed, What are you thinking? Pamuk appeared to suddenly remember where she was. I just thought it was interesting. Carina rolled her eyes. I'm gonna get up, then we'll go for a walk, okay? Yeah, sure. 10 minutes later, she was out on the street with Chertang, Pamuk and Vigo. Chertang was buoyant, full of energy as he almost skipped along. Carina's steps were leaden. She had only had 3 hours sleep. They walked toward the town centre, where the elevator to the surface was located. Few people were about at this early hour. When no one was within hearing distance, she said, So what exactly did you find, Chertang, and where is it? He hung his head. I'm kinda regretting saying anything now. Why? Carina asked, deflating. Aren't you sure this thing is made from genuine wood? Yeah, that's one problem. I spent most of my life on Lakshmi. There's not a lot of natural products there. I'm not sure if I'm right. I'm no expert. That's okay, said Vigo. If you're wrong, you're wrong. You tried, right? Yeah, but... Chertang continued to hesitate. What's the other problem? Carina asked irritably. Her head was pounding. Spit it out! You guys are gonna try and get this thing, aren't you? Well, duh, said Pamuk. Chertang went on. I was thinking you might get hurt for something that I'm not even sure is what I think it is. And anyway, is it even worth it? I kinda like it here. Maybe sticking around wouldn't be so bad, especially when trying to leave could be a big disaster. Carina said, I didn't know there were small disasters. You're forgetting several facts, and no, I'm not going to spell them out to you. Think about it. The point is, we want that wood, and we're going to try to get it. So where is it? He huffed a sigh. That's the third problem. Carina suppressed an urge to punch him. I made a friend, a Sot Lozan, and I like her. I'm beginning to think I like her a lot. I don't want anything bad to happen to her while you guys do your stuff. How long have you known this person? Vigo asked. I only met her yesterday, but we really connected. Deep down, you know. Vigo met Carina's gaze. I can cautiously say your relationship may not be as meaningful as you imagine it to be. You don't know her. She's wonderful. Really nice. Carina muttered, Give me strength. Vigo placed a friendly hand on Chertang's shoulder. Have you considered this woman may have an ulterior motive for being nice to you? I knew you would say that. You've been saying the Sot Lozans have brought us here for a purpose, that there's something weird going on. But can any of you tell me what that purpose is? Do you know why we're here? Just because we don't know the answer, said Carina, that doesn't mean there isn't one, or that it isn't bad. Is this person your first girlfriend? Chertang looked down. I never had time for relationships before. The boss I was working for kept me too busy, and to be honest, no one seemed interested anyway. My man, said Vigo, extending his reach over Chertang's shoulders and grabbing him into a sideways hug. You have plenty of time to get a girlfriend. Take it from me, you don't want to get too involved too early on in the game. Play the field. Carina rolled her eyes, scarcely believing that getting off the planet would involve giving relationship advice to their accidental pickup from Lakshmi Station. We don't have time for this bullshit. We're prisoners. The Sot Lozans took our ship. They're holding people I love captive, and I might never see them again if you don't get your head out of your ass and tell us where the hell you—"
"Keep your voice down,"
Vigo urged. "Yeah, cool it, Carina," said Pamuk. "Everyone's on edge, not just you." She leaned closer to Chertang and said in a hushed tone, "You've seen the black dogs in action. If you don't want to get their attention, cough up where this thing is you claimed you saw." He paled.
"I wish I hadn't said anything now."
"Well, you did, so you better follow through."
All right.
He raised his hands in exasperation. "Last night I went out with the hotel manager. She took me back to her place and, you know—" "We know," said Carina. And she had a beautiful house. Her family own a string of hotels all over Salt Loza. There was this display case in one of the rooms upstairs, and something in it caught my eye. It was a bowl, very simple and plain, not like the rest of the ornaments, which were all shiny and fancy. So I asked her what it was, wondering why it was in there with all the expensive stuff. She said I had great taste, that I'd noticed the most valuable item. She said it was one of the few surviving objects from the colonization era, and it must have been brought on a colony ship from their origin planet because it was made from a plant that died a long time ago. It has to be wood, right?" "What color was it?" Carina asked. "Dark brown, almost black."
"Could be what we're looking for," said Vigo. "Did you handle it?"
"I didn't dare ask. The case was locked." "What was the security like at the house?" asked Carina. "Tight. A fence, guards, house security system, the works." "Figures. Do you think you can disarm the security?" "I can try, but I'm not promising anything." Leaving Sot Loza was not going to be easy. Chapter 17. When Bryce came to, he was back in his cell. The dimly lit drab ceiling that swam into focus, the sensation of lying on a hard, lumpy mattress, and the noise of Reese's snoring told him so. He ached everywhere. The guard had roughed him over before handing him to the medics. After that, he vaguely remembered a mask descending over his face and then blackness. An ache in a particular part of his body told him the operation he'd undergone had been what he'd suspected. What the Sot Lozans couldn't get him to give up freely, they'd taken by force. He adjusted his position, sparking fresh pain, and a groan escaped. The sound of snoring ceased. "You're back in the land of the living?" Rees asked. "Looks like it," Bryce muttered through swollen, bruised lips. "They did you over pretty good. I can tell. Was it because you wouldn't give 'em a sample?" "Uh-huh." "Shouldn't get hung up about it. It's no big deal." "Right, I'll bear that in mind. How often have you had to do it?" "Every couple of days. If that's the worst we can expect, we should count ourselves lucky." "I'm not doing it." There was a rustling sound as Rees moved on his bunk. "Look at me, kid." With some difficulty, Bryce turned onto his side to face the older man. "Don't get a stick up your ass about nothing. They could be doing a whole lot worse things to us. All we need to do is to sit tight, do as they say, and try not to." "Have you thought about what they're using our samples for?" Bryce asked. "Not for a second. Why would I care?" "You don't care if they're using your genetic material for human experimentation?" "I don't give a shit what they're using it for. Whatever it is, that's on them, not me. It's their responsibility. And if they didn't get it from me, they would get it somewhere else. That stuff's not exactly hard to come by." "All right," Bryce seethed.
If it doesn't faze you that you might be fathering babies born to live in pain, or actual monsters, have you considered what they must be doing to Carina and maybe Parthenia too, and the Marchonish women, the female black dogs? What do you mean? What they're asking from us is easy to deliver. It's different for women.
He didn't want to go into any more detail because the idea made him feel sick.
Okay, point taken. But what difference would it make if I refuse? They'll just take it, the same as they did to you. It'll show them what they're doing isn't okay.
Yeah, Rhys scoffed.
Like they care what we think. Even if it makes no difference, you'll keep your integrity. Ha! That's a damn fancy word. Talk to me again when you can grow a beard, kid. I might be younger than you, but that doesn't mean I haven't lived, or that I haven't learned right from wrong. That's something you seem to have forgotten. Kill enough men and you'll soon learn there isn't any right or wrong. There's only living another day or getting smoked.
Bryce was silent. He didn't know how to reach this hardened merc and make him understand. He also wasn't sure he should or could, or that it was worth it. Men like Rhys had endured adversities he couldn't even imagine, and seen inconceivable horrors. Who was he to lecture him on morality? Another idea occurred.
We've been here days. Don't you think something should have happened by now?
Yeah,
the thought had crossed my mind. Something must have gone wrong. And if it has, that means we aren't getting out of here any time soon. If we don't want to spend the rest of our lives as lab rats, we can't just sit here twiddling our thumbs. Maybe, but what can we do? It's just the two of us. Have you seen any other black dogs? No, I can't even figure out if they're in nearby cells.
Me neither. The guards are being careful to keep us all separated. The light flicked from dim to full.
Prisoners, move away from the door.
Bryce and Rhys locked eyes. Had their conversation been overheard? Were they about to be punished? Blinking in the brighter light, Bryce got slowly and painfully to his feet and joined Rhys, who stood with his back to the far wall. When the door slid open, the guard jabbed a finger at him.
You're to come with me.
As well as being armed, this one carried a thick baton. His partner waited behind him.
Already? I only just got back. Move!
They must have loved your sample, Rhys joked.
Yeah, top quality stuff.
Bryce shuffled across the cell. As he left, he caught a glimpse of Rhys's look of concern. Then he was alone with the guards.
Where are you taking me?
They didn't answer. They passed locked cells, enigmatically silent.
Hey,
he yelled.
Any black dogs here?
The baton hit him in his midriff. An oof exploded from his mouth, and he doubled over.
Try that again, and next time it'll be your kidneys. Now move.
Bryce staggered forward. No reply had come from the cells, but they could be soundproofed. He'd never detected any noise from outside his own. They were moving toward the elevator again. Was he about to undergo another operation? What would the medics take from him this time? Or was he about to take part in their experiments in another way? He fought the urge to vomit, not only triggered by the blow to his stomach. When they reached the elevator, the guards took him right past it, so he wasn't returning to the medical center after all. The passageway turned a corner and widened out. Here the walls were more brightly coloured and cleaner, and more lights shone overhead. The atmosphere seemed better too. The air smelled sweeter and less dank. They stepped into a new section, where a dark tunnel replaced one wall. It was a transport line. The platform was empty. They waited only a few minutes before a single carriage swept in and drew to a stop. The passengers who alighted were all in medic uniforms. They cast glances at Bryce, but ducked their heads, avoiding eye contact.
Where are you taking me?
He asked again as the guards pushed him into the car. A surreal feeling settled over him. It was like he was going on vacation with two stern, strict uncles who weren't about to take any shit from their nephew. A few passengers remained in the carriage, and they turned their heads as if to pretend he didn't exist. He and the guards didn't sit. At the next stop, they forced him off. Ignoring his aches and pains as well as he could, he took careful note of his surroundings. It was interesting, and perhaps useful, to know that there was a transportation system so close to the prison. The map he'd seen on the train had shown it was a closed loop of 10 or 12 stations. Their names hadn't meant anything. They hadn't indicated what was at each stop, such as an elevator to the surface or a spaceport. The guards walked him down a narrow circular tunnel. At the end, they climbed a long flight of steps. Near the top, Bryce halted in amazement. He could see the sky. It was pale lilac, and clouds scudded across it. A guard grabbed his elbow.
Get up there. We haven't got all day.
They stepped out onto a street. It looked ordinary, like you might see on any planet, though not many people were about. A longer look at the sky told Bryce it was early morning or dusk. He couldn't see a sun. A vehicle was waiting. They boarded it, and 10 minutes later it drew up outside a single-story building set back from the street. Bryce was completely confused. No scenario he could imagine explained what was happening. Was he being transferred to this new place due to the conversation he'd had with Reese? If so, why hadn't the guards simply put him into another cell? The double-doored entrance opened at their approach. Beyond it stood 5 familiar figures. Parthenia ran forward to hug him, but drew up short.
"Oh, Bryce, what have they done to you?"
Chapter 18. The feeling he was in a dream hadn't abated. Bryce sat in the living room drinking tea with Carina's siblings, as if it was just another rest day aboard the Bathsheba. Meanwhile, 2 armed guards stood at the door, one looking inward, the other out into the rest of the house, and they were trapped on an alien planet with currently no prospect of leaving. Ava was here too, somewhere. She had come, babe in arms, to briefly say hello before disappearing, presumably to give him time alone with the kids. He was having trouble keeping it together. Parthenia was the problem. She couldn't help it, but she looked so like her older sister, his mind was crowded with Carina. What was happening to her? Had their captors, the Sot Lozans the children had told him, been experimenting on her? When he'd seen the kids, his hopes had briefly lifted that Carina was here too, but she was not. None of her brothers or sisters had seen or heard of her since leaving the ship.
"I wish I could make you better,"
Oriana whispered, lines of concern creasing her forehead as she peered at him. She meant she would have cast heal if she could, which meant she could not. The kids didn't have elixir and hadn't managed to make any. He didn't know which ingredient they were lacking, and they couldn't tell him. Not with a guard listening to every word they spoke.
"I look worse than I feel," he replied. "Don't worry about me."
"What about everyone else?" Parthenia asked. "Have you seen them? Are they all right?" Again there was a subtext. She wanted to know about Carina, but couldn't reveal their relationship.
"I'm cellmates with Reese. He's fine, or as well as you might expect considering we're being held prisoner. I don't know anything about anyone else, sorry."
"Oh." Parthenia's shoulders slumped. She'd undoubtedly been hoping for a hint that her resourceful sister was in the process of arranging everyone's escape, or at the very least that she was okay. He wished he could have reassured her, if not about their imminent release from captivity, then Carina's well-being, if only. There was one subject they could discuss without fear, however.
What I don't understand is, why am I here? Do any of you know?
That's easy, Fern replied. We begged them to let us see you. We told them you're our friend, and if they wouldn't show us you're alive and well, we would stop eating. It was yesterday we made the threat, though we've been asking to see you ever since we were taken from the ship.
I see. So that explains why Darius is stuffing his mouth with cake.
The little boy gave him a crumb-speckled grin.
Are you all okay? Have you been treated well?
Parthenia replied. Apart from keeping us prisoner, everyone has been very kind. We don't like the food very much, but they've given us plenty and a wide range of it too. We're allowed out under supervision, so we've been exploring as much as we can. This was bad news. If the kids had free rein to find what they needed for elixir, and they'd been unsuccessful, it meant one or more of the items was scarce or entirely absent.
What have you discovered about this place?
Parthenia told him the Sotlozans lived entirely underground and had done so ever since they discovered the planet centuries ago. The colonists had intended to go somewhere else, but an accident on their ship had driven them many light years off course. It isn't horrible here, Oriana added, but it isn't very nice either. I don't want to spend the rest of my life on this planet. They keep telling us we'll get used to it eventually. We won't, Nala said vehemently. I won't. I hate it. It's so boring, and it's outrageous that they stole our ship. Bryce couldn't help smiling at the little girl's anger, though not in a patronising way, but because she was so forthright in front of the guards. Nala was fearless, despite having no mage powers.
Try not to give up hope, he said. Maybe the Sotlozans will see sense soon and let us go. How are they treating Ava?
Like a queen, said Fern. They seem to like her best of all of us. No one knows why. Even she can't figure it out. It's because she has a baby, Darius commented. Huh? Fern's lip curled in sceptical puzzlement. That's a stupid reason. What makes you say that? They get all warm and fuzzy inside when they see it. Parthenia frowned at him, warning him to not mention anything else pertaining to his mage abilities. He looked down, abashed. Come to think of it, she said, you could be right. I am right. She turned to Bryce. They're very patient and gentle around Ava. It would make sense their being especially careful because the baby is so young and vulnerable. He tried to reconcile this side of the Sotlozans with the treatment he had personally received from them. He couldn't. They're more patient than me, said Oriana. The little thing never seems to stop crying. I'm never having children. They would send me crazy. Good, said Fern, because if you did, I would be the worst uncle in the galaxy. Now I've experienced living with one, I agree with you. All they ever do is cry, eat, and poop. Parthenia reached out and touched Bryce's hand. I'm going to speak to the guards and ask them if you can come here and live with us. You're part of our family. We should be together. A rush of emotion hit him. Again, her resemblance to Carina, coupled with his fears, were overwhelming. Chapter 19. Carina rubbed her sweaty palms on her pants. She didn't think she'd ever been so nervous on a raid, not even when she'd gone with Captain Speedle to rescue Darius from his Dirksen kidnappers. Was it because she didn't have any elixir? Even if she'd never intended to use it, she'd always taken some with her when she'd been a black dog. Just having a flask on her hip gave her a sense of security. If she was in a bad spot, she could transport out, or if she was wounded, she could heal herself. Elixir was a great backup plan. Now she was as vulnerable as a non-mage, and she didn't like it. she felt naked. Being unarmed didn't help either, but strangely enough that didn't bother her as much. As well as the lot of Krillin, Vigo, her merc companions were Pamuk, Mads and Burkan, seasoned warriors, well-trained and veterans of many battles. Military conflict had weeded out the worst fighters in the Black Dogs, though they had lost some of the best too through sheer bad luck. She recalled Cadwallader, Atoy and Halliday, all good people, good friends, all gone. She swallowed and blinked as she peered out from her hiding place, hoping they would not lose anyone tonight. It wasn't likely. The Sot Lozans seemed intent on handling their prisoners with kid gloves, but it wasn't impossible. The residence Chertang had brought them to was out of town. A wide 2-story house stood behind tall railings and a large gate. Lights from the windows shone brightly in the darkness, illuminating the open ground in front of the house and the guards standing on each side of the gate. Were more guards patrolling the site? None had been spotted yet. "How much longer before they go to bed?" Pamuk whispered. "It's already late." "How would I know?" Carina replied. "We'll have to wait as long as it takes. Be patient." They were in the construction site opposite Chertang's girlfriend's house. Someone seemed to have been building a mansion to rival her family's, in the usual habit of the rich trying to outdo each other. Their cover was the portable office of the site. The place was empty now all the workers had gone home. Vigo said,
"Have you noticed how quiet it is here at night? At home, even out in the desert, there would be noises. The wind in the dunes, the calls of nocturnal animals, the scrape of creatures moving through the sand. Here, there's nothing."
"That isn't right," said Pamuk. "You can hear something. Listen hard." Mads and Burkan were still, and the little group listened. One of the guards outside the house they were staking out shifted position, and Carina heard the faint rustle of his uniform. Then there was nothing, except it was not quite nothing.
"I can hear it," said Vigo. "What is that?"
"Fans," Carina replied, the moment recognition hit her. "I remember feeling a faint breeze when we stepped out of the elevator. The Sot Lozans must run fans to keep the atmosphere breathable." "You can barely hear the hum," said Pamuk. "Only at night when there's no traffic around. It took me a while to figure out what it was. I bet the locals aren't even aware of it." "Yeah," Carina agreed. "Probably not. They grew up with it." The downstairs lights in the residence went out. Only 2 upstairs lights remained on.
"Ha,"
said Vigo.
"Not long now."
Carina wasn't so sure. Chertang had gone into the house with his date a couple of hours ago. She guessed it would still be another hour or so before he could sneak down and open the front door. It was the only signal he could give them, and not being a fighter, the only help he could offer. The man lacked the skills and guile to steal the bowl from its display case, so they were forced to do it themselves. She chewed her lip. Was 5 too many for the raid, or were they too few? But they couldn't have brought any more mercs along. The Sot Lozans seemed to know where every outsider was at all times. The 5 of them simply slipping out of the hotel and walking out here under cover of darkness had been risky. First one, and then the other upstairs light went out.
"This is it,"
said Vigo, his tone tense. "No, it isn't," said Carina. "Take it easy." "Yeah," said Pamuk. "Relax." She leaned her back on the wall of the flimsy office. "Shit, I can't wait to get out of this place and back to the ship. Sot Loza is more boring than deep sleep." "But you aren't aware of anything in deep sleep," Carina replied, puzzled. "Exactly. So they don't compare. That's what I mean." Pamuk's answer wasn't enlightening, but Carina left it. There was no understanding Mercs sometimes. She wondered how Jackson and Van Hasty were doing, and Shao. Of all the black dogs, she got on with the pilot the best, probably because Shao usually thought things through before she acted.
"Come on,"
Vigo muttered.
"How long's Chertang gonna take?"
"Longer than a minute, I hope," said Pamuk, "or his new girlfriend's gonna be disappointed." Her fellow Mercs sniggered. Carina peered up and down the road, though she couldn't see far. Night enveloped the grey strip now the house lights had gone out. Only the faux stars and the glow of street lights in Laft lit the darkness. "Can anyone actually see the front doors?" Pamuk asked. In truth, it was practically impossible. Carina wasn't sure she could differentiate between any aspects of the shadowy facade. An open door would only look like a slightly darker patch. Pamuk cursed. "We didn't think of this, and we can't comm him to give us a clearer signal."
"We could try to get closer to the gate,"
said Vigo.
"We might see the doors better then."
"And we might not," Pamuk replied, "while the guards will certainly see us." Damn it! Carina tried to think of a way around the problem, but she couldn't. How could they tell if the doors opened in near pitch blackness? "We'll just have to do our best. We need that bowl. It might be the only piece of wood in all Sotloza."
"We could forget about it and come back another night. We'll see Chertang tomorrow. We can agree on a different signal, one that will actually work in these conditions."
"I don't know," said Carina. "I'd rather take our chances now. There's no guarantee the bowl will even be there after tonight, or that we'll be able to come out here again without being noticed. The Sotlozans are probably looking for us already, wondering where we've gone. After tonight, they'll watch us more closely." "Lin's right," said Pamuk. "We won't get this chance again. We've been treated pretty nicely, but we're still prisoners. We can't forget that."
"Then maybe we can think of another—"
"Shh!" hissed Pamuk. "Did you hear that?" Carina strained her ears, but the only sound she could detect was the faint hum of the ventilation fans. "What do you think you heard?" "A door opening." She squinted at the front of the house. Was the sight of the doors darker than the rest of it? "It's too soon. He can't have snuck downstairs yet. I swear that's what I heard. We need to move, now, before someone notices the open door and closes it." "Okay, let's do it." The group ran out from their cover and about 30 meters down the street, moving softly and quietly. When they reached the spot opposite the corner of the fence, they darted across the road. If the estate guards saw them, they didn't raise an alarm. Pamuk in the lead, they jogged along the fence line, not stopping until they were out of sight of the guards. Mads made a stirrup from his hands. Pamuk put a foot in it and he boosted her up. She grabbed the top of the railings and pulled herself over. There was a soft thunk as her dark figure landed on the other side. It was Carina's turn next. A moment later, she hit the ground next to Pamuk. In another few seconds, Vigo joined them. Mads and Burkan would wait to help them climb back over the fence, assuming they didn't get caught. 3 cars were parked on this side of the house. They ran behind them to the wall and then up to the corner. Peeking out, Carina saw the guards. They faced outward toward the road. It was only then it struck her how odd their presence was. The owners of the house were rich, there was no doubt about that, but armed guards seemed overkill. Sotlozan society didn't seem particularly lawless or violent. She had no more time to think about it. Pamuk was on her way to the front door. Vigo quickly followed her, and Carina brought up the rear. The Merc had been right. The front door was wide open. They walked unimpeded into the hallway. "Chertang," Pamuk whispered, almost inaudibly. No answer came. Chapter 20. Minutes had passed and there was no sign of their companion. They were alone in the large dark hallway. The house was silent. A pale glow spilled down from the second floor. Open doorways led to the downstairs rooms, all seemingly empty. The household had gone to bed, and so had Chertang, apparently. The plan had been that he would disarm the security, open the door, and wait for them inside before taking them to the bowl. Was he hoping that if he wasn't present for the robbery he wouldn't be suspected of helping, and he could continue his romantic relationship with the rich daughter? "Where the fuck is that idiot?" Pamuk hissed. "I should have known he would half-ass it."
"What do we do now?"
murmured Vigo. "Anyone remember which room the display case is in?" Carina asked. "Did he say it was upstairs?" Pamuk replied, "Yeah, but I'm pretty sure he didn't mention where."
"We can't search everywhere. The house is full of sleeping people. We're bound to wake someone up."
"We would wake them up when we smash that case open anyway."
"Yeah,"
Vigo replied with forced patience.
"But then we would leave fast. If we wake everyone up before we find the bowl."
"Okay, I get it. We have to try," said Carina. "Come on." She tiptoed up the wide central staircase. The deep carpet helped to mask the sound of their footsteps. At the top, the reason for Chertang's omission in not describing the location of the display room became clear. 4 corridors led from the staircase, lit at intervals by tiny wall lights, not much brighter than candles. At the end of each corridor, another crossed it. The upstairs space was like a warren. They picked one corridor at random. A closed door confronted them. They halted. Could this be the right place? Carina asked the others with her eyes. Vigo shrugged. It might make sense for the display room to be close to the central area. She pressed an ear against the door. From inside the room came the distinct sound of someone snoring. She shook her head and they moved on. The next door stood ajar. Carina stuck her head in the opening. Screens bedecked the walls, and a hollow projector stood in the centre. It seemed to be a room for entertainment or education. At the next room no sound could be heard, but the door wouldn't open, and so on they went. They'd reached the end of the corridor. Pamuk took the left turn, and Carina and Vigo followed. The farther they got into the Sotlosen mansion, the faster Carina's heart raced. They were moving away from their escape route and increasing the distance they would have to run when they smashed open the case to get the wooden bowl. She guessed they were already so far from the front door that the guards would easily reach it before them. And then what? She didn't think their punishment would be unbearably severe, but the object of their crime, the bowl, would be taken from them. And they would face very awkward questions about why they wanted it. Pamuk had stopped at a door and was listening. She grinned at them and made an obscene gesture to indicate the activity she could hear going on within. Vigo leaned in to listen too. Carina rolled her eyes and stepped past them. A short way along the corridor they caught up to her. "I think that was Chertang," Pamuk whispered in her ear. "You're disgusting," Carina muttered. 3 more doors yielded no results. When she listened at the 4th, she heard an odd sound she couldn't identify. It was a quiet, rhythmic hiss, a mechanical noise, not human. She beckoned Vigo closer to get his opinion. He listened and then gave her a baffled look. Whatever was going on in the room, she doubted it had anything to do with displaying ancient artifacts, so she walked past it. Pamuk was already at the next door, which stood open. She entered the room and immediately emerged from it again, wildly gesticulating. She had found it. They went inside and closed the door. Tall glass cabinets occupied much of the space. It was easy to see why the owners had picked this room to display their most precious items. The floor-to-ceiling windows would allow in plenty of light during the daytime. Even at night, the starlight glinted beautifully on the cabinets and gilded their contents. There were tiaras, necklaces, brooches, rings and hairpins. Some lined open boxes held only single gems. Another cabinet displayed ceramic art, highly decorated. The next she looked into contained portraits carved onto flat pebbles. The colony's founders? She felt a tap on her shoulder. Vigo tugged her arm, bringing her to a corner display. On the third transparent shelf sat a small plain bowl. Perhaps it was dark brown, as Chertang had said, but in the dim light it looked black, and it was so small it must have been for a baby. She nodded. This had to be it. She tried the cabinet door, but it wouldn't open. Pamuk waved them back and took a fist-sized rock from her pocket. They were far from the only exit, too far. But if they didn't want to spend the rest of their lives on this backward planet, they had no other options. Pamuk slammed the rock into the glass. It bounced back. The glass was not glass, but a transparent material, fortified against breaking. Shit! Pamuk grimaced and rubbed her shoulder. Be quiet, Carina urged softly. Pointlessly, she tried the lock again. The wooden bowl tantalized her, sitting innocently on the shelf, the answer to so many of their problems. They'd come all the way here, searched for it and found it, but it remained beyond their grasp. Let me try again, Pamuk whispered.
That's never going to work,
said Vigo.
But I saw something that might. Help me lay this thing down.
He reached for the top of the cabinet while Pamuk took the bottom. The items inside shifted, sliding from their shelves as the angle altered. Vigo and Pamuk moved slowly, but some noise was inevitable. Carina winced and looked furtively at the door. They were bound to wake someone up. A sense of hopelessness hit. Vigo was scanning the other cabinets. He strode to one that looked emptier than the others, squatted down and wrapped his arms around it. I get the idea, Pamuk said quietly. We'd better get out of his way. Carina got the idea too. The cabinet's legs tapered to a narrow point. Vigo heaved the display case up and carried it over to the prone one. Carina put her hands to her face as she watched in trepidation. He smashed it down, driving the point of one leg into the transparent surface. It cracked, but he'd made a racket. The objects in the cabinet he was holding clattered against the sides. The crack had been loud. Do it again, Pamuk prompted. The second blow split the crack into shards, which collapsed into the cabinet. Get it! Carina reached inside. She'd kept her eye on the bowl the entire time. She flicked aside the splinters and grabbed it before shoving it into her shirt. Let's go! They sped through the room. Vigo tore the door open and they piled through the doorway. Carina ran only a few steps before she crashed into Vigo's back. He'd jerked to a halt. In another second, she saw why. Guards were already at the end of the corridor. It was too soon for them to have heard the disturbance and run inside, or to have been alerted by someone in the house. They must have noticed the open door. Her heart sank into the pit of her stomach. Why hadn't they closed the door? Still, their idea had been stupid and pointless as soon as they'd found out the display room was so far from the exit. The guards advanced, weapons drawn. Don't move, one called out, or we'll shoot. In here, said Pamuk, opening the nearest door. Maybe we can climb out of a window. It was the room where Carina had heard the strange mechanical noise. She darted inside, Vigo close behind her. It was a small anteroom with bare white walls and shelves containing what looked like medical equipment. There was also a tall metal cupboard which Vigo dragged across the door. There was no time to ponder these anomalous items. Pamuk was on her way through a second, heavier door. The mechanical noise burst out as she opened it. She screamed. Carina had never heard a merc scream. Pamuk stood in the doorway as if frozen. Carina peered around her and had trouble stifling her own scream. Vigo, looking over Pamuk's shoulder, only breathed, "Holy shit." In one corner of the room was a hospital bed. The machine they'd heard stood next to it, and tubes ran from the machine to the figure lying on the bed. Carina couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, and not because the room was dark. There was sufficient light from the machines to see that the person was one giant, weeping, open sore. The machine was breathing for him or her, and liquid and nutrients seemed to be running through lines to the remains of the person's face and chest. The window, Pamuk stammered. Carina tore her gaze from the figure. The window was indeed open a few centimeters. Had the patient even registered their arrival? It was impossible to know. Vigo pushed past and marched to the window. He opened it to its fullest extent. "You two go first. You're lighter than me and less likely to break something." A scraping sound could be heard from the anteroom. There was no time to argue. Carina took a glance at the ground one floor below, barely able to make it out in the darkness, and leapt. As she landed, she rolled to absorb the impact. Getting to her feet, she was amazed to discover she seemed unhurt. Pamuk hit and grunted. She also rolled, but when she got up, she hobbled as she walked to Carina. Vigo's form was a silhouette against the dim light shining through the window above. He seemed to hesitate. A flash lit him up. He groaned and fell, impacting the ground with a sickening thump. The odour that emanated from him was nauseatingly familiar. He'd taken a hit from a pulse round. The guards must have broken through into the room. "Vigo!" Carina cried out. He'd taken a hit at nearly point-blank range, unarmoured. He'd had it. "Leave me." The words were a sigh on his exhaled breath. Pamuk pulled on her arm. "We have to go." Light flashed. They were being fired at. "I could save you." But she could not. Her merc training kicked in, and tears filling her eyes, she stepped away from his body. Pamuk was limping heavily. She put the woman's arm over her shoulder and grabbed her around her waist. They stumbled toward the fence. A pulse round exploded next to her foot, burning through her shoe. Stifling her cry of pain, she pushed on. Raised voices came from above. The guards were arguing. No more fire came. Though they were far from the spot where they'd scaled it, Burkan was ready, hanging down. He and Mads must have seen or heard the commotion and run to meet them. Carina helped Pamuk up to reach the outstretched hands. As soon as the murk was over, she took a short run and leapt, forcing herself to ignore the pain from her foot. She was on the other side of the fence. They disappeared into the night. They'd done it. They had the bowl, but it had cost Vigo his life. Chapter 21. It was 3 a.m, and Carina's foot was aflame by the time she reached the hotel with Pamuk and her other partners in crime. The walk back to Laft had been brutal. As well as the pulse round burn she'd suffered, Pamuk had badly twisted her ankle jumping from the window. With the two of them injured, their journey had been slow, and the need to avoid detection meant they'd stayed far from the highway. Stray rocks and spoil from tunnelling littered the open ground. Each time Carina had tripped on something, the agony that lanced from her burnt foot was indescribable. The streets of Laft were empty at the late hour. They'd walked from the edge of town to the hotel without encountering another soul. As Carina mounted the steps to the lobby, she nursed a hope they might have gotten away with their escapade. In the back of her mind, she knew she was being delusional, but the pain and the long trek had addled her mind. Vice General Quesham was waiting for them. The sadistic glitter in her eyes told Carina she'd seen them approach. She'd probably had tabs on them ever since they'd stepped within Laft's boundaries, but she'd let them walk the remaining kilometres exhausted and injured, prolonging their suffering out of spite. Soldiers waited inside the door. The black dogs who had remained behind stood on the staircase watching. "Seize them," Quesham ordered. "Search them and then bring them to me, along with anything you find." Firm hands grasped Carina's arms and she was force-marched away from the entrance. She didn't have the strength or willpower to put up a fight. Vigo's body in the dust below the mansion's window was an image she couldn't banish from her mind. Limply, she allowed herself to be manhandled. The soldiers slapped and jabbed her as they searched. When they came up empty-handed, she was the first to be taken to Quesham. The Vice-General was seated at the hotel manager's desk. After running her gaze from Carina's toes to her head, she nodded at the soldier who had brought her in. The man left. "Your companion is dead," said Quesham. "I thought so." "The guards at the Varvara estate didn't know he was an outsider before they shot him. They thought you were there for a purpose other than stealing the family's valuables. It was night time and the room you were in was dark, so they didn't notice the colour of your friend's clothes. It was an easy mistake to make. They will be punished nevertheless." "Because they shot one of us?" She was confused. If the guards' employers didn't want them to use deadly force on intruders, why did they give them guns? "Because they killed an outsider." "I didn't realise we were so important." Quesham slammed her hands on the desk and rose stiffly to her feet. She walked around the desk and up to Carina before leaning in until their noses nearly touched. "You didn't realise you were important? What the hell do you think has been happening here?" "I don't know. You tell me. You've all been screwing around with us ever since you took us prisoner." Quesham moved away. "But you've been treated well. You can't deny it. Believe me, things could be a lot worse for you. Doesn't matter how well you treated us. We're still prisoners. If you're so nice and kind, let us go. Give us our ship back." Carina paused as a fresh wave of pain from her foot washed over her. "What do you mean things could be a lot worse? Are you talking about the rest of us, the ones you took to the other zones? What have you been doing to them?" It hadn't occurred to her, after Rano had told her that her siblings were in another zone, that their experience of Sot Loza might be different from hers. Sudden fear seized her, masking the discomfort from her injury. "If you want to treat us well, let us see the rest of our ship's personnel. How do we know you haven't killed them?" Amusement flickered over the Vice-General's face. "No one's been killed." "I don't believe you. I want to see them." "If you had been compliant, that might have been arranged. But now it's out of the question. You've demonstrated that you can't be trusted. We can't take the risk." "Compliant with what?" Carina spat. "What are we supposed to be complying with?" "You could start by not breaking into highly respected families' homes and stealing from them. What was it you took, by the way? Is another member of your gang carrying the item?" Carina didn't answer. After a moment's silence, Quesham returned to her seat. "Oh well, I'll find out soon enough. The Varvara family will take an inventory and figure it out. What I don't understand is, why do it in the first place? What use would you have for a valuable item? You lack the connections to make profit from it." Carina only regarded her steadily. Quesham sighed and shook her head. "Naturally, your actions mean freedom of movement is now restricted for all outsiders. No one can leave this hotel unless accompanied by a Sotlosen with the necessary clearance. I will send a medic to your room to attend to your injury." This seemed to be a dismissal, so Carina limped out into the lobby. Pamuk was waiting with 2 soldiers. They exchanged a look as Carina passed by. "I'm gonna kill Chertang when I see him," Pamuk seethed. "Slowly." She was lying in her bed across the room from Carina, her ankle wrapped up. A medic had attended to Carina's foot too, and she was in less physical pain. She was lying on her side, facing the Merc. She was angry with Chertang too, but even if he had met them in the hall as planned, things would probably have gone the same way. "We should have closed the front door," she replied dully. "Huh? If we'd closed the front door, the guards wouldn't have come into the house until later, after someone heard the noise of the cabinet breaking. Maybe they wouldn't have heard it at all, and we could have snuck away. There's no point in speculating, but Chertang might have thought to close the door. He deviated from the plan like a moron. He isn't a merc, just an engineer, and a young one. He's older than you." Carina had no answer to this. Their pickup from Lakshmi was older, in his early 20s, yet in many ways he was younger than her, young and naive. We might not see him again anyway. He could have already shacked up with his new girlfriend. It'll be lucky for him if he does. Carina understood how Pamuk felt. To be betrayed by a teammate was devastating and infuriating, especially when someone died. If Chertang had been a black dog and had no excuse for his behaviour, at the very best he could have expected a severe beating. But she couldn't share Pamuk's anger. She was too heartsick for Bryce, her brothers and sisters, and Vigo. Over their time on Lakshmi Station, the Lotta Krillin had become a friend. She had lost too many friends. "What do you think was wrong with that person in the bed?" Pamuk asked. "No idea." Carina turned onto her back. Whatever it was bad. They looked barely alive. "Yeah, and they weren't going to get any better. No one comes back from that. If I'm ever like that, I hope someone does a favour and pulls the plug." "Me too. I don't get it though. Why wasn't that person in hospital? Why were they being kept in that room? They'd been brought home to die, of course. The same thing happened to my uncle. He lived on Ithia and caught the plague. When he got too sick and the splicers couldn't help him anymore, my cousins took him home so he could die in peace, surrounded by the people he loved." Carina turned onto her side again to stare at Pamuk. "Your uncle had Ithian plague? You've heard of it?" "Yeah, It was the disease Ma had died of, and that Bryce had suffered from until his parents found him and paid for his treatment. But she didn't want to go into personal history. I've heard of it. I'm sorry." "Don't worry about it. We weren't close." A fellow merc stuck his head in. "Chertang's back." Pamuk leapt from her bed and then gave a yelp as her twisted ankle hit the floor. "I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna throttle his goddamn scrawny neck." She hobbled out. "Pamuk, slow down," Carina called after her. "At least wait to hear what he has to say." She hopped across the room, grabbing the doorframe for support, and leaned into the corridor. Pamuk had reached the end of it and was face to face with Chertang, hands on hips, though not yet hurting him. He appeared terrified, justifiably. Carina was a bit scared of Pamuk too, and she hadn't done anything to piss her off. "Where were you?" Pamuk demanded. "We had to find that goddamn room all by ourselves." Chertang stammered. Cheapy woke up and came downstairs. I had to go back up with her. She wouldn't wait for me."
You could have put her off, told her a lie or something.
She wouldn't take no for an answer. I can't help it if I'm irresistible. Pamuk's fury dissolved and she let out a great guffaw. Roaring with laughter, she collapsed to the floor and slapped it, wheezing out, "Someone help me! I'm gonna piss myself!" Boots hammered on the stairs. Someone was running up. Someone in a hurry. Pamuk and Chertang turned toward the interruption. A merc ran from the stairwell and down the corridor, carrying something in his hands. Wordlessly, he handed it to Carina. It was the bowl. They'd stashed it among some rubble as they'd made their way back. She took it into her room and held it up to the window. It was risky. She suspected their every move was being watched, but she had to know. Pamuk appeared at her side, along with Chertang and the merc who had brought the bowl. She ran her fingertips over the dark brown surface, judged the weight of the thing, and peered closely at it. The bowl was utterly smooth with no blemish. There was also no sign of the grain she expected in a wooden object. She turned the bowl over. A maker's mark had been stamped into the underside. The stamp was clearly melted into the material. Her legs lost their strength and she slumped to the bed. The bowl toppled from her hands. It isn't made from wood. Chapter 22. Unless she was with a Sot Lozen, Carina couldn't leave the hotel. After a restless night, she'd spent the next day in the lounge. It was dusk, yet she hadn't eaten anything since returning from the raid, and even now she didn't feel hungry. They had gone to all that effort, suffered injuries, and lost Vigo for nothing. It had all been a waste of time. A couple of black dogs were here too, puzzling over the content on an interface. To her disgust, she realized they were trying to figure out the meanings of words in the Sot Lozen language. She turned from them to stare morosely out the window. Pedestrians passed on the street, some giving the hotel glances. The prisoner's new location was famous. Was the burglary popular news as well? She didn't care. She felt like she was standing at the bottom of a pit. Up above was a circle of daylight, real daylight, not the Sot Lozen fake sky. And somewhere out there were all the people she loved. Yet the pit was deep and the sides were smooth. There was no way of getting out. "Someone wants to see you." The hotel receptionist stood in the doorway, disdain written on her features. Carina got to her feet. Who could it be? The only person she could think of was Rano Shelter. Was the security chief still interested in a relationship with her after her escapade? A spark of hope lighting up, she walked out into the lobby. Hedron Mafmi awaited her. She halted in her tracks. "It's Carina, isn't it?" "Yes." "I've come to take you on an excursion, if you're interested." There was something in Hedron's tone Carina couldn't define, and her expression was odd. Her face looked pinched, as if she was holding something in. Still, the only way Carina was going to get out of the hotel was in her company. Okay. She accompanied the Sot Lozen down the hotel steps. Her car was parked next to the curb. "Get in," Hedron said. It sounded like an order. Carina began to have second thoughts. "Are you coming with me or not?" Carina climbed into a front seat. Hedron input the destination. The car waited for the traffic to clear and then U-turned. They headed to the outskirts of Laft and then onto the highway to Sarnak. The drive would take them past the house she'd broken into, where Vigo had died. She didn't doubt this trip had something to do with him. Hedron hadn't spoken a word since leaving the hotel. The house appeared on the side of the road, enigmatic behind its fence. It was hard to imagine the previous night's events had taken place. She recalled the skinless figure with melted flesh, kept alive by machines. Hedron checked the road behind, reached out and pressed a button on the dashboard. The car slowed to a stop, its engine running. She pressed a second button, the dash opened, and a steering wheel emerged. Pedals rose from the floor. Taking the wheel, Hedron guided the car off the road and into the bare, undeveloped wasteland. A bad feeling crept over Carina. "Where are you taking me?" There was barely enough light to steer by, but Hedron must have done something to stop the vehicle turning on its headlights. She clearly didn't want to be seen from the road. "Stop," said Carina. "Let me out." She tried the door. It was locked. "Calm down. We're nearly there." Nearly where? There was nothing out here. Behind them, cars passed by, their occupants oblivious to the rogue vehicle. Carina pressed a pedal, drawing the car to a halt. "Have you ever been to the edge, Carina?" "The edge of what?" "Get out, and I'll show you." The door locks clicked open. Outside, the air had the same ambient temperature as always. It was dark, and the stars hadn't achieved their full brightness. "Walk that way," Hedron said. Carina could only just make out her arm and hand as she pointed. Keeping a wary eye on her, she stepped in the indicated direction. A few paces later, she walked right into a solid surface. She had reached the side of the tunnel. "That's the limit of this section," Hedron whispered in her ear. Carina jumped. The minute she'd stopped watching the Sot Lozen, she'd approached her closely. She turned. "Get away from me! Feel it! Feel the rock!" "Why? It's just rock. What are you doing?" "It isn't only rock. It's the substance that encloses my world. It's all around us, above, below, and on every side. Wherever we live, there it is. If we want to go somewhere new, we must bore it out, meter by arduous meter. I don't give a shit about your world. You're the ones choosing to live here. It's not my problem, or at least it wasn't until you made it my problem. If you finish the geology lesson, you can take me back to the hotel. I brought you here so you can see what it means to be Sot Lozen, to be always hemmed in, confined. Like I said, I don't give a shit." Hedron had made a quick movement. The glint of a blade flashed. Carina took a step back. She hit the wall. The car was on one side, the wall to her rear, and Hedron in front. The only way out lay to her left. Hedron moved up close. Her voice soft, she said, "You took it away from me. My only chance for life. The only way I would ever be able to create something beautiful. And now it's gone. Because of you." Her arm jerked upward. Carina knocked it to one side and grabbed Hedron's wrist. Her other hand came up to grasp Carina's neck. She headbutted her. Hedron gasped, and warm blood from her nose spattered Carina. Her free hand went to her face while she tried to wrench the knife-wielding arm from Carina's grip. Carina punched her jaw. She staggered backward. There was distance between them now, but they remained joined by Carina's hold on her right arm. Carina twisted her wrist. "Let go," she said through clenched teeth. "Let go of it." Hedron squealed with pain, but the knife remained in her hand. Carina kicked her. Another squeal. "If you don't let go, I'll break your fucking arm." The knife dropped. Carina released Hedron's wrist to pick it up. Instantly the woman ran. She leapt after her, launched herself at Hedron's back, and together they hit the ground. The whoosh of breath that escaped the Sot Lozen's lungs said Hedron wouldn't be moving for a while. Carina felt for the knife in the dark. She found the blade first, slicing open her thumb. Cursing, she grabbed the handle. Hedron's silhouette had changed. She had turned onto her back and was lying still, gasping. Carina crawled over to her and knelt on her, a knee on each arm. She placed the tip of the knife at her throat. "Don't!" Hedron panted. "Please, don't! Tell me why your people brought us here. I want the truth, everything. Do you understand? I can't. I'm not allowed. You brought me to this place to kill me, which means no one's watching. There are no cameras, no microphones. I can do what I like. No one will come to help you. I can slit your throat and make it fast, or we can take it slow, one cut at a time, until, a few hours from now, you bleed out." It was like another person's words were coming from her mouth. Carina heard herself as if from a distance, or as if a stranger was talking, not her. It wasn't only the meaning of the words that shocked her inner self, it was the cruelty, the enjoyment in her voice. Her fears for her siblings and Bryce, and grief for Vigo, were sending her mad. "Please," Hedron whimpered, "tell me." She pushed the knife tip in. Hedron screamed and writhed. "I'll tell you! I'll tell you!" Carina moved the blade away a fraction until it only rested on her skin. It's the radiation that does it. That's why we have to live underground. It isn't only because conditions on the surface are bad. It's just much safer down here anyway. But it doesn't give us complete protection. The radiation is too strong, and it seeps in too, in a gas from the rock. We have to keep the fans running all the time to extract it. Radiation? The idea had never occurred to her, but it explained one thing. I saw something. Someone. At that house we broke into. There was something very wrong with them. It was like their flesh was melting away. Was that radiation poisoning? Hedron nodded. You mean nerve avara. He spent too long on the surface, testing out a new idea for a habitation. It didn't work. He was stubborn, ignored all the warnings, and now he's dying. His family are keeping him alive as long as they can, but a lot of people think it's time he was put out of his misery. The guards thought you were fanatics, there to do what the family won't. That's why they have guards. They've received death threats, and not only for Ner. As Carina pondered this revelation, Hedron twisted under her. I've told you what you want to know. I want to go now. You haven't told me anything that explains why you brought us here, and why your people have done the same thing for centuries. I told you, it's the radiation. So what about the radiation? It kills us, young. Have you seen any really old people? Now Carina thought about it, she hadn't. I've only ever seen them in ancient vids and sims from the old planet. No one on Sotloza lives past 50. Only a few people make it that far. There are euthanasia clinics all over the place. Hedron still wasn't giving the full story. She was holding something back. But Carina had figured it out anyway. You can't have kids. She felt the other woman's body go limp. It's hard, said Hedron softly. Most of us freeze eggs or sperm soon after we start producing them, and they're stored in lead-lined vaults. Getting pregnant and growing a baby to full term are fraught with problems. So many fetuses die of medical complications or abnormalities before they're even born. If we can get fresh genetic material from people who haven't grown up saturated by radiation, it multiplies the chances of success. And the influx of new genes from off-world helps prevent us from becoming inbred. It was the real answer Carina had wanted ever since the attraction beam had fastened on the Bathsheba. Finally, things made sense. Except for one thing. Why don't you leave? This planet's a terrible place. The children you're so desperate to have will lead horrendous lives. Who would wish that on their child? It's all we have, Hedron exclaimed. It's everything our ancestors fought for. the reason they suffered and endured to give us life, a future. Her voice quiet again. Besides, if you grow up here, you're doomed before you reach adulthood. If I were to leave tomorrow, it wouldn't help me. Wherever I go, tumors will kill me before I grow old. She began to weep. Carina got to her feet. Keeping hold of the knife, she walked toward the road, the sound of Hedron's sobs growing fainter. Chapter 23. Parthenia's request that Bryce could live with the siblings and Ava had been denied, but he was allowed to visit, and he wasn't required to give any more samples. Only Rees had to attend the regular medical appointments. The merc predictably joked that it was because Bryce's donations weren't worth having. Bryce suspected it was rather that their captors didn't want him bruised and battered when Parthenia and the others saw him. For this latest visit, the children had managed to persuade the guards to allow him to accompany them on an excursion. Darius had done an excellent job of hanging on to the head guard's hand, looking up at him with puppy eyes and asking him plaintively if Uncle Bryce could come too. It was his first proper experience of the world outside the prison. As they walked down the street where the children lived, accompanied by armed escorts, it took a while for him to shake the impression he was on the surface. The Sot Lozans had done a good job with the sky. It appeared to stretch for kilometres, but it had to be only a short distance overhead. It wouldn't make any sense for it to be as high as it appeared. Tunnelling out the underground area would be time-consuming and expensive. The kids had been here long enough to have found favourite places to go. Their most favoured place was within walking distance. Parthenia stepped sedately beside him. Darius held his hand. Nala had elected to stay at home. She was learning Sot Loza's native language. It was typical of the smart little girl to seize the opportunity to learn something new, and her knowledge might come in useful. Passers-by took longer than necessary looks at the children. It wasn't so odd, considering 4 bodyguards surrounded them. Yet there seemed to be more than idle curiosity in their glances. In another context, Bryce might have said the onlookers appeared wistful or even hungry, as if Parthenia and the others were precious yet unattainable. They rounded a corner, and the place the children had picked for their outing came into view. It was the first sight of green Bryce had experienced in all his time on Sot Loza. Lush grass grew next to a wire fence and pushed through it, wild flowers dotted among the tall stalks. Another novelty hit his senses, the sound of children playing. "It isn't very nice being kept prisoner," Parthenia remarked. "But we love coming here," Oriana added. "It reminds us of the grounds of our estate on Ithia."
"Where you lived with your father?"
Bryce asked, surprised that she seemed to be making a happy association with her former home. "And Mother," Oriana replied, as if in explanation. "Mother was with us too." "I can see how hard it is for you to understand," Parthenia said. "But we do have happy memories of our childhood. It wasn't all bad. I think Mother shielded us from the worst of it. I know she did with the younger children. I remember more than they do, but even I recall some peaceful, pleasant times. Father wasn't always home, and when he was away, we were quite content." "I miss Mother," Darius murmured. "We all do," Parthenia interrupted. "We all miss her." Another new sight opened up for Bryce. The park had the usual trees and flower beds, but it also contained low hillocks. Everything he'd seen on Sot Loza so far had been flat. In one section, a climbing wall rose about 15 meters, and children in safety harnesses were climbing it. There were adventure playgrounds with slides, ropes, bridges, tunnels, dens, swings, zip lines, and all the usual equipment. More children swarmed over it. "Have you noticed it?" Parthenia asked, spreading her arms wide.
"Noticed what?"
"The breeze." She was right. A soft wind blew, rustling the grass, flowers, and leaves of the trees. "There isn't a breath of movement in the air anywhere else."
"Because we're underground. There must be fans somewhere."
"Yes," said Fern, "but we've never been able to discover them. Though the guards bring us here, they don't let us out of their sight for a minute, and they restrict where we can go. I would love to try the climbing wall, but they won't let me. They say it's too dangerous," said Oriana. "But the other children are allowed on it." Indeed, only children were climbing, their parents watching anxiously from below. In fact, parents were everywhere, gazes fixed on their offspring. "I only wish it were real," Parthenia remarked.
"What do you mean?"
The park seemed real enough to Bryce. Aside from the doting mothers and fathers, the place seemed very similar to parks on Ithia, and, he presumed, most other planets humans had colonized. She stooped, grabbed a handful of grass and tugged it. Nothing came up. "Hey," said one of the guards. "Cut that out." She scowled at him. "It's fake, all of it. The meadow grass, flowers, everything. Nothing's real." The children couldn't make elixir because they couldn't find any wood. He recalled how the guards had torn their bags from them and tossed them away on the Bathsheba. Their other belongings had been taken from them too, including elixir ingredients. "What are you gonna do?" the guard who had spoken before demanded. "Make your minds up, or we'll take you back." "That one," said Fern, pointing at the central largest play centre. "I want to go on that one." It was also the busiest centre. 30 or 40 children were playing on it, running up and tumbling down the 2 hillocks, lining up to take a turn on the zip line that ran between them, throwing plastic chippings at each other in the play pit, and playing on the other equipment, screaming and yelling. "Would you push me?" Darius asked Bryce. The swing was a wide dish of netting, currently empty.
"Sure."
Darius climbed onto the dish and lay down, spread-eagled.
"Hold on tight."
Bryce gave the dish a hard push and stepped back. The dish swung high, and Darius giggled wildly. It was a bittersweet moment. In another life, another place, accompanying Carina's siblings to the park would have been an ordinary event. Over the time he'd spent with them, he'd grown to love them like family. Yet here they all were, trapped in this God-forsaken place, held against their will by people whose designs were as yet opaque. Parthenia chatted with one of the guards as the children played. It was the one who looked at her too long, and in a way that made Bryce's ire rise. In an earlier whispered conversation, she had told him this guard had made a habit of walking into her room without knocking and hovering over her whenever he was on duty. Bryce gave the swing another hard push. "I want to practice climbing," Fern announced loudly. "You're not allowed," a guard barked. Yet Fern marched determinedly toward the wall. "Hey, come back here," shouted the guard, going after him. Fern ran. At the same time, Oriana pushed another girl down a slope, making her scream with alarm. The girl's parents rushed over, got in Oriana's face and yelled at her. A guard stepped forward to intervene. Bryce gave the swing the hardest push yet. As it reached its zenith, Darius launched himself off it. As he landed, he collapsed dramatically and began hollering as if in agony. "I broke my leg! I think I broke my leg!" As the third guard sped toward them, the one Parthenia was speaking to moved away from her. But she grabbed his jacket and rose onto her tiptoes to kiss him. While the guard checking on Darius knelt down beside him, Bryce slipped away. He dipped into a tunnel running under a hillock and crawled to the opposite end. Looking out, he spotted a father focused on the altercation going on between a guard and the parents Oriana had offended.
"Hey!"
he called out. The man turned toward him.
"My kid's hurt herself in here. Can you help me get her out?"
The man hesitated, clearly reluctant to leave his own child unwatched.
"Please."
He bent down to look inside the tunnel. He squinted, trying to see the imaginary child in the darkness. Bryce seized him and hauled him all the way inside.
"Sorry."
He punched the man's jaw. The father was dazed but not out.
"Sorry,"
he repeated as he knocked his victim's head against the concrete tunnel wall. That did the trick. Bryce ripped off his prison uniform and in an agony of fumbling and breathless tension, removed the man's clothes and put them on. Now he could blend in with the locals. The alarm had already been raised. The guards were shouting, telling the parents to look for an escaped prisoner. Bryce emerged from the tunnel, pulled his new garments straight, and walked quickly to the exit. Chapter 24. "Rano's shelter," Carina said into the interface. "I want to speak to Rano's shelter." "You're wasting your time," Pamuk said, twisting her pinky in her ear. She withdrew her finger, inspected the treasure she'd excavated, and flicked it onto the floor. "He isn't gonna answer." The merc was lying on her bed in the room they shared. They'd been roommates for 12 days, which was 12 days too long. "He will eventually. He has to. The allure of my healthy reproductive status will be too seductive for him to resist." Her tone was light and ironic as she slipped into the customary merc banter, but in reality the notion sickened her. Ever since she had discovered the truth behind the Sotlozans' weird behavior, she had struggled to wrap her head around what they were doing. Kidnapping innocent spacefarers, using their non-irradiated status to provide fresh, healthy gametes and inject new life into the gene pool, and all just so Sotlozans could prolong their screwed-up existence on their poisonous planet. Naturally, she'd told all the black dogs everything she'd learned from Hedron Mafmi. If their rooms were bugged and the security forces heard her, she didn't care. There was nothing to be lost by pretending they didn't know their captor's dirty little secret. The mercs' movements were already restricted, and they had something the Sotlozans desperately wanted, the ability to bear healthy children. So what could they seriously do to hurt them? The small comfort the nauseating revelation had given her was that her siblings and Ava's baby were probably receiving good treatment, wherever they were. She had been worrying about them ever since the taking of the Bathsheba, but she still didn't know what had happened to Bryce. "Rano's shelter," she repeated. The screen remained silent and blank. She flopped onto her bed. "You giving up?" Pamuk asked. "No." Silence. "Okay," said Pamuk. "I'm gonna get something to eat. You coming?" The merc walked to the door, but then she turned and said, "You know, maybe we should stop fighting the inevitable." "What do you mean?" "Maybe Jackson was wrong. Playing the long game doesn't seem to be getting us anywhere. It might have been better to go out in a blaze of glory fighting the bastards. Better than defeat and a slow death on a dead-end world." "Is that how you really feel?" "I'm just saying, for the first time ever, I'm starting to think there might not be a way out." Coming from someone like Pamuk, this wasn't idle speculation. Carina sat up. "Are you guys planning on doing something dumb?" The merc looked evasive. "Nah." "Yes, you are. It would be typical of the black dogs if, faced with being trapped in domestic tedium forever, they would rather seek a quick end, taking as many hostiles with them as they could. "Don't do it," Carina said. "Whatever it is, don't do it. There's still hope we can get out of here." "I never said we were going to do anything." But you have to admit we're truly screwed. You can't get what you need for you-know-what, and neither can your sibs. We have no way of getting back to the ship, and even if we did, we would never leave the system without their giant vacuum cleaner pulling us right back in again. When we first got here, I thought we had a sweet deal. Spend a little time with the weirdos who want to wine and dine us, while we figured out how to get them to leave us alone. Then flash bang and we're back on the Bathsheba, grabbing some decades-long shut-eye on the way to Earth. The bulky merc sighed before continuing. But here we are, weeks later, one good man down, and no farther on with getting away from this place. I don't have the patience for this shit, and I'm sure as hell not going to be some guy's broodmare. So, while I'm not saying anyone's planning on doing anything rash and bloody, if something like that were to happen, could you blame us? Yeah, I could. Absolutely. We've hardly been here 5 minutes. There are lots of things to try yet. Like what? Like I'm not going to tell you, am I? Someone could be listening in. Pamuk narrowed her eyes. I'm gonna get something to eat. As she left, Carina lay down again. Shit. If she didn't come up with something soon, the black dogs would take matters into their own hands, and then who knew what might happen, except that it would be violent and perilous for everyone involved. Though she had to agree that things looked bad, she was far from giving up. She had her family to think about, and Bryce. She would fight to her dying breath to at least see them again. But the black dogs were not like her. They lived in order to live, and the life the Sot Lozans proposed was no life to them at all. Maybe she should have killed Hedron Mafmi out in the deadlands between towns. She would have been the primary suspect, and so perhaps in great danger. But it would have made the Sot Lozans realize who they were dealing with. Perhaps they would have understood it was safer to allow this latest set of victims to go on their way. Maybe I should have killed Hedron just for the pleasure of it. Pain shot up from her palms. She realized she was gripping her hands into fists so tightly her fingernails were biting into her flesh. She relaxed her hands. She mustn't lose it. The black dogs might not be able to keep their heads, but she must. She had to. "Carina," said a tired, melancholic voice. It was Rano speaking to her from the interface. She leapt up and ran to the device. "I'm here." The man's face was wan and downcast. "I'm not sure if I should be doing this. Why do you want to speak to me?" I was wondering if you had any more of that horrible liquor you gave me the other night." A sad smile. "There's plenty more. But why do you want it if it tastes so bad?" "I'm a masochist. Didn't I tell you?" "You must have forgotten to mention it." "I did. So what do you say? Want to have another go at getting me drunk and taking advantage of me?"
"I wouldn't ever,"
he replied, shocked.
"You're kidding, right?"
"What do you think?"
I think I'll take a chance."
"Great. Will you pick me up?" "Only some idiot made a stupid rule about us not being allowed to leave our hotel without a Sot Lozan accompanying us."
"That idiot would be me. I'll be there in 5 minutes." "As I understand it," he said, while she climbed into his vehicle, "you know all about my world now, and why you're here." "I wouldn't say I know all about your planet. I mean, you must have forgotten some fascinating snippets of local history in the lesson you gave me the other night. But I know the main parts, yeah." "And I think I'm also right in saying you're not going to reveal who told you." So he didn't know what had happened in the barren wastes with Hedron. It wasn't so strange. Like the rest of the prisoners, she had come into contact with many Sot Lozans. The only person he could know for sure hadn't given the game away was him. "Why would I betray someone who did me a big favor?" she asked. "Why subject another person to punishment?" Is that how you see your lives here? As a punishment?
Her jaw dropped. Not exactly a punishment, because we didn't do anything wrong. But what do you think this is to us? A ride at a fun fair? You stole our ship. You've trapped us here on your deadly world. Did you think you were helping us out?
Does it really matter where you live out the rest of your lives? You were on a colony vessel, planning to settle somewhere. Why not Sotloza?
You have to be joking. His jaw clenched and he looked away from her, out into the darkness. He seemed to be wrestling with something. His conscience? Why don't we talk some more over that nasty drink of yours, she suggested.
Let's do that.
At his home, he not only had the noxious brew he'd offered her before, but also crispy snacks in a bowl. When he offered her the bowl as they sat down, she took one and ate it without asking its origin. It was better not to know. The snack was quite nice. Now the beans have been mostly spilled. Will you spill the rest of them? If I have to stay here, what can I expect? It's been clear from the start that you guys are trying to partner up with us. We get the idea is so you can become parents. That's right, isn't it? He leaned back and spread an arm over the back of the sofa.
There's no point in denying it, so I won't. But I do like you, Carina. I like you as a person, not just because of the opportunity you offer.
That's easy to say. But if I wasn't from off-planet, would you even be interested?
I admit it's hard to know for sure, but I like to think so.
How old are you?
36.
How old do you think I am?
Mid to late 20s.
She shook her head. Try again. I'm about 20. I'm not sure exactly. Things get muddled when you do a lot of travelling in space. His eyebrows popped up.
I didn't realise. You look...
He faltered to silence. It's okay, you can say it. I know I look older than my age. I've had a hard life with one thing and another. What do you think about being my partner now? His brow furrowed, but his internal conflict only lasted a brief moment.
The age difference doesn't have to be a barrier. You don't only look older than you are, you act older. Your hard life has made you grow up fast.
Thanks, but... She'd been about to tell him he'd just proven to her that his desire to be a father superseded everything, all notions of decorum, integrity and morality. But insulting him wasn't going to get her anywhere.
What?
Never mind. She took a sip of liquor. Can you clear up some questions I have about life here?
I can try.
As I understand it, everyone dies from tumours while still relatively young. How does that work out? I haven't seen anyone who seemed to be sick or lots of hospitals. How can your society function if it has to care for huge numbers of people suffering slow, lingering deaths? He grimaced.
It's rarely slow and lingering. Most Sotlozans choose to take the quick way out when their illness begins to interfere with their everyday lives. Everyone knows a tale of someone who didn't self-euthanize, and it isn't a pretty one. There are retirement clinics all over the place. You just haven't spotted them because you don't know what you're looking at.
Still, I would have thought it would be hard to know when it's time to go. It must take years from diagnosis until...
You don't get it. We've been living and dying like this for centuries. The progress of the disease is well known, and it's the same in virtually all of us. From the appearance of the first tumour, we have about 6 months, tops.
That fast? He took in a breath and let it out slowly.
There's a drug we take that suppresses the effects of radiation. It's in all the food in trace amounts. If you eat a normal diet, you get enough of it for your body weight. Once the drug stops being effective, the disease takes over quickly. Coming from off-planet, you and your companions will live much longer than me. You have a head start, and the drug is working in you now, fortifying you.
That's a relief to hear. Another thing, is it only the managerial class who can reproduce? I don't understand how you maintain your population.
Only higher-ranking Sotlosans can pick a partner and have children directly with him or her. Once the match has been made, you would be expected to also donate your eggs for sale to the general public.
Carina coughed up the drink she'd been swallowing, spraying it over her front. Donate her eggs? If the need to escape hadn't already been great, it had suddenly become imperative. Any child of hers conceived with a Sotlozan had a 50% chance of being a mage. And not only her children, but Parthenia's and the rest of her siblings once they matured. Rano had thrown another ingredient into the disastrous mix. He was patting her back.
Are you okay? Would you like some water? That drink is pretty strong.
I'm fine, she croaked. It just went down the wrong way. When she'd recovered, she said, I appreciate your honesty. I have to confess, when we first met, I thought you were a bit of an asshole. But now I can see there's more to you than meets the eye. He smiled.
I'm glad I'm making a better impression.
She reached out and squeezed his hand. His smile widened. Vigo had been right. You really did catch more cultries with Ninery than Jadronic. Chapter 25. The goods in the store were unfamiliar. When food had arrived at the prison cell or at the home where the Sotlozans were keeping Carina's family and Ava, it had been prepared. They were strange meals, to be sure, but cooked and presented on bowls and plates in the usual fashion. Here the packages, boxes and packets displayed pictures Bryce didn't recognise, and the names were in the Sotlozans' native language. One piece of information he was able to glean from looking at the diagrams and numbers was that nearly everything needed to be cooked, or at least prepared in some way. To do that would require access to a kitchen, and the only place he had access to was the street. A shopper approached down the aisle, and he silently cursed. He'd deliberately come here in the early hours of the morning to avoid other people. He waited for her to pass, but when she reached him she stopped. He put the product he was looking at back on the shelf and moved away, but not before she let out an ugh of disgust and lifted the back of her hand to her nose. Yes, he smelled. It had been 3 days since he'd escaped. He'd been sleeping rough, and the only water he had access to was in public restrooms, where washing his face, neck and pits was the best he could do. Even that was risky. The authorities must have put out the alert that a prisoner had escaped, and anyone washing themselves in a restroom basin would look suspicious. More worrying than his odour, however, was the growing ache in his belly. He was faint with hunger, and being weak and unable to think straight wasn't going to help anyone get off this planet. He had to eat. Dining at a restaurant or cafe was out of the question. He had no qualms about running off without paying for his meal, but again, he couldn't afford the danger of being seized or attracting attention. He picked up another packet. It showed a child eating green gloop with a manic smile on his face, as if the gloop were the tastiest thing ever. That was a similarity between all the food items. They all portrayed children or babies, and the youngsters were all ecstatic to be consuming the product. Apparently no adult Sotlozans ever ate. Their culture seemed obsessed with youth. It explained Darius's observation that the guards felt warm and fuzzy around Ava's baby, and why their treatment of the kids was kinder than that of the rest of the prisoners. He put the packet back and moved on. There had to be something he could eat. It was the first grocery store he'd found that had a manual checkout. The others had been run in the usual style of automatically registering the customer's credit as they entered and subtracting the costs of their purchases when they left. Here you had to scan the codes on the packets and your cred chip, or not. The woman who had been disgusted by his smell left the aisle. He checked in the other direction. The area was empty. He picked up 3 packets of green gloop and slipped them inside his shirt. Swiftly he headed for the front of the shop. The scene beyond the doors was dark, the road deserted. The doors pulled apart at his approach. He stepped into the widening gap. An alarm blared out. The door snapped closed, catching his leg. He gave a gasp, twisted and wrenched it free. He was out. He ran, favouring his unhurt leg. Next to the store was an alleyway. He raced down it. At the end he turned right, darted across the street and then sped down a second alley. And so on, until he'd been running for 20 minutes and he was out of breath. He'd put around a kilometre between himself and the scene of the crime before he stopped. Would the Sotlosen authorities study recordings of the shoplifter? He had no idea if petty crime was common or rare here. Regardless, he'd had to take the chance his stealing would reveal his rough location. He had to eat. In the nook between a wall and a fence, he sat on the ground. One thing to be said for Sotlosa was that the temperature was always mild and it never rained. He took out the 3 packets from his shirt and placed 2 of them beside him. He had to feel rather than see how to open the 3rd, tearing apart the box in the darkness. 4 thick sachets were wedged inside. He pulled one out and used his teeth to rip a corner open. Something wet oozed out. He sucked at the hole. The paste that hit his tongue was salty and gritty, though it was almost flavourless. There was something about the texture that made his stomach rebel as he swallowed, forcing the substance back up into his throat. He grimaced and swallowed again. Then he squeezed more from the sachet into his mouth. Adjusting his position, his hand brushed the 2 packets on the ground. Could he manage to eat all 3 tonight? The thought of it made him retch, but he would have to try. He had an important job to do. The following morning brought an aching stomach, cramped back and sore head. He sat up. He'd gone to sleep resting his head on his arm, but at some point in the remainder of the night it had slipped onto the hard ground. After 3 nights in the open with little to eat and no shelter, exhaustion was creeping up on him. The time he had to act effectively was running out. The problem was he had no map of the town. When Nala had explained in whispers how to get from the park to the place, her instructions had been complicated. Though he'd thought he'd committed them to memory, when it came down to actually making the journey, he'd become lost. It was only now, after days of searching, that he knew exactly where he was and how to get to where he needed to be. The familiar lilac sky occupied the gap between the walls, and pedestrians passed by along the road at the alley's exit. He'd slept late after his long night, thankfully unnoticed in the shadowy corner. After twisting his torso from side to side to ease the knots in his back muscles, he got to his feet, catching sight of the empty packets from last night's meal. His stomach lurched and he sweated as he fought down nausea. His mouth felt like a sandpit. He smoothed down his wrinkled, dirty clothes and walked to the alley's end. When the road was fairly empty, he stepped out nonchalantly, as if on a shopping expedition or on his way to work. His first stop was a public restroom he'd made a mental note of yesterday. As well as being thirsty, he needed to smarten up if he was to avoid attracting attention. The restroom was empty. He bent down and took a long drink from the faucet before splashing water on his face. As he stood up, he saw his reflection in the mirror. What a sight! His eyes stared out from dark hollows. His skin was cadaverous, and he'd grown a bedraggled beard. He hadn't looked so bad since the time he'd been slowly dying of Ithian plague. He wet his hands and dragged them through his hair, flattening it. There wasn't a lot else he could do to improve his appearance. Outside, the street was growing busier. Lunchtime had to be approaching. The timing was fortunate. It was easier to remain anonymous in a crowd. The museum was only 10 minutes' walk away. When he arrived, a short line had formed at the entrance. He joined the end. He had no idea how he would get inside without money to buy a ticket. Maybe he could sneak in. He reached the ticket machine and realized his plan was hopeless. A barrier and turnstile stood between him and the museum's interior. He couldn't walk past the machine and jump the barrier without being seen. Then, no doubt, an official would soon be along to throw him out. Someone behind him spoke. He turned. The speaker was a young woman, and she looked mildly annoyed. She had spoken in the local language, and he hadn't understood a word, but he guessed she had told him to hurry up. He made the universal open-handed gesture that meant he had no money. It was a desperate measure, but then his situation was desperate. She frowned at him as if he was stupid, reached past him and pressed some keys. Then she gestured for him to go through the turnstile. No money was required. The visitors were only inputting information. What information, he had no idea. Elation washing over him, he pushed through the barrier. Now all he had to do was find the object Nala had discovered in her long searches of the Sotlozan net, and steal it. The latter was definitely going to be the harder task. Chapter 26. Growing up in a small town on Ithia, Bryce hadn't visited many museums, but he got the general idea. They usually had a theme, like science, technology, the natural world, or a period of history. This one was devoted to Sotloza's colonization. From the fateful accident to winning against all odds, Nala had translated from the website. Her conversation with him had taken place directly in front of the guards, none of them understanding its significance.
"Look what I found, Uncle Bryce. There's a museum all about Sotloza, and it's right here in this town."
"Is there?"
He'd sat down beside her to take a look at the screen.
"Uh-huh. It's so interesting."
"Museums are boring," Oriana said. "Unless they're about textiles," Fern added.
"This one isn't boring,"
Nala protested.
"It has objects that are hundreds of years old."
She scrolled through the pictures, showing relics from the colony ship, a replica of one of the first dwellings, the text of a colonist's diary, an early example of locally made clothing, and the stages of developments in food production. There were also titles to special exhibits.
"That's cool,"
said Bryce.
"Can you read what those words say?"
"This one,"
she pointed,
"says sounds of the new planet, and the next one is going underground."
"Maybe you can go there one day, if the guards allow it."
She surveyed the two men keeping watch over them.
"Maybe, but they don't usually let us go where there are lots of people crowded together. They say it's too easy for us to get separated and lost."
Neither of the guards commented, but they didn't deny what she was saying either. Of course, by get separated and lost, they meant slip away and escape. Angling the interface subtly away from their scrutiny, Nala said in a quieter tone,
"There's something really cool I want to show you."
She brushed the screen with her fingertips, bringing up an image of a box on a pair of odd legs.
"What's that?"
"Don't you know?"
She chuckled as if he were a little stupid.
"We had one at our estate. Mother used it for all of us. It's for babies.
Darius peered over the edge of the screen.
What is it? Oh, a cradle.
Yes, he went on authoritatively.
When the baby cries, you put it in, and then you push the cradle to make it rock. That's what these are for.
He pointed at the legs.
That's why they're curved. Babies like rocking. Ava rocks hers all the time.
Nala explained.
It's because it reminds them of being inside their mothers when they were walking about.
Oh yes, said Darius.
That makes sense.
Bryce was silent. The reason Nala was showing him the cradle had just hit him. It was made of wood.
Do you like it?
Nala asked pointedly.
Yeah, looks great.
A cradle. Where was the cradle among all these exhibits? The place was dimly lit and filled with shuffling visitors, slowly making their way past the displays. He followed in their wake. Unable to read the signs, he had no idea where the cradle might be. He would just have to search everywhere until he found it. He passed artifact after artifact, tech items from the home planet, artworks, ancient medical equipment, an original deep sleep cell from the colony ship, reports from the first media station, so many things. The visitors seemed deeply impressed by the exhibits, as if they were extremely valuable, though they were only old and mundane. He saw no cradle. He grew tired. The gnawing hunger that had forced him to steal yesterday had returned, and last night's slumber had not been restful. Sleeping outside on hard asphalt, the prospect of discovery constantly at the back of his mind, he'd barely snoozed. Pins seemed to be stabbing at his eyes, and he stifled a yawn. A doorway opened into darkness, lit by moving light. Recorded audio leaked out. A vid or holo was playing in the side room. He stepped inside, grateful for the opportunity to sit down. The show was ending, and the audience was filing out. He took a seat at the back and rested on the wall. More attendees dribbled in. The few that came close to him altered course, his unwashed odour perhaps deterring them. The screen faded to black, replaced by figures counting down to the next showing. His eyelids grew heavy, and he began to drift off. A blast of sound signalled the beginning of the vid, jerking him awake. More visitors had arrived during his brief nap. A starship floated in space. He recognised it instantly. It was the ship that had dragged the Bathsheba the final part of her unwilling voyage to the planet. So the locals had converted their original colony vessel to a hauler. The camera zoomed in, and the ship's hull melted away, revealing an operating engine. The image was not realistic as far as he understood, only a representation. Lights moved through channels inside the machine, which was not the way space-going engines generated power. A second burst of sound, this time accompanied by a flash of light. The scene cut to an asteroid speeding through the void on a collision course with the ship. Another cut, and the view was inside the colony vessel once more, only it showed the crew running about in a crazed panic. Bryce smiled. In his experience, starship crews didn't react like that when faced with disaster. There was a lot more standing around open-mouthed and staring, while a few people made stupid suggestions about what they should do. The asteroid hit, tearing a rent meters wide in the hull. Fuel sprayed spectacularly into space. The audience gave a collective sigh of awe. So this was the fateful accident? After the inevitably melodramatic reactions from the crew, the story grew more boring. The vessel was clearly off course, a fact unknown to the apparently hundreds of thousands of colonists in deep sleep, if the scene involving the vast rows and columns of cells was historically accurate. Meanwhile, the crew ran through a series of attempts to return to the original heading. Bryce's eyelids began to close again. Warm and comfortable, his hunger pangs abating, and the danger of imminent recapture far away, he fell deeply asleep. He jolted awake so violently the people in front of him turned and stared. How long had he slept? Through at least one entire showing of the vid. It was showing the asteroid strike again, and the place was packed. The chairs each side of him were occupied, despite his unpleasant scent. He should get up and look for the cradle, but he didn't want to attract additional attention by forcing his way out. He decided to stay to the end. The crew repeated their ineffective attempts to recover from the disaster that had befallen the ship. Then the vid moved to a new phase in the planet's history. The colonists began to settle the planet. The vid showed several hundred awakened from deep sleep, presumably those with the necessary skills to begin construction of the settlements. But conditions on the surface were atrocious. It was exactly as Rees had said, a nightmare of howling winds and scouring dust. But something else was also wrong. The settlers were falling ill. The audience, which had been shuffling, murmuring, coughing and rustling snack packets as they surreptitiously ate, became still and silent. It was a grisly scene. The earliest colonists took to their beds or collapsed as they worked, sores erupting on their skin, teeth and hair falling out, eyeballs bleeding. The vid displayed an expanse of gravestones, buffeted by swirling dust clouds. Bryce wrinkled his nose. So the surface harboured diseases too? It was no wonder the colonists had delved underground. More and more of them died. The graveyard stretched wider. Then the accompanying music changed from slow, sad tones to upbeat, soaring rhythms. Work hollowing out the underground sped up. New buildings were constructed, roads and hospitals to treat the people exposed to the disease above ground. Time seemed to march forward at a rapid pace. The colony ship appeared again, this time emitting an attraction beam that held another vessel at its farther end. When the two ships reached the planet, a shuttle flew from the newcomer to the surface, now miraculously calmer. After landing, the ramp descended and smiling, waving figures walked down it. Sot Lozans greeted them joyously, shaking hands and slapping backs. What a propaganda piece it was. Did the general public really know what happened to the people their authorities seized from space? The show was over, and the audience was leaving. Bryce got to his feet and filed out with the rest, even more determined to find the wood the kids needed to make their elixir. He guessed Carina must be facing the same problem. All they needed was a little of the precious natural material. There it is! Directly opposite him as he exited the viewing room stood the cradle. It was smaller than he'd imagined. Maybe that, along with his fatigue, was why he hadn't noticed it before. Its soft lustre and grain, and the wearing on the side from the touching of many mothers' hands, told him it was authentic. It must have come all the way from the origin planet, perhaps a precious family heirloom. The museum remained full of people. It would be a while before it closed. He had plenty of time to find somewhere to hide. Chapter 27.
I hope it isn't too soon to say I told you so,
said Rano. That depends on what you're talking about, Carina replied, though she knew exactly what he meant. They were driving to Una, the main city of the zone and the first settlement on Sot Loza. Carina had expressed a desire to get to know more about the planet, and Rano had jumped at the opportunity. From his comment it was clear he had the impression she was coming around to the idea of remaining here.
Isn't it obvious? He asked. Look at us. I'm showing you the sights. We're getting along pretty well. This is very different from the newcomers' banquet, wouldn't you say?
You mean that night when my friends kicked off? I didn't even know it was called that. All we could figure out was that we wouldn't eat unless we boarded the transport that took us there. He winced.
It might have been better to give you all more of an explanation. I'll bear that in mind in future.
So the Sotlozans were planning on bringing more victims to their planet? Carina felt sick. If she managed to help everyone from the Bathsheba to escape, she wanted to do it in a way that would make their captors think twice about pulling the same stunt again.
You know, said Rano, I don't think I ever told you my ancestors were outsiders.
I don't think you did. Where were they from originally?
I don't know. It was one of my great-grandparents.
How often do you pull people in from space?
Roughly once per generation. The geneticists calculated that was how often we needed the injection of undamaged genes to maintain the planet's population and health. We try to do it as rarely as we can.
Every 30 or 40 years?
About that. So you can see how special you are to us, and why we might come across as heavy-handed. I won't have another opportunity to be with someone like you.
She seemed to recall Chertang saying that ships disappeared less frequently, so the Sotlozans were taking them from other galactic routes too.
Carina?
What? He was looking at her as if he'd expected a different reaction to his weak attempt at an apology. She forced a smile and patted his hand. I forgive you. Now I know the whole story, I can see why you're desperate for new blood. If you didn't do what you do, you would die out. He nodded.
We nearly did. Hundreds of thousands died in the 1st century. That's another reason we need new genes added to the pool. The bottleneck reduced our genetic diversity considerably. When you think about it, our survival has been a miracle.
It certainly has. Carina tried to sound genuinely enthusiastic. Inside, she was wondering what else the Sotlozans might consider doing to ensure their colony's success. Torture? Genocide? Was nothing off limits?
You aren't convinced.
She sighed. She was a terrible actor. As a victim of your people's methods, it's hard for me to wrap my head around your reasoning.
It is too soon for me to say I told you so. Give it time. I'm sure you'll change your mind. As you said, you're the victim here, so it isn't going to be easy for you to see my side of things. But plenty of societies have been forced to commit unsavory acts in order to survive. We aren't any different.
The road from Sarnak to Una was lined with buildings. It was clear that Sarnak was a satellite town, probably originally a mining site. As the colony became established, the town had developed, and businesses and homes had been built along the adjoining route. Una was something new. 3- and 4-story buildings had appeared in the distance. Carina leaned toward the car's window and looked up. The sky was higher. The clouds weirdly elongated as they moved across the slope.
The ceiling engineers never ironed out the kinks in that effect. Everyone is used to it now.
The chamber is taller here, closer to the surface.
For the first underground settlement, the colonists tried to build something that mimicked where they'd come from. It took a while for them to figure out that wasn't optimal for protecting against radiation, so the level is slightly higher here. It's better in places like Sarnak and Laft and the other zones, which were dug later, but it's still within safe parameters. Plenty of people live in Una, and their life expectancy is about the same as the rest of the planet.
Thanks, that's reassuring. She was unable to extract the note of sarcasm from her voice. Rano gave her a sidelong look. You catch more cultries with Ninery than Jadronic. Where are you taking me?
The tallest place in town. There's a restaurant with a great view of the city."
She grimaced.
"Is something wrong? I thought it would be nice to eat and chat. I want to get to know you better. All we've talked about so far is Sotloza and a little bit about me."
"Nothing's wrong. Perhaps a great view of the city would be useful." "Sounds good." He'd reserved a table next to a window. As he read out the menu and explained what each dish was, Carina looked out over the expanse of buildings and streets. She spotted several factories. "You pick for me," she interrupted. "What's that place over there?" He followed the line of her pointing finger.
"Textiles plant. It supplies all of Sotloza, just about."
"What about that?" She pointed at another set of buildings.
"A bacterial food factory." "Are you looking for something in particular? What's your specialty?"
He went on more seriously.
"Not that you would need to get a job. I make more than enough to support us both, plus any little ones that come along."
She suppressed a shudder. There was something in what Rano had said that reminded her of Stefan Scherer. The little that she'd softened toward the security chief turned to stone. There were layers to this man. Deep underneath everything, he was psychopathic. He didn't see her as a real person, only a thing that could offer him something he wanted. They were all psychopathic. All the Sotlozans had to know what their authorities did to ensure their survival, and they all went along with it. Perhaps it was a result of the weeding out of the colonists that went on in the early years. Only those who truly didn't give a shit about anyone else had lived long enough to reproduce. Environmental pressures had selected the very worst of them.
"I'm rushing ahead again,"
said Rano apologetically. "Just a bit. I heard there are giant fans circulating the air and removing radioactivity. Where are they?"
"On the surface. A network of ducts runs through the crust, opening out at intervals in the ceiling. You can't see them. The sky effect disguises them."
"But I thought no one could live on the surface. Who runs the fans?" He paused before continuing as if reluctantly.
"They're mostly automated, but technicians go up there on a rota for service and maintenance."
"Isn't that dangerous?" She recalled the skinless figure in the mansion she had burgled.
"It is, somewhat. Measures are taken to protect the workers."
She waited for him to explain more.
"Let's talk about something else."
"I'd rather look at the view for a little while. Why don't you put in our order?" While Rano selected the dishes, her mind ticked over. She doubted she would ever be able to create elixir, and it appeared her siblings were facing the same problem. She had to think of another way to escape Sotloza, and fast, before the black dogs gave up hope. Chapter 28. Bryce's greatest fear was motion sensors. If they were part of the museum security system, as soon as he stepped from his hiding place he would set them off. Then he would have minutes, or even only seconds, to grab the cradle and get out, somehow. He hadn't figured that part out yet. In fact, he hadn't figured hardly anything out. All he knew was that he had to get that wooden item to the kids at all costs, even if he ended up dead. If he didn't manage it, they would never do it by themselves. The guards would be keeping a tighter rein on them than ever. They probably wouldn't be allowed out on any more excursions. He only hoped they weren't being punished for helping him. He peeked out. Beyond the replica hut from the early days of colonization, all was still and silent. He hadn't heard movement or voices for at least a couple of hours. The place had closed ages ago. The cleaning bots had done their work, thankfully identifying him not in need of sanitation. Perhaps their sensors had told him he was organic. Since then, the place had been silent. Tiny floor lights lit the walkways. Fortunately, otherwise he would have been forced to blunder around in the dark. He peeked out again. Motion sensors? Not a thing moved. How much longer should he wait? Another few hours. After stealing the cradle, he would have to get it to the kids. It wasn't the kind of thing you could easily hide, and their house was a couple of kilometers away. Carrying a priceless artifact through the streets would have to wait until the early hours when no one was about. He adjusted his position to ease his cramped muscles and tried to forget that he was famished before settling down to wait. Footsteps. He tensed, listening. The steps were purposeful, heavy, and accompanied by faint creaks. It sounded like a man, fairly heavy and approaching. Bryce leaned out a fraction, so half his head and one eye moved into the hut's open doorway. This section of the exhibit was in darkness, so he wasn't concerned he would be seen. Coming down the walkway was a figure turned almost entirely black by the minimal lighting. The floor lights gilded the buttons of his uniform and made the moustached face spectral with shadows. The lights glinted from something else, the handgun at his hip. In one sense, the appearance of the museum guard was a relief. If someone was patrolling the place, it meant there were no motion sensors. In another sense, it was an added worry. How could he get away with his prize without attracting the armed man's attention? The outer door had to be locked. He'd been planning to bust his way out, but the guard would put a pulse round in his back before he'd made it 10 meters. Okay. He had plenty of time to come up with a foolproof plan. Hours later, he had nothing. No plausible explanation for being here if discovered and challenged. No smart trick to disarm the guard. No masterful scheme to get through the locked outer door. That wasn't quite right. He now knew the guard performed his walkabout roughly every half hour. He had counted out the seconds and minutes 3 times in a row to make sure. What he didn't know was where the man went after he'd passed by. Did he return to an office a minute away, or did he complete a full circuit of the museum? A circuit would make sense, which meant that if Bryce waited 15 minutes after the guard passed by before making his move, he would get a good head start. The guard was coming. He sauntered past, the same as he had the last 11 times. The man was regular. He had to give him that. 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. 15 minutes later, Bryce slipped quietly out from his hiding place. Slowly and cautiously, he rose to his full height and scanned around. The artifacts took on a new appearance in the quiet darkness. Surrounded by babbling visitors, they'd looked smaller, as well as boring and drab. They seemed to have grown larger and more ancient. They were performing their intended purpose in this place, creating echoes of the lives of the people who had made them and used them, but were now long dead. Chilled not only by the cooled atmosphere, he stepped quickly over to the cradle. Heart racing, he stooped to pick it up, but then snatched his hands away just in time. He was so nervous he'd forgotten to check if it was attached to an alarm. A careful visual inspection told him it didn't appear so. He reached out again, heart in his mouth, and lifted it. It was surprisingly heavy for such a small object. He had the wood. All he needed to do was to get it to the kids. There was still no sign of the guard. He walked softly toward the exit. Prickles ran down his spine as he imagined the guard stepping out in front of him, or yelling at him to stop, or he would fire. He saw himself stumble and fall, his back destroyed and smoking from a pulse round. He had made it to the turnstile. It was locked, of course. No problem. He leaned over it, lowered the cradle to the floor, and then jumped the barrier. The The road beyond the glass wall and doors was empty, lit palely by street lamps. The doors were locked too. He checked the lobby walls for a release mechanism, but found nothing. There was nothing on the doors themselves. They had to be locked remotely, and so they could only be opened the same way. Only 2 or 3 minutes had passed since the guard had made his recent round of the museum. Would it be better to attempt to break out, or go back and try to find another exit? Perhaps there was an emergency door that opened from the inside in case of fire. But that would mean risking meeting up with the guard. Bryce hesitated, indecision gnawing at him. Something sounded softly behind him. Footsteps? He hefted the cradle to shoulder level and flung it at the window. With a boing, it bounced back and hit him, smacking into his forehead. At the same time, a siren blared. He found himself on his knees, dazed, the cradle rocking on the floor, blood running into his eye. Fuck, fuck, fuck! His head pounding a protest, he grabbed the cradle. Its impact with the window had shaken its joints loose, and it shifted as he grasped it close. He leapt up. He had to find another way out. He threw the cradle over the barrier, loosening it some more, and then joined it. Without breaking his stride, he snatched it up and darted back into the display area. There was the guard, heading straight for him.
Stop, or I'll shoot!
Everything was playing out as he'd feared. He kept on running, heading directly for the guard.
I said stop, or I'll...
Bryce lifted the cradle in front of him as a shield. It was wood. If a round hit it, it would scorch and burn, maybe even catch fire. But the energy wouldn't pass through it to his hands. For some reason the guard didn't fire. Was he reluctant to damage the ancient artifact? He continued to shout warnings until, at the last minute, he tried to step out of Bryce's way. He had left it too late. The cradle hit him full force in the face, and Bryce knew how bad that felt. It knocked the guard out cold. Yes! Now all he had to do was to get out, and quickly. The alarm would have alerted more people than just the guard. He raced toward the back of the museum, through a plain door with a sign, and down some stairs. He came to another door, unmarked. Was it the back exit? He tried it and cursed when it didn't open. He put the cradle down and kicked the door, punched it and kicked it some more. He'd got so far, only a single stupid door between him and... He raced back up the stairs, 2 at a time, through the door and back to the guard. The man was coming around.
Hey, he mumbled. You.
Bryce had his gun.
You, that's fine,
said the guard, lifting his hands.
You take it.
Bryce sped back to the cradle and aimed the gun at the door's lock. He held down the trigger until the lock was a mess of seared, smoking, melting metal. Then he gave the door a mighty kick. It burst open. Warm night air flooded in, and he was looking into a narrow lane. As he seized the cradle, it broke apart. The rocker's base and sides clattered to the floor. He was holding 2 spindles, one in each hand. It didn't matter. All the kids needed was a single piece of wood. It was good that the cradle had broken. Now he had less to carry. He tucked a spindle into his shirt and stepped into the lane. Vehicles with flashing lights stood at each end, blocking it. Chapter 29. The interface on Carina's hotel room wall bleeped. Though it remained blank, Rano's voice said,
Carina, can I speak to you?
Said Pamuk, turning over in bed. What's the time? The black dogs had been awarded a delivery of Sotlosen liquor, perhaps as a gesture of goodwill, while Carina had been visiting Una with the chief of security. They'd drunk it all at once and smashed the place up. Pamuk had been sleeping off the after effects. Carina told her to go back to sleep and padded over to the screen. You can turn on the visual. There's nothing here you shouldn't see. His face appeared. Are you planning another trip for us? The last one had been enlightening.
This is a professional call, sorry, though I enjoyed yesterday a lot.
Me too, she replied, clenching her jaw. Is there something I can help you with?
There is.
His expression turned pained.
I was in two minds about asking you this. Would you accompany me to Grantha?
Sure, but I don't know what it is.
My mistake. Grantha is one of the other zones.
Her heart leapt. She struggled to keep her features neutral. I'm fine with that. It'll be interesting to see another part of Sotloza.
Good. I'll be there soon.
Rano?
Yes?
You haven't told me why you want me to do this.
They've been having problems with a member of your ship's personnel. I thought, as you do a good job of keeping your group calm and reasonable, aside from that little incident at the Varvara estate, it might help if you talked to him.
She'd become her group's de facto leader, probably due to her image of being the non-violent one. If only Rano knew. She glanced at Pamuk, on her back and snoring, a line of drool running from her mouth, one eye blackened, and a cut on her forehead crusty with dried blood. At some point in the previous night's party she must have gotten into a fight. Calm and reasonable. He obviously didn't know about last night's events yet, or perhaps it was all just another excuse to spend time with her. See you soon. The only way to reach the other zone was via an underground rail line. They drove to the station and boarded the train's front carriage, reserved for high-ranking officials. Only 2 other passengers occupied the space, a couple in expensive clothes who seemed to recognize the security chief, for they nodded at him deferentially. Carina spotted a lump in the man's throat. Before he could notice her staring, she averted her gaze. They took seats in the opposite corner. "Does that man have a tumour?" she asked quietly as the train set off.
They're probably taking a final tour of the zones before he goes to a euthanasia centre. A lot of people do it.
The train quickly accelerated. Lights flashed past. "Do you know the name of this person we're going to see?" She had been telling herself it had to be one of the black dogs. Of everyone from the Bathsheba, they would be the least able to tolerate their captivity. Yet she also feared it might be one of the kids. Fern and Nala could be very strong-willed.
I don't, sorry. Only that it's a male.
The journey took hours. They alighted at the first station in Grantha, and Rano took her into an elevator.
We're going to a medical centre.
The man's hurt. He winced.
I'm sorry. I wanted to tell you, but I've been putting it off. Grantha treats outsiders differently from Una. We prefer a gentler approach, encouraging rather than forcing you to join our society. It usually works, given time. Grantha is more heavy-handed.
You didn't tell me that. Why didn't you tell me? I assumed everyone's experience was the same. Are the children in this zone?
Don't worry. The heavy-handed approach doesn't extend to minors. The children are perfectly safe and unharmed.
How can I believe you when you've already lied to me? She hesitated to ask to see them. No one seeing Parthenia and her side by side would fail to notice they were sisters.
I haven't lied to you, Carina. Not once.
Not telling me something I should know is also a lie. Just a different kind.
There's no need for you to get upset.
I'll decide that. The elevator stopped and the doors opened. In strained silence, she accompanied Rano to a nurse's station where he introduced himself and asked where the patient was. Dread dogged Carina's footsteps as they walked toward the room. She had guessed she was going to see a merc, but perhaps she wasn't. Seeing a black dog in a bad way wouldn't be pleasant, but there was a worse possibility. Rano halted.
This outsider escaped and spent several days on the run. He was hurt during his recapture, so he was brought here for treatment. That was when the Grantha authorities reached out to me, asking for my advice, and I offered to bring you over to speak to him. Outsiders are valuable to us for all the reasons you now know. At the end of the day, we don't want them hurt any more than they want to be hurt. It would be in everyone's interests if you could persuade your shipmate to be more accepting of his situation.
Escaped? What do you mean? Are my friends being held prisoner?
Your own movements are restricted. You know that.
She frowned. You're lying to me again. I want to see this man. She stepped up to the door, but it remained shut.
You don't have the clearance to enter.
Open it.
Perhaps you should calm down.
Open it! Sighing, he placed his hand on the wall panel and the door slid open. Carina didn't recognize him at first. He was in such a bad way. Swathed in dressings, connected by wires and tubes to two machines, exposed skin swollen and purple. All she could tell was that the figure was male. She stepped closer. The man's eyes were closed, but opened at her approach. Then she recognized him. Bryce! Her legs turned weak, and she dropped to her knees beside the bed.
You know him well,
Rano said, tension edging his tone. What have you done to him? She blurted. What have you done?
Not me, Carina. As I said, the Grantha authorities.
But she didn't hear any more. It was like Vigo all over again. If she only had elixir, she could heal him. She could take away his suffering and make him healthy. But she couldn't. She was crippled and weak. Bryce, she sobbed, burying her face into the pillow next to his head and taking his hand. A voice inside told her she shouldn't give away her feelings, but she couldn't help it. He was so badly injured, it was clear he could have been killed. They'd nearly murdered him.
It's okay,
he murmured through thick lips.
I'm okay. It's good to see you.
Why had the Sotlozans done this to him? It must have been the same as had happened with Vigo. Somehow they couldn't have known he was an outsider.
I'm beginning to think this wasn't such a good idea, said Rano tensely. I confess I didn't know the extent of this man's injuries. They're as much of a surprise to me as to you.
She rose to her feet and whirled to face him. You're all bastards, and you're insane! A bunch of psychopaths trapping innocent people, bringing them to this hellhole, forcing them to... She didn't have words to express how she felt. She returned to Bryce's side. Kneeling down once more, she leaned close and whispered softly in his ear. I'll get you out. If it kills me, I'm going to get you and everyone else out, and I'll leave this planet a smoking ash heap.
We should go.
Rano touched her arm.
I can see this was a mistake.
She slapped him away. Get your slimy Sotlozan hands off me.
That's enough. I've been patient with you, but you don't get to speak to me like that. I'm not just anyone, you know.
What are you going to do? Beat me up? Send in goons to work me over? Are you going to put me in a hospital bed too? Rano was speechless, his cheeks flushed. She got up and bent down to gently kiss Bryce. Hold on, she muttered. Just hold on. He blinked a silent acknowledgement. Chapter 30. Clawing her way back into Rano's affections after displaying her feelings for Bryce wasn't going to be easy, but she had to do it. On the train ride back to Una, the security chief was mostly silent. When he did speak, he was stiffly polite. She hoped he was at war with himself after witnessing the brutality inflicted on outsiders in another zone. He'd done a great job convincing himself that the habit of Sotlozans in snatching people from space wasn't so bad. Bryce was evidence to the contrary, evidence that was hard to ignore or explain away. When the train stopped at the station, she said, hating herself, "I'm sorry for losing it at the medical centre. When I saw my friend, I was very shocked. I wasn't expecting that." He seemed to soften a little.
"Neither was I. If I'd known he was that bad, I wouldn't have taken you there. Outsiders would never be treated like that here in Una."
She was reminded of Calverley, the former Shura officer killed by the Lotokrillans. He'd maintained that the Shura cause was for the greater good overall, and that was why he supported it. Though he'd died nobly in the end, he'd been a liar like Rano, lying to himself as much as to everyone else. "I'm glad to hear it. For what it's worth, I didn't get the impression you could be so savage or merciless." He smiled tightly.
"Thank you. That means a lot."
As they'd been speaking, they'd exited the station.
"I'll arrange an autocar to take you back to your hotel. I have to go straight to work. Lots to do. I'm going to speak to my counterpart in Grantha."
"About the outsider?"
"I'm not happy about what I saw today."
"Will I see you later?"
"Do you want to?"
"I do." His smile relaxed.
"I'll pick you up at the usual time."
When she arrived at the hotel, the Mercs were up and sitting around the lounge they'd just about demolished, listless and morose. Their state clearly wasn't only about their hangovers. They'd reached the end of their tethers about the situation. "Where's Chertang?" she asked. "Screwing his girlfriend," Pamuk replied.
"As usual,"
someone added. "I'm surprised he hasn't worn it off," said someone else, eliciting a half-hearted chuckle from the room. "It isn't like you didn't get your chance," Pamuk said. The speaker shrugged. "What's the point? The women here only want one thing. I don't want to be used. I'm more than a piece of meat, you know." This brought louder laughter. "Where have you been?" Pamuk asked her. "Buddying up with the enemy again?" She seemed to be only partly joking. "Hey, come on," Carina retorted. "You don't really think I'm going over to their side, do you? You aren't here most of the time. Where were you last night when we were partying? And where did you go today? You haven't told us yet." "I was with Rano last night, and we went to the other zone today." How much should she tell them? The Mercs were in a precarious state, on the edge of doing something rash and likely to get them killed. The news that the Sotlozans had severely hurt Bryce might set them off. "He asked me to speak to a Merc who was having a hard time." "Who did you see?" asked Pamuk, sitting up. Carina picked a missing Merc at random. "Carl, but he didn't want to talk to me, not with Rano hanging around." "I don't blame him," Pamuk said. "How did he look?" "Fine. I think everyone over there is just getting impatient, the same as here. But we need to wait a little while longer. We're working on things. I can't say more." The fact that the Sotlozans might be listening in was a handy cover for her lack of ideas or updates. "As soon as you need us, let us know." "I will." As she climbed the stairs to her room, Chertang returned. A roar of jeering and laughter went up in the lounge. She left the Mercs to their fun. Rano took her to a holo show. The scene was a setting from the Origin planet, and it was pretty realistic. They seemed to be in a forest. Trees and undergrowth surrounded the path they followed. The air was fragrant and moist and filled with the sound of running water from an invisible waterfall.
"This is one of my favorites. I paid to get the place to ourselves. I hope you like it."
"It's nice." She caught his disappointed look. "I mean, it's really beautiful." His features brightened.
"If we follow this path, it takes us to a lookout."
They ascended the trail.
"Are you feeling better now? After our visit to Grantha, I mean."
"Did you speak to their security chief?"
"I did, and she apologized. She said the officers responsible will be disciplined."
Carina wasn't sure she believed him. Then again, she was a liar too. She had lied to the black dogs for expediency's sake. "So my friend will be treated better now?"
"Absolutely. and he's predicted to make a full recovery.
That does make me feel better. He reached for her hand and she didn't resist, though his touch made her skin crawl. The trail turned right and ended at a ledge with a guardrail. The view was spectacular, and not at all representative of their short climb. They appeared to be hundreds of meters high. A lush green canopy spread out in front of them, undulating on the uneven ground, and also as a gentle breeze swept through it. Steam rose from the treetops, and brightly coloured birds flitted from branch to branch.
It's quite something, isn't it?
It is. She recalled seeing something similar on a planet she'd visited in her Merc days, but she hadn't been able to stick around for long.
Carina.
He took her shoulders and turned her to face him.
I think you're quite something too.
Do you? She steeled herself for what was to come. As he kissed her, she willed her body not to stiffen, forced her hands not to shove him into the abyss. She was nauseated to her core, but she couldn't show it. Finally, it was over. He put an arm around her shoulders and they stood together, taking in the view.
I can't tell you how much tonight means to me. You'll never regret it, I promise.
I know I won't. As they drove back to the hotel, she said, "Can I ask you something that's been bothering me for a while? I don't mind if you can't tell me."
We'll only find out if you ask.
I've been wondering about the attraction beam that brought my ship here. It must be immensely powerful. How does Sotloza generate so much energy?
He
glanced at her and appeared to mentally debate with himself.
It isn't a big secret. All our energy comes from a solar array deep in space. The power runs the planet and can be used to create and sustain the beam. Does that answer your question?
It does, thanks. It's pretty simple. I've heard of other planets using similar systems, though not to such a great extent.
Here on Sotloza we've had to be very inventive and adaptable to survive. If only the rest of the galaxy knew about us, we'd be famous.
If the rest of the galaxy knew what you were doing, you'd be wiped from the star map. He dropped her off with a promise to arrange another activity tomorrow night. Carina mustered as much enthusiasm as she could as she agreed, secretly hoping she wouldn't have to continue faking it much longer. At some point, probably fairly soon, Rano would expect her to take a step she wasn't prepared to take. Chertang was alone in the lounge. Where is everyone? They were all invited to another dinner party. You didn't get an invitation?
No, like you, I'm already taken.
He smirked. How are things going?
Good, really good.
If they ever got the chance, would he even want to leave the planet? She wasn't sure. Come here. He patted the seat beside him. Cautiously, she sat down. He leaned close. She leaned away. What are you doing?
Stop kidding around. I want to tell you something.
Okay. He put his lips close to her ear.
I found out something important. The planet and the attraction beam that dragged the Bathsheba in are powered by a massive solar array.
I know.
You do? Damn, I thought I discovered something important.
It is important. I only found that out myself today. Chertang, did your girlfriend tell you about the array?
Of course. Why else do you think I'm seeing her?
I didn't get the impression you were mining her for secrets.
Not at first, maybe. But then I realized what a perfect position I was in. Her family are right up there.
They don't mind that you let a bunch of burglars into their house?
Meh, I got Cheapy to cover for me. She told them she left the door open by mistake.
He was certainly full of surprises. Cool. Let me know what else you find out. Chapter 31. 3 days had dragged by, and Carina was no closer to getting her family and companions off Sotloza. or retaking the Bathsheba. She had learned so much intel through one means or another, but her knowledge was useless. What was needed was a shift in the power balance, or an in she could exploit. At the moment their captors held all the cards, and she was fast losing hope that things might change. Everyone seemed to sense it. The usual banter between the black dogs had dried to a trickle. They took out their frustration on the things around them and each other, getting in each other's faces and starting fights just for the hell of it. Chertang was rarely at the hotel and seemed to have moved in full-time with his girlfriend. Rano was becoming insistently physical. It was hard to keep him on a string, reeling him in when he began to give up on her, yet dangling him loosely when his attentions grew too much to bear. She had seen others play that game over the years, but she was no expert in it herself. Things could not continue as they were. Something had to give. She had a horrible feeling it would be the Mercs. Then, on the morning of the 4th day after her visit to Grantha, everything kicked off. She woke to unusual sounds of activity. She was often the first to wake, the black dogs often lounging in their beds until midday or later. But this morning Pamuk was already up and gone from the room. Noises were coming from the corridor. Determined footsteps, banging, shouts and laughter. What was going on? She got up, rubbing her eyes, and padded to the door. As she opened it, a merc marched purposefully by. He looked oddly bulkier than she remembered, as if his muscles had expanded overnight. "Hey, what's happening?" He turned and slowed his pace, but didn't stop.
Carina, you better ask Pamuk."
He ran down the stairs. As she watched, she realized why he looked odd. He was wearing many layers of the yellow outsider suits.
"What the?"
She trotted to the head of the stairs and peered down. Mercs were moving around on the 1st floor. "Pamuk? Is Pamuk there?" When no reply came, she descended, barefoot and cursing. All the black dogs were dressed in the bizarre many-layered costumes. Several were already sweating heavily. In the underground world's mild temperatures, one set of clothing was plenty for staying warm. It was only when she spotted someone carrying a kitchen knife the penny dropped. "Shit! Stop! Everyone stop what you're doing right now! Put everything down and come into the lounge so we can talk about this." The mercs had piled on all the clothes they could wear as a poor form of body armor, and now they were gathering objects they could use as weapons. "The time for talking's over," said Pamuk, emerging from the bustling men and women. "Now it's time to act. Whatever it is you plan on doing, it isn't going to work. You're all going to get yourselves killed. If we stay here, we're already dead. What difference does it make?"
"Yeah," someone remarked. "I'd rather go out now than in 20 years when the tumours get me. And after I've fathered 1,000 bastards who'll die the same way. This is better by a long shot."
"We can still get out of here safely," Carina protested. "Don't throw everything away when we're so close." Pamuk thrust her face into Carina's. "Tell us the plan and we'll stop, here and now. Right, guys?" The movement around her ceased. Carina swallowed. "You know I can't do that." "Bullshit. Look, it's nothing personal. I like you, even though you're a shitty roommate. But you've been stringing us along for weeks with your promises of a way to get out of here. We've been screwed ever since we arrived. We just didn't know it. We should have called it quits after we broke into the mansion. It's time to do what needs to be done." "This is so senseless. There's always hope, always." "You don't get it, do you? It's different for you. You have people you want to see again, people you want to stay alive for. We don't." Carina scanned the faces surrounding her. "That isn't true. You have all the other black dogs and you have me. I don't want to lose any of you. We've been through so much together. too much to give up so easily."
"We're not giving up," said Pamuk. "We're taking back control."
"No, you're not. This is dumb. Look at you all. How long do you think you're going to last wearing 5 banana suits and wielding chair legs? Come on, see sense." They ignored her and continued to gather their supplies. "I won't let you do it," Carina announced, running to the exit. She stood in front of it defiantly, a hand on each side of the frame. "I won't let you leave."
"Aw," said Pamuk, with only a touch of sarcasm. "She's so cute."
In another few minutes the mercs had finished their preparations. Carina hadn't changed position. She wasn't going to let them out. "You still here?" Pamuk asked as they came face to face again. "I'll fight you," Carina said. "Every one of you." The mercs chuckled.
"You know you don't mean that," said Pamuk.
Reaching out, she picked Carina up under her armpits, moved her to one side, and gently set her down. "Let's go," she said over her shoulder, and the party of black dogs jogged down the outer steps. Carina ran after them. "Where are you going? At least tell me that. Maybe I can help you." Pamuk frowned.
"You're not going to tell that security chief?"
"Of course not."
"All right, well, we're going to take the elevator to the surface, steal a shuttle, fly to the Bathsheba, and take back the ship. You're welcome to come along."
"That's insane. You'll never make it." Pamuk shrugged and joined the rest of the mercs who were moving away. Carina caught up to her. "What about the rest of the black dogs? Aren't you going to try to rescue them?"
"They had their chance, same as us. If we could help them, we would. They'll understand."
Cursing, Carina halted. There was nothing she could say or do to change their minds. She became aware she was barefoot and in pajamas, attracting as much attention as the group of mercs. She raced back to the hotel, bounded up to her room and threw on clothes and boots before running downstairs again. When she reached the street, the black dogs were out of sight. She sped after them. She hadn't been back to the spot where she'd entered underground Sotloza since she'd arrived. She recalled the doors that led out onto the street where the transport had been waiting. No signs marked the portal, the place where outsiders were brought to begin their journey of assimilation. How many captives had arrived here and at similar places in the 2 other zones? How many lives had the Sotlozans destroyed in their quest to ensure their world's survival? 1 was too many. Yet it had to have been thousands, if not tens of thousands, over the centuries. Were the black dogs the only ones who had made a stand? She would never know. But what did seem certain, as she gazed at the mercs forcing their way in the doors, was these were determined to succeed or die trying. They must have reached them before anyone realized what they were attempting. A wedged chair leg was preventing the doors from closing, and a pitched battle was going on inside and outside between the mercs and guards. 1 black dog was already down, hit by pulse fire. The suits of others were blackened and smouldering from rounds that had grazed them. Pedestrians were fleeing the scene, though some hung around in horrified fascination. Flashes of fire cut across the gap between the doors from the firefight going on within. Pamuk emerged, armed. Swinging from left to right, she took out the Sotlozan guards. The mercs seized their rifles and someone grabbed the downed merc, hauling him inside the building. The fighting going on within seemed to be over. Could the black dogs really make it to the surface? A rumble distracted Carina. A military transport had appeared at the end of the street. Another approached from the other side. Each vehicle held at least 20 personnel. 40 soldiers? She darted across the road and ran between the wedged doors. A round passed close by her head, momentarily blinding her. "Shit, Carina," Pamuk admonished. "Next time, holler before you run in. You decided to join us after all. 40 hostiles will be crawling up your asses in about half a minute. Can you get into the elevator? Not yet. We can't get through this goddamn door. All the black dogs were jammed into the lobby, dead and dying guards at their feet. The defenders had managed to seal the inner door during the initial attack. Someone had a pulse rifle trained on it, filling the air with choking smoke as the energy melted the surface. But the chances of burning through the door in the next 30 seconds were slim. "You've had a good run, guys," Carina said. "If you surrender now, you'll live to fight another day." Pamuk cuffed her and leaned in close. "Don't ever let me hear you say that again." She turned to her comrades. "We make our stand here." The black dogs knelt or stood as they saw fit, rifles at the ready. Carina couldn't leave them, though it would save her life. Though she might see Bryce and her brothers and sisters again, everything in her rebelled against walking away from these men and women who had fought on her behalf so bravely and for so long. She picked up a rifle and waited. Chapter 32. They'd put the least badly wounded in a group cell. Carina lay on the bare floor, resting on her back to keep a distance between her wound and the hard surface. She was better off than many. She'd only taken a hit to her shoulder, forcing her hands to open and her rifle to fall from her paralyzed fingers. Mads, Burkan and Ola, who occupied the cell with her, also had non-life-threatening wounds, though no doubt they were painful. No one spoke. The others could be asleep, but she doubted it. Sleep didn't come easily when your body was burned and blistered. But it wasn't only discomfort keeping her awake. It was the realization it was over. In response to the latest outrage, the Sotlosans had taken off the gloves. The soldiers who had attacked the mercs at the elevator site hadn't used their customary restraint. They'd sprayed the lobby with fire, putting an end to the escape attempt in less than a minute. She didn't know who had survived, if there were any more still living than her and her cellmates. The soldiers had roughly dragged them out without checking them over. She had been one of the few who had tried to crawl away before being seized and brought here. Then nothing. They'd been left without medical treatment, food or water for hours. No one even passed by the cell. The message was clear. This latest set of outsiders was now no more than farm animals. They would be allowed to live, but only because their bodies contained cells that were rare and valuable in this doomed, toxic world. She had lost all credibility with Rano's shelter. He would know she'd been messing with him all along. He would never contact her again. That was no great loss. In fact, the knowledge she would never see his face again or feel his disgusting hands on her was a relief. She shouldn't have listened to Jackson. All his talk of playing the long game had come to nothing. They should have fought back with everything they had from the moment the Sotlosans had latched onto them and taken out as many of the bastards as they could. They would have been beaten for sure. The enemy had developed unusual, powerful technologies during their years of separation from the rest of the galaxy. The Bathsheba didn't have the power to break away from their attraction beam, nor could she fight off several ships at once. Jackson had been right that resistance would have ended in disaster, but they would have all been together at the end. They would have not wound up as slaves, used for breeding like beasts. The Sotlosans were no better than the Regions. They were worse, in fact. At least the Regions sedated their victims. The lights went out. Still, their captors hadn't acknowledged their presence, so they were expected to sleep now, in pain, hungry and thirsty. To her left, someone groaned. If only she could help him, but she was impotent, useless. She would never see Bryce again, never know if he'd recovered from his injuries, never know if he was safe. She would never see her siblings either. There would be no more bickering with Parthenia, no more of Fern and Oriana's fashion shows, no brilliant revelations from Nala, and she would never feel sweet Darius's arms around her neck. She put a hand to her face, ashamed even in the darkness, as silent tears slipped from her eyes and ran into her hair. Heaving a wretched sigh, she tried to will herself to sleep, seeking oblivion. After a while, she managed to slip into a light doze. Something had changed. Her eyes opened. The cell remained dark, the breathing of her companions loud in the silence. Not all were asleep. One inhaled and exhaled with effort, as if in pain. Was that what had disturbed her? She sat up. Perhaps if she screamed and hollered enough, she could force the guards to get the merc treatment. "Mads?" she whispered. "Mads? Is that you? Are you okay?" "Carina!" a voice hissed. "Where are you?" It was not Mads who had answered. The voice she'd heard made her wonder if she was still asleep. Had she dreamt it? It couldn't be true. "Parthenia! You are here," her sister answered. There was the sound of movement. Carina got to her feet and reached out, hardly believing this was real. Her hand brushed clothing. Parthenia touched her elbow. In another second, they hugged. Carina winced and gasped. "You're hurt," Parthenia whispered. "I'm so sorry." "No, it's fine." Adjusting her position, she hugged her sister again, fresh tears spilling out. "Are you really here? I'm not imagining it." "I'm here," Parthenia softly chuckled. "I'm really here. I can't believe it either. I've missed you so much."
"What's going on?" asked Mads. "Who's that? Who are you talking to, Lin?"
"Shh," she told him. "Be quiet. We might be able to get you out." "Take this," Parthenia said, feeling down her arm and then pushing a bottle into her hand. It felt comfortingly, reassuringly full. "You don't need it. We have more, lots more. Thank the stars." Maybe their ordeal would soon be over. Carina unfastened her shirt and put the bottle inside before buttoning it up again. "And take these," Parthenia said. She gave her an assortment of small objects. There was no need for her to explain. They were all things their siblings had handled, items that would allow Carina to locate them. She had carried similar things with her when she had been taken from the Bathsheba, but she had been forced to throw them away, severing her from her family. "Is there something of Bryce's here?" she asked, not sure she wanted to hear the answer. "The piece of gauze is his. We cut it from one of his dressings." Carina breathed in sharply. "He's okay," Parthenia said. "Oriana healed him, and we have him hidden at our house." Chapter 33. As Bryce had stared at the law enforcement vehicles waiting near the rear entrance of the museum, ages seemed to pass, though it was probably only seconds, before he finally figured out what to do. He'd picked a vehicle and run toward it.
"Help! There's been a break-in. Someone's attacked the guard. Please, help!"
2 officers climbed out. "We got an alert a few minutes ago. Do you know what happened?"
"I saw the window at the front was broken, and I thought thieves must have broken in. When I looked inside, I saw 2 men beating up the guard. I didn't have my comm with me, so I ran in to help him, but the men took off. I followed them to this exit. Did you see them?"
"No, we only just got here."
"Maybe the other officers did,"
Bryce said, edging away.
"Anyway, you seem to have the situation under control."
"What did the men look like?"
It was hard to see. It's really dark in there. You'd better check on the guard. He looked in bad shape."
He began to walk off. "Wait, we need you to give a statement about what you saw. What's your name?" The other officer was murmuring into his comm button.
"Cradle."
Bryce replied.
Look, can I drop by tomorrow to give a statement? Only I'm already late, and my...
Cradle? What kind of stupid name is that? The man moved closer and peered at him, then wrinkled his nose.
You should probably focus on catching those thieves. I promise I'll...
Hey, where do you think you're going? Bryce had stepped backward and turned.
Sorry, I really have to go.
Get back here! He ran. Cradle? What the hell had he been thinking? He had no ID, and a quick check of their database would tell the officers no one with that dumb name existed. It's him, damn it! One of the officers exclaimed. It was him all along! Bryce flew down the road. Due to his long wanderings on his quest to locate the museum, he knew the area well. A busy shopping district, it was a maze of small streets and alleys. He darted down the first opening he saw. A flash of light and hiss burst behind him. Yells and running footsteps followed. He dashed past an alley and took the next, hoping to confuse his pursuers. But the night was quiet, and it was impossible to disguise the noise of his movements. Before he reached the end, he heard someone enter the alley behind him.
He's here! This way!
Bryce sped up. He ran like his life depended on it, and perhaps it did. If he was caught, he would never be allowed out again, and the kids would never get what they needed to set everyone free. He'd barely eaten for 4 days, he'd slept rough for 4 nights, and he'd spent hours crouched in darkness, waiting. He was already cramped, sore and exhausted, but he had to squeeze out the remainder of his strength. It was the last chance they had. He swerved into a lane, sped to the end, turned right into the rear entrances of a set of shops, vaulted a low fence, hesitated, and then went left. He was moving so fast he was becoming disoriented, and all the while his pursuer was on his tail. Which way was it to the kids' house? He couldn't remember. This place looked unfamiliar. He was lost. A major road appeared ahead. Even at this late hour, vehicles passed up and down it. He knew where he was. But running up the road would lead to him getting caught. He would be too easy to spot. He dashed around the corner and instantly halted, his chest heaving. Pressing his back against the wall, he tried to quieten his panting without much success. His lungs were aflame. Aside from the vehicles, the road was empty. The officer ran out. Bryce grabbed him, shoved him down, and kneed him in the face. Then he threw the man against the wall. As he hit the ground, he kicked him in the head. After quickly checking he was out, Bryce shot up the road. The vehicle occupants would wonder who was this strange man in such a hurry, but he couldn't help it. If he could just evade capture a few more minutes. Where was the turnoff? That street? No. That one? No. There! A vehicle slammed to a halt next to him. Bryce tried to force more speed from his legs, but they had nothing left to give. The vehicle doors opened and slammed. Pulse fire exploded on the wall. They hadn't even given him a warning. They had to know he'd hurt one of their own. He rounded the turning into the kids' street. Just let him get another 50 meters. 4 houses. Just 4 houses. He felt for the spindle in his shirt. As he'd been running, it had rubbed against his chest. His hand encountered warm wetness and mangled skin. In his flight, he hadn't even noticed. He took the spindle out. 3 houses. Heated light splashed against a fence, sending out furious hisses. 2 houses. Pain roared from the back of his thigh. He stumbled. 1. As he fell, he launched the spindle in a high arc. It sailed through the night, barely visible, and disappeared. At the same time, another pulse round hit him in the back. His howl of agony was cut short as his face smacked into the ground. His nose broke and his gums split open on his teeth. Boots pounded the pavement and stopped next to him. "You're under arrest," a voice barked. There was a grunt and someone kicked him in the ribs. "Stop resisting," the voice commanded. Another kick. He jerked into a ball, his arms over his head. "I said, stop resisting." Another kick. The kicks kept coming until he slipped into a deep black void. Chapter 34. As she waited through the night, Carina's hand kept creeping to the elixir bottle in her shirt, seeking out its comforting reality. She still couldn't quite believe Parthenia had been here in the cell with her. The bottle was the only firm evidence she had, that and Mad's memory of their whispered conversation in the dark. But no, she was forgetting something. She was also healthy again and free of pain. Her first cast since leaving the Bathsheba weeks ago had been to heal herself, Mads, and the sleeping mercs. They would have a pleasant surprise when they awoke, 2 pleasant surprises. Not only would they find themselves miraculously better, they would discover they were about to take part in an escape plan. The temptation to return with Parthenia to Grantha had been great. She would have given a lot, risked a lot, to see the rest of her siblings and to reassure herself with her own eyes that Bryce had been healed too, even if she could only see him for a few minutes. But her sister had explained that the house she was living in was heavily guarded, and their numbers had increased since the children helped Bryce to escape. Parthenia had been pretending to take a bath while on her visit to Carina, and to transport her to the house, even for a few moments, was too dangerous. After hearing the commotion of the law enforcement officers beating Bryce up outside and finding the piece of wood he'd stolen for them in the yard, it had taken them days and a great deal of ingenuity to create elixir under the guards' noses. Ava had helped with the subterfuge by telling them that, in her culture, her baby had reached a milestone that had to be celebrated by bathing it in a special holy liquid. "Apart from setting her free," Parthenia had said, "the guards will do anything for Ava. They used to have a soft spot for Darius as well, because he's the youngest, I suppose. But they don't trust him now. Not since he faked breaking his leg." "Faked breaking his leg?" "I can explain later. We need to figure out how we're going to do this." There was a lot. The black dogs and Ava's companions, the other women from Marchon, were spread out across Sotloza. They had to locate and free them all. Then they had to get the Bathsheba back under their control. Finally, they had to leave the system, free from the threat of the attraction beam. A bonus action would be preventing the Sotlozans from continuing their barbaric custom. So much to do, and each step brought risks. The kids had a plentiful supply of elixir, but sooner or later the enemy would cotton on to what was happening. Though they wouldn't understand casting completely, they would spot its weaknesses, such as the time it took and the need for the special beverage. The mages had to keep them guessing as long as possible. Carina adjusted her position. Mads had gone to sleep, true to his pragmatic merc nature, but she could not. As the night passed, she mentally went over the details she'd agreed with Parthenia, trying to anticipate problems before they arose. By the time she heard distant sounds of movement, hinting it was early morning and the prison was waking up, tension and fatigue riddled her. Mads turned onto his back and stretched his arms out. "About time," she murmured. "How can you sleep in a situation like this?" "I sleep the sleep of the innocent." "Ha, funny. Wake up Birkan and Ola." The cell remained dark. She heard him call to their companions, who had slumbered heavily since being healed. "Rise and shine," Mads said, no doubt roughly shaking them. "It's time to go." The mercs responded with grumbles and grunts. Ola said sleepily, "Go where?" "Grantha," Carina replied. "Only we have a few things to do first." When everyone was fully awake, she outlined the plan. Then she took out the elixir bottle and removed the lid.
"Hold on," said Burkan. "I'm not sure about this. Can you explain how we get outside the cell?"
"I transport you. I would unlock it, but that could trigger the alarm. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt. You won't feel a thing."
"But I'm not a mage."
"You don't have to be a mage, stupid. I can transport objects too."
"But I'm not an object either."
"Come on," said Mads.
"You've been around Carina and the kids long enough to realize they know what they're doing."
"Well, you know," said Carina, "there is another option."
"What's that?"
asked Burkan eagerly. "I leave you here. You pick. Ola, Mads, you're going first." She swallowed elixir, closed her eyes, and cast. When she opened her eyes, she tapped the cell door. An answering knock came. "Made up your mind?" she asked Burkan.
"Shit, just do it." "But I swear, Carina."
She ignored him, already casting. She was in the passageway outside the cell with the 3 mercs. This area was lit. "I just realized," said Ola.
"I don't hurt anymore. Did you do that?"
"Yeah, but save your thanks. We have work to do." It was impossible to tell if there were more black dogs in the surrounding cells without transporting inside them to check. The doors had no windows, and they couldn't access the data using the security panels on the wall. She guessed the surviving mercs were elsewhere, receiving medical treatment. Everyone at the elevator lobby except her group had been in bad shape, possibly dead. She didn't want to waste elixir looking in every cell, just in case she was wrong. They had a different target. The door at the end of the passageway was locked, but this one had a window. On the other side was a stairwell going up and down. It appeared empty. Whatever early morning noises had filtered through to Carina a few minutes earlier had now ceased.
"They'll be upstairs," said Mads. "The guards always take the best spots."
Another 2 swallows of elixir, and all 4 of them were on the other side of the door.
"What happens if you use all that stuff up?" whispered Burkan.
"If we don't make it, my sister will find me and bring me more."
"How?"
Carina frowned at him.
"Shut up,"
Mads hissed.
"This way."
He crept up the stairs. Carina followed with Ola. Burkan brought up the rear. They had to climb 3 flights before they reached something other than passageways and cells. Mads crouched beside the door and pointed at it, then held up 4 fingers. 4 guards? It was a lot for them to take on unarmed, but they had a fantastic advantage. Carina was confident the Sot Lozans had never experienced a vengeful black dog appearing from nowhere before.
"Can you do all 4 of us at once?"
Mads asked softly. "I can try." The trick was being able to join them in her mind and transport things of this kind rather than individuals. Everyone was wearing their dumb banana suits, torn, scorched and bloody, but essentially the same. That would help.
"What happens if it doesn't work?"
Burkan asked. "You stay here forever."
"Just me?"
Shaking her head, she unscrewed the elixir bottle lid. Then she paused. If she could see the guards through the window, there weren't many casts that could hurt people. Most of the banal ones, like Lock or Clear, would have no effect on them. The one that could kill, Split, was excruciating and horrible to witness. On the other hand, there was Enthrall. She gestured for Mads to move out of the way. Peeking through the window, she noted each guard. One sat at a desk, another lounged against a wall. The other 2 were consulting a wall interface. She could divide Enthrall into 4 at a pinch, but it would weaken the cast, perhaps so much it would be ineffective, especially if one of them was particularly strong-willed. Instead, she targeted Deskman. His eyes took on the characteristic glazed look. She pressed her face against the window and waved to attract his attention.
"What are you doing?"
Burkan demanded. The guard had seen her, but his face betrayed no reaction. She beckoned. Automaton-like, he got to his feet and tottered toward the door. The lounging guard noticed. His voice muffled by the barrier, he said, "Father, what are you doing?" Father had reached the door and was already obeying Carina's gesture to unlock it. "Father!" The mercs burst into the room. Mads rushed the noisy one, slamming a fist into the man's jaw and felling him. Burkan and Ola went for the two at the interface, barreling into them before they could raise the alarm. Blows from their own rifle butts sent them into the same nirvana as Mads' target. Father had watched the proceedings slack-jawed. Carina took his handgun. "How long will he stay like that?" Ola asked. "It's hard to tell. Depends on his personality." "Let's get them all into a cell, fast," said Mads. "Yeah," Carina agreed. "Then it's on to our next stop." Chapter 35. It would still be night-time in Grantha, though it was morning here. Now they had 2 rifles and 2 beamers. It was time to go to her family. Carina took out the bracelet Nala had fashioned for Parthenia from packaging. After wearing it for several days, her oldest sister would have imbued it with her signature. Carina located her in the vast grey expanse in the casting mind. For safety's sake, she sent Mads and Ola first, rather than attempting to transport all of them that distance at once. Now it was her and Burkan's turn. As she took his arm, he opened his mouth to speak. "I swear," she said, "one more word." His lips snapped shut. Another mouthful of elixir and she was back in darkness. Except this darkness was warm and comforting. She could sense her sibling's presence and see her shadowy form. Parthenia's arms wrapped around her and she whispered, "You made it!" "You're here! You're here!" squeaked a voice. "Darius?" The little boy grabbed her around the waist and he buried his head in her stomach. "I thought I might never see you again." "Me too, but I'm here now. Everything's going to be okay. Are Mads and Ola here?" She could already see Burkan's bulky form next to her. "They're over there, by my bed," Parthenia replied. "I thought I'd better move away before you cast again, so everyone didn't bump into each other. We can't make too much noise, or someone will come in to check on me." "Where are the others?" Carina asked. "And where's Bryce?" "The twins and Nala are in the bedroom next door. They know what's happening, but not when exactly, because we couldn't set a time. They might be asleep. Bryce is still in his hiding place in the roof. I couldn't speak to him at all yesterday after we hid him, so he doesn't know what's going on." "Can I go up there?" asked Carina. "You could transport into it, though the space is very cramped. We can't risk anyone going out into the main part of the house yet. Guards are on watch all day and night." Mads growled softly. "Get the ball rolling." Carina said, "We do everything in order, and that means waiting for dawn. Except I really want to see Bryce, and he should be in on this too. I'm going up there. Wait for me." She had never known the transport cast to land anyone within a solid structure, and she vaguely remembered Nine-Eye telling her it wouldn't, that if the transported wouldn't fit in the available space, then it simply wouldn't work. Nevertheless, a little anxiety nagged at her. It was not enough to overcome her need to see Bryce, however. Something was digging into her back, and her legs were tightly wedged. She breathed a quiet groan of discomfort. Again she was in darkness, but this time she was surrounded by boxes. Something else, soft and warm, lay against her body, breathing gently. She touched him. "Bryce, wake up!"
"Who's?"
he murmured.
"Carina, is that really you?"
"It's me. I can't move, though. Can you help me?"
"We're right under the eaves. Wait a sec."
He felt down her legs and grabbed her calf, helping her to wriggle one leg and then the other free. "This is insane," she said as they cuddled. "How long have you been here?"
"Only a day." Parthenia arrived in my hospital room last night.
Are you really okay? She felt his face, gently running her fingertips over his features. The swelling seemed to have gone down.
I'm 100% better. Oriana did a great job healing me.
But it must have hurt so much before the kids helped you. How did it happen?
It was revenge for something I did. It doesn't matter now. It was worth it to get the kids the wood they needed. Stars, I've missed you.
He pulled her close and kissed her.
Are you okay? I've been so worried about you. Has anyone hurt you or operated on you?
Operated on me? No, nothing like that. The Sot Lozans went easy on us. Or they did until the black dogs got tired of waiting and tried to get to the surface. I thought you were being treated the same.
It sounds like our experiences were different. The only black dog I've seen since the attack on the ship is Reese. As far as I know, he's still imprisoned, and so are the other mercs, while the Sot Lozans experiment on them.
What the hell? She tried to square Bryce's report with Rano Shelter whining and dining her. She couldn't. He'd said that the zones didn't treat outsiders the same, but it sounded like the rest of the Bathsheba's personnel had been subjected to some very dark shit.
It's bad, Carina, especially for the women. We have to help them.
We will, as soon as we can, but we can't rush anything or we'll screw up.
I know, step by step. As soon as you need me, I'll be ready.
She held him close, aware that if things didn't go according to plan, this might be her last opportunity. He murmured in her ear,
That was smart thinking of you to push some strands of your hair into my hand at the hospital.
You were so badly hurt I didn't know if you would even notice. I only thought of it when I recognized you. I didn't know who I was coming to see. All I'd been told was I was supposed to speak to a merc who had been acting out. If it hadn't been you, I doubt anyone else would have understood what I was doing. And of course, I didn't know if you would see the kids or be able to give them my hair so they could locate me. She added quietly, Bryce, Vigo's dead.
No. How? I thought you said you were treated well.
It was a stupid accident. We were trying to steal something we thought was made of wood. It turned out we were wrong. Vigo got shot because they didn't see his outsider clothes in the darkness.
Outsider clothes?
Gee, our time here has been really different.
Not for much longer.
From now on, we stick together, whatever happens. He kissed her again.
Whatever happens.
Carina? Parthenia was sending to her. What is it? We can hear the new guards arriving. They'll be taking over from the others soon, and someone will look into my room to check on me. I've hidden the mercs in the closet, but there's no more room in there. Don't come down until I tell you it's safe. Got it.
Who are you talking to?
Bryce asked. He'd learned how to tell when she was mentally conversing with her siblings. Parthenia. We have to stay here a little while longer. Then we act. Chapter 36. What Carina really wanted to do to the Sot Lozan guards was to hurt them. She wanted to punish someone for Vigo's death, Bryce's beating, the injuries and possible killings of the mercs who had tried to escape, and for whatever other terrible things the people of this vile planet had done. Someone should suffer and pay the price of their evil acts. But she knew it was her pain and anger talking. Sot Loza had brought out a side of her she didn't like and wanted to forget. Besides, hurting the guards would upset the kids, and any shouts or cries of pain might alert passers-by. Ava was also against violence. Gentle, sweet Ava, a steady, calm presence in the children's lives ever since they'd been taken from the ship, had objected. Carina found she couldn't look into the woman's soulful, pleading eyes and argue for a vengeful payback. As soon as the usual rounds of checks by the incoming guards was over, Carina had transported back to Parthenia's room, this time with Bryce in tow. He had stretched luxuriously after his long incarceration in the cramped space. Then it had been a matter of waking the other children and Ava, though everyone was careful to not wake the baby, and holding a brief conference in Parthenia and Darius's room to decide their next steps. When they'd agreed exactly what to do, Darius had walked out into the living area, rubbing his eyes. Nala, peeking out with Carina, quietly giggled. "Morning, kid," said a guard lounging on the sofa. "How'd you sleep?"
Okay."
Darius walked past the man into the kitchen, where he poured himself a drink from a jug on the counter. The guard stood up. "What's that you're drinking? Is it something good?"
Darius replied, shaking his head.
"Then why you drinking it? Don't you want? What's wrong?"
Darius had closed his eyes and was clearly concentrating hard.
"Hey, I said..."
The guard had been walking toward the kitchen, but his footsteps slowed to a stop. His arms fell limply to his sides and his jaw dropped. Darius opened his eyes and grinned.
"Got them!"
Carina cautiously stepped out of the bedroom. From her new vantage point, 2 more guards were visible, one at each exit, with similarly vacant expressions as the first. "Did you get the ones outside too?"
"I think so."
He probably had. Darius tended to underestimate the strength of his mind-blowing casts. He'd most likely not only enthralled all the guards for the next 24 hours, possibly inflicting mild though permanent brain damage, but also caught any nearby pedestrians in his blast. She'd been a little apprehensive about asking him to make the cast, worrying she or the others might fall victim to friendly fire. Fern and Oriana went into the yard and, taking the enthralled guards by the hand, led them into the house. Then the mercs relieved the guards of their weapons and pushed them into Parthenia's room, where they tied and gagged them all securely. Now it was time for part 3, to find and gather all the remaining captured personnel from the Bathsheba. This part was bound to be way more difficult. Bryce knew where Reese and presumably other black dogs were locked up, but the big question was where were the rest of the Marchonish women? After hearing Bryce's explanation of what had happened to him and Reese, Carina was deeply concerned for their safety. Nala had been plumbing the Sotlosen net for information with success. It was obvious that some of the people from the ship must have been taken to the 3rd zone on Sotlosa, Bago, and she'd discovered an area where she suspected they were being kept.
"Now what?"
asked Mads. Bryce replied,
"Now we go break your buddies out of prison." "What buddies?" "Reese, Harlow and the rest. You know who I mean." "They're no buddies of mine," Mads replied, grinning. "Maybe we should leave them there." "I'll tell them you said that."
"Are we going to the prison now?"
Darius asked. Carina replied, "Yes, but you're staying here, remember?" It had been a hard decision to leave him and Nala in the house with only Burkan as protection, but they were unlikely to free the mercs without a firefight, and she didn't want to put the younger kids in danger. If Sotlosens discovered what had happened at the house and burst in, Darius could transport himself, Nala, Ava, her baby, and Burkan to safety.
"I want to come."
"It's out of the question, so don't bug me, okay?" She turned to the others. "Are you ready? Do we have the prison coordinates?"
"I can help."
Carina sighed. "I know you can, but we can do this by ourselves."
"I can cast heat."
She paused. "I didn't think of that." "What's heat?" Fern asked. "Have you invented another cast?" His question went unanswered as Carina considered the possibilities. Darius waited for her answer.
"I can stay with Ava,"
Oriana offered. "All right," Carina relented.
"Yay!"
"But you stick behind me at all times, okay? Now let's do this before the Sotlosens catch on to us." She suspected the out-of-action guards and mysteriously empty cell she'd left behind had finally been discovered. The Una authorities would be checking recordings to find out what had happened.
"You didn't explain what Darius is talking about,"
said Bryce. "You'll see." It was impossible to be precise about where they appeared at the prison. The ideal spot would have been within its depths near the cells. They could have released the captured mercs and transported them out of there without too much fuss. As it was, they materialized next to a set of elevators.
"This is the outer section," said Bryce. "We need to go that way."
Though the area was deserted, the sudden appearance of armed mercs and assorted children must have been immediately picked up by the prison staff. By the time they reached the lower depths, a defense of armed guards had been assembled. Carina spotted them first as she rounded a corner. A pulse round flashed past as she stepped hastily back.
"We know who you are,"
a voice shouted out.
"You're the outsiders who disappeared on Una. If you think you're going to rescue your friends, think again. Give yourselves up, or those kids with you might get hurt."
"The only ones who'll get hurt are you guys," Carina replied. "We're in a hurry. Bring the prisoners out and we'll leave quietly."
"Not gonna happen. You'll be taken and interrogated. And believe me, you won't like it."
They had to be wondering how she and the mercs had managed to move to the zone unnoticed, and how they'd appeared in the prison from nowhere. The speaker was also stalling for time. Guards would be on the way to attack them from the rear, sandwiching them in. "Do your stuff, Darius," Carina said. "They're about 10 meters away." The great thing about her little brother was that, despite his incredible abilities, he was never cocky. He only seemed happy to please her as he drank elixir from his flask. She hated to think what such amazing mage powers would have done to someone like their dark mage brother, Castiel. The boost to his already inflated ego would have been vast, and he wouldn't have hesitated to inflict even more horrors on the people under his control.
"Ah!"
came a guard's cry.
"Shit! Damn!"
The space resounded with the metallic clatter of many scorching hot pulse rifles hitting the floor. When Carina peeked again, the guards were disarmed and nursing burnt hands.
"What do we do with them?"
asked Mads as he followed her around the corner. She softly replied, "Wait until the kids are out of sight and then shoot them." It wasn't revenge, she told herself, just pragmatism. "We don't want them coming after us. You don't have to kill them, just incapacitate them." Ola had heard her. "Feels bad to shoot someone who can't fire back." "They've been keeping innocent mercs captive," Carina argued, "and you should have seen what the Sotlozans did to Bryce." The guards put up a fight despite their burns, but the mercs quickly forged a safe passage for everyone with brute force and stayed behind while Carina, Bryce and the kids went ahead. Soon there was the hiss of pulse fire, shouts and cries. Then the mercs caught up. Bryce found his former cell and Carina cast unlock, revealing a surprised Reese. The mercs thumped and slapped him in their usual celebratory style, and then it was time to find more members of the band. The kids raced up and down the passages, unlocking all the doors in the vicinity, sometimes 3 or 4 at once. It was a risky tactic, considering they might be releasing dangerous Sotlozan criminals too. But now their captors knew they were facing something out of the ordinary, time was of the essence. When they'd gathered all the mercs they could find, Reese asked, "Now what? We fight our way out?" "No," Carina replied. "First you're coming with us on a little trip. Then you're going to help rescue Pamuk and the others trapped on Una." Chapter 37. Back at the kids' house, the guards remained enthralled, and no one from the Grantha authorities had turned up. But how much longer did they have before someone saw the children on the security recordings at the prison? They couldn't stay here any longer. The place was full of rescued mercs. Carina began to wonder how she would deal with them all, plus, hopefully, the ones still in Una and Bago. Her plans about what to do when everyone was rescued were hazy.
On to Una next?
Bryce asked. Yeah, but... She bit her lip.
You're wondering if you can transport all of us?
Exactly. I mean, we can do it, but it'll take time. And that's not exactly helpful for a surprise attack. Also, how will we get everyone to the ship?
I was hoping you had that part figured out.
I barely had this part figured out. Stars, this is hard. Even if they got everyone to the surface, the conditions up there were so bad they wouldn't last long. If they didn't find and fight their way aboard a shuttle fast, they would be weakened and recaptured. They would be back at square one, and the Sotlozans would know what they were dealing with regarding the mages, who would never be allowed near the ingredients to make elixir again. They'd played their trump card. Now they had to win.
We've topped up, Parthenia announced. We have as much elixir as we can carry. I'm ready, said Oriana. I don't want to miss out on the action again.
Where's Pamuk and the rest of them? Asked Rees. In another prison?
Carina shook her head. They jumped the gun and tried to make their own escape. The ones who survived must be in a medical centre.
Fuck,
Rees breathed. We can heal them, but we have to get to them first.
You know where they are?
Not exactly, but I know someone who does. They arrived at Rano's house in batches. Carina transported in first with Bryce and Rees. She appeared in Rano's living room, site of his drunken revelations about the history of his world. The waterfall played in the window space. There was the sofa where they'd sat. There were his ornaments. It was all horribly familiar.
Whose house is this?
Asked Bryce. Una's chief of security.
You've been here before?
He knew she could only transport somewhere she'd previously visited if she didn't have specific coordinates. I'll tell you all about it later. Parthenia arrived, 2 mercs in tow. All Carina's siblings had become better mages since leaving the Shurers. The regular meditation she'd taught them, honing their powers. Carina walked to the doorway and listened. Had Rano left for work? She wasn't sure what the time was in this zone. If he had, it would make everything more difficult. Parthenia disappeared, leaving to bring more mercs over. At the same time, Fern blinked into existence with 2 of the fighters. It was as if they were alighting from an invisible train. Still, there was no sign of Rano. She stepped to the stairs and looked up. A figure moved quickly out of sight. He must have heard them speaking. She bounded upstairs. Bryce! Rees! A door shut before she reached the landing. She turned on the spot. Which one had it been? Bryce and Rees came running up. We have to find him fast before he can calm anyone. She ran for one door while the men headed for the other 2. Her door slid open, and there Rano was, back to the window, his finger on his ear. His lips stopped moving and his eyes widened as she burst in. Without breaking pace, she hurled herself at him and drove her shoulder into his stomach. He crashed into the window, bounced off it, and they both slid to the floor. The heel of her hand thrust against his cheek, she held his head down as she dug into his ear with her other hand and popped out the comm. "Who were you talking to?" she demanded. "What did you tell them?"
"Carina,"
he said, his speech distorted by the pressure on his jaw.
"Who are those people?"
Bryce had walked up and stood over them, hands on hips. "You know who they are. Tell us where you put the rest of my companions, here and on Bago."
"I don't."
"Ah!" Bryce had kicked his back. A chuckle came from Rees, who stood in the doorway. "I think he might have got a comm out," Carina said.
"I know,"
said Bryce. He knelt on one knee and leaned close to Rano's ear.
We can inflict a lot of damage on you before your friends arrive. And believe me, I'm in the mood for it. I'm the guy you came to see in hospital."
Rano's gaze roamed Bryce's face, shock permeating his features.
"How?"
"Where are the others?" Carina yelled. He closed his eyes and screwed up his face, as if bracing himself for what was to come. "You've seen something of what we can do. Arriving out of nowhere is only a part of it. Think about what else we're capable of. Think about what we'll do to those circulation fans on the surface, keeping the air moving and removing the radioactive gas if you don't let us go. Think about what we'll do to the solar array. How do you fancy living with no power, slowly roasting in radiation? Do you really want to return your civilization to its beginnings? Each day a struggle for survival? That's how it's going to be if—"
"You can't do all that."
"Do you want to find out?" Resolve seemed to ooze from his body. Perhaps he'd concluded it wasn't worth the risk, that there were more people Sotlosans could drag from space if these ones got away. He murmured a couple of names, adding,
"The first is an Unan medical center. The second is a place in Bago."
She released her hold. "Tie him up," she told Reese. "My pleasure." From downstairs came the noise of people moving about. The mercs and mages had continued to arrive. Picking up Rano's comm, she left Reese to deal with him and went with Bryce to talk to the mercs. The bulky men and women filled the living room and spilled out into the hallway. She outlined the situation to them, continuing, "We have a limited number of mages to help free our shipmates, and then we need to get everyone up to the Bathsheba."
"We'll steal a shuttle," said Mads.
"No need," said Parthenia. "We can use transport."
"For so many?" Carina questioned. "If we do it in batches, like we did just now, we can manage it."
Parthenia turned to her siblings.
"Right?"
Fern, Oriana, and Darius nodded enthusiastically.
"You did it before, Carina," said Oriana. "After we escaped the Nightfall. You moved us all to Ostalon. I couldn't have managed a cast like that then, but I can now."
"That was different. We were passing over the planet's surface, and I had to set you down randomly, not knowing where you would appear. We don't even know exactly where the Bathsheba is. If we miss our mark, whoever we're transporting will die."
"I know where she is,"
said Nala.
"Her position was the first thing I looked up when I figured out how to read the Sotlosan language." "You're amazing,"
Darius said, admiration shining in his eyes. She shrugged.
"Honestly, it isn't very different from Universal. The ship's in geostationary orbit, or she was the last time I looked. I can check."
"You're my best girl," exclaimed Carina.
"Hey,"
Oriana objected. "You're all my best girls." Fern chuckled. "Me and Darius aren't," Carina said. "Now we just have to figure out how to comm Van Hasty, Jackson and Shao. I have to let them know we'll be there soon to help them take back the ship." Chapter 38. It was decided. Bryce would take Darius and Oriana with him to Bago, while Carina would rescue the mercs at the medical center with Parthenia, Fern and Nala. The Black Dog split into 2 teams to go with each party. Then everyone would rendezvous on the Bathsheba as soon as their work was done. As the most powerful mage, it seemed glaringly obvious that Darius should go to Bago, where the nature of the situation was opaque. Yet Bryce was uncomfortable with taking the little boy away from Carina. She knew him best, especially his strengths and vulnerabilities. But the medical center job was likely to be straightforward, and it made sense that Carina would be in the first group to return to the Bathsheba, when the fighting was likely to be heaviest. Though she was a mage, she had also been a black dog, and she worked well with the mercs. "They're coming!" someone shouted. Something heavy and solid hit the front door. The security chief's comm must have got through, and now his officers weren't wasting any time in coming to his rescue. Carina grabbed Bryce and kissed him. "Good luck. See you back at the ship." She took a drink of elixir, then she was gone. Another blow resounded from the door. It cracked at its hinges.
"Who should I transport first?"
Darius asked. "Mercs," Rees answered. "We'll be ready with cover when you guys arrive." Bryce nodded agreement. Darius drank from his bottle and most of the remaining black dogs disappeared.
"Wow,"
said Oriana.
"that was a lot. Now do the rest of us." "Okay."
The door shattered and jagged splinters exploded. Armed men in uniform ran in. Bryce was on a wide, dusty plain under a twilit sky. The atmosphere was cold and clammy. The mercs who had arrived before him were standing around looking confused. As soon as Rees saw Darius, he said, "You sure you got the right place, kid?"
"Uh-huh. I transported everyone exactly where Nala said."
"She must have got it wrong," said another merc. "Or that security chief lied."
"Shit," said Rees. "What are we gonna do? Carina and the others will be at the medical center by now. Should we join them or go straight to the ship?"
"We can't leave," said Bryce. "We can't just abandon all those women."
It had been clear after the prison rescue that the Sotlozans had sent half the black dogs to Una and the other half to Grantha. The Marchonish women, apart from Ava, had been sent to the third zone.
"I don't want to leave without them," said Rees. "But we don't have a choice. No one's here to give us directions."
Oriana grabbed Bryce's arm and gazed up at him tearfully.
"Those poor women. There has to be something we can do. I could send to Carina and ask her,"
Darius offered.
"She'll be busy,"
Bryce replied. They had to figure this one out themselves. He strode away from the group. One thing he'd noticed during the time he'd spent sleeping rough was that every surface not paved or decorated with artificial plants was covered in grooves, presumably marks left by the excavating machines. In this place he couldn't see any grooves. The ground appeared natural. Flat, irregular rock covered by fine dust stretched as far as he could see.
"Oh!"
Oriana, who had also wandered away from the group, had tripped and fallen. As she got to her hands and knees, she said,
"There's something here."
When Bryce joined her, she was examining a round metal plate lightly covered in dust. He squatted down for a closer look. The plate was slightly raised from the surrounding rock.
"Shit, we're at the right coordinates, but the wrong depth."
He stood up.
"This must be some kind of natural cavern." "Then where's the light coming from?"
Rees asked. Mads looked up.
"The sky shining through cracks, maybe? If it is, we need to leave, fast. This planet's hot with radiation." "That's why everyone lives underground?" asked Bryce. "It was Carina who found out. Darius, get us out of here."
Bryce pushed the edge of the plate. It moved. He pushed harder, and it slid to one side, revealing a hole with rungs leading down.
"We can get in this way."
"I don't like it," said Rees. But Oriana swung herself into the hole and began descending. Rees spat on the ground. "What's up with the mage girl? Does she think she's invincible?" Darius followed his sister.
"I'm going after them,"
said Bryce.
"You can do what you like, but if you want to get to the ship, you'd better stick with me and the kids."
"All right," Rees grumbled. "I was only worried about the radiation."
"Then come down here."
The shaft descended in utter darkness. They climbed downward for about 5 minutes before reaching the bottom, where the rungs disappeared and the tunnel turned at a right angle. They began to crawl, the line of mercs shuffling and complaining in the dark. "What's this for, do you reckon?" Rees asked. Bryce pondered.
"Escape route to the surface?"
"Maybe an escape route from the surface," said Oriana. "It's very dusty, as if it hasn't been used in years." "I'm sorry I got it wrong," said Darius. "I wish I knew how deep to go. Then I could transport everyone there.
Don't worry, said Bryce. These goons could use some exercise.
There was a small thunk and another, "Oh," from Oriana.
I bumped my head. I think I reached the end.
That's it? Reese asked. What do we do now? Go back? I can't turn around. Oriana said,
I can feel
A crack sounded, like a seal snapping open, and light from a widening chink flooded the tunnel. Careful, Bryce quietly warned. Oriana's features were illuminated as she peered through the chink.
It's a facility of some kind.
Is there anyone around?
I can't see anyone. Should I climb down? There are indents in the wall.
Let me look.
Bryce squeezed past Darius until he was alongside her and took a peek. They'd arrived at the edge of a large circular room surrounding an inner, round chamber. Everything, walls, floor and ceiling, was clinically white and brilliantly lit by bright overhead lamps. The indents in the wall Oriana had spotted were the only dusty spots in the place. The Martronish women had to be in here, somewhere. Bryce's guess was they were inside the inner chamber. Why they were there and how they could be rescued, he wasn't sure.
I want to go down,
Oriana murmured plaintively.
We should go in there and search,
said Darius. Bryce had misgivings, but he had to agree. Something strange was going on, and the realization only increased the imperative to put a stop to it. I'll go first, then Reese and Mads. Oriana and Darius, you come down after them. If we need any more mercs, I'll holler. He lifted the hatch and leaned it against the wall. Then, holding the edges of the opening, he lowered himself through it, feeling for an indent with his toes. When he had purchase, he climbed down, lightly jumping the last meter. Reese and Mads were soon beside him. Oriana came next. Darius's head and shoulders appeared in the space.
You have to go feet first,
Bryce explained. Darius frowned. He turned around and dangled his legs out of the hole, swinging them around randomly. Bryce sighed.
Jump, and I'll catch you.
The little boy dropped, and he caught him under his armpits before setting him down and calling up quietly to tell the mercs to close the hatch. A second later, a soft swish sounded. A door had opened somewhere out of sight. There was no way of telling where the new arrival would go. Mads ran one way, and everyone followed him. They huddled against the inner chamber wall as footsteps echoed nearby. Darius sipped elixir. The footsteps paused. Had the newcomer heard them? They started up again, coming closer. Mads and Reese lifted their rifles. Darius shook his head, mouthing,
I cloaked us.
Bryce pushed the muzzles down. A man appeared, his gaze sweeping the room. He looked directly at them, but didn't react. Then he walked away. There was another swish, and silence returned.
Word must have come from Una, said Mads. The security chief has told them to expect us.
That man was definitely checking the area,
Oriana agreed.
So let's find those women and get out of here before he comes back.
Bryce was already walking around the inner wall. On the outer wall, on the opposite side of the room, was the door the searcher had entered through, and facing it was the entrance to the chamber. It slid open at his approach. What he saw within made him take a step back. The door slid closed. He had glimpsed a sight that set his heart racing in horror. As Oriana and Darius neared him, he pushed them away.
Don't go in there.
Why?
Asked Darius. Ignoring him, Bryce asked Reese to wait with the kids and took Mads in with him. Beds ringed the room, and on them lay the women from Marchon, unconscious under bedsheets, drips running from their arms. His fears about human experimentation seemed to have been realized. Had the women been impregnated, or were the Sotlosans only feeding them with artificial hormones in order to harvest their eggs?
We have to detach the lines and wake them up.
He ran to the first woman.
They're out cold,
said Mads, approaching another victim.
We'll have to take them as they are. Then let's make it look like they're sleeping at least.
Over the next minute, the two men removed the medical equipment attached to the women. Bloody trails formed on the sheets, but they covered up the stains as well as they could. When they'd done their best to improve the scene, Bryce let Darius in. The little boy's big brown eyes widened until the whites showed all around.
It's time to transport everyone to the ship,
Bryce said.
Can you send the women first with some black dogs for protection?
Who knew what was going on up there? But whatever it was, it had to be better than life on Sot Loza. Chapter 39.
What the hell took you so long?
Jackson demanded.
You've been gone ages.
Now isn't the time for explanations, Carina replied.
Yeah,
Van Hasty said, echoing Jackson's complaint.
Do you have any idea what it's like living for weeks on Deck Zero? Living and sleeping in an EVA suit? Every time I needed to take a dump, I had to...
Quit whining, said Shao, handing out earcoms to the new arrivals. Carina's right. Save your belly aching for later. We have a job to do. Carina nodded her thanks. Bryce and the rest of the black dog should be here soon. What's the situation? They were in the storage area, where Jackson had taken them after she'd alerted him that she was back.
Not too bad, he replied. There are about 50 hostiles, but that's down from a couple of hundred when they took over. They spend most of their time on the bridge, though. That's where they are right now.
The bridge? All of them?
I don't know for sure. It's hard sneaking around, you know.
It wasn't like Jackson to be so tetchy. His irritation had probably originated in his fears about his shipmates. The bridge was the worst place for an assault. The Sot Lozen crew would have ready access to all the ship's controls, and the bridge had the best security, along with the engine room. Yet she had Parthenia and Fern with her, as well as Pamuk, now healed, and many more mercs. Plus, they knew the Bathsheba inside out, unlike the thieves who had stolen her. We can do it. It'll have to be fast and smooth, but we can do it. Afterward, we'll comb the ship for stowaways before we set off. Van Hasty asked,
But what's to stop the other ships from firing on us when they know what's happening?
That's why we have to be super fast. The Sot Lozens now know we can transport, but it might take them a while to imagine we could travel all the way up here. If we had Darius with us, he could have enthralled them all at once, before they got a comm out. But he's with Bryce. I don't want to wait for him to arrive, so speed is the word.
Fair enough, said Jackson. Let's hit the bridge.
Carina told Nala and Ava to stay in the storage area until someone told them it was safe to come out. Maneuvering on home turf was easier than transporting around an unfamiliar planet. The mercs quickly and quietly spread out and approached the bridge from different areas of the ship. If anyone encountered a Sot Lozen en route, Carina didn't hear about it. The order was shoot to kill on sight. They were taking no hostages and showing no mercy. A few minutes later, she was in the passageway leading to the bridge, repeating her plan to her siblings. Jackson, Van Hasty and Pamuk would be going in with them. She opened her elixir bottle. Ready? Parthenia and Fern nodded. The mercs gripped their rifles. She cast. As she opened her eyes, pulse rounds were already hissing out. The Sot Lozens hadn't been slow to fire as she and the others had appeared. Perhaps they had guessed they might have unwanted visitors. Parthenia and Fern sheltered behind Van Hasty and Pamuk as instructed. She ducked behind a console. Jackson took a hit and collapsed, but there was nothing she could do. She had to cast again. She pinpointed the Sot Lozens nearest her, drank elixir, wrote the enthrall character in her mind and sent it out. The hissing quietened, but not entirely. As she looked out again, a round flashed past, hitting Jackson where he sprawled on the deck. His rifle lay at his side. His attacker, the remaining non-enthralled Sotlosen, ran for the exit. Jackson weakly lifted his prosthetic arm. The forearm opened and a barrel rose up. He aimed and fired, hitting the man in the back. He fell flat on his face between the opening doors. Parthenia raced to the downed merc, gulping elixir. She might save him if she healed him before he slipped away. "Is that all of them?" Pamuk asked Van Hasty, shooting the man at the exit in the back again and finishing him off. Van Hasty appeared to be taking a mental tally of the hostiles, dead, injured, and still living. "Nearly, I'd say." She calmed the other black dogs and told them to sweep the ship. Shao peeked in. "Is it all over?" "Bar the shouting," said Pamuk. She strode to a wounded woman trying to rise, put a boot on her back and pushed her down. The pilot gingerly stepped over the corpse between the doors. "What are we going to do with those?" She nodded in the vague direction of the enthralled Sotlosens. "Transport them to the surface, I suppose," said Carina. "Let them take their chances." Pamuk said, "I vote we space them. I'm not 100% against it, but as we haven't been attacked, I'm guessing they didn't manage to send a comm. Another of their ships might notice little freezing figures floating in space." "I don't think so," Pamuk countered. "Space is like really, really big." I'd noticed. Carina was wondering what had happened to Bryce. It had been some time since he'd gone to Bago with Darius and Oriana. Jackson groaned and stretched. "He's going to be okay," said Parthenia brightly. Van Hasty grimaced. "Now he's going to make us listen to his stories about what a big hero he is." "I heard that," said Jackson. "You were meant to." Carina sent out a ship-wide comm, asking if anyone had seen Bryce or anyone else they were expecting to arrive from the planet. In answer, she received a send from Oriana. "We're back. Where are you?" When she told her, Oriana said, "I'll transport him to you. He wants to talk to you urgently." When Bryce appeared, his features were pale and riven with distress.
"We have to use the obliterator on that place. Wipe it from the galaxy."
"What's wrong? What happened down there? Did you get the women?"
"We got them. They were... shit. I don't even know what they were doing to them. But we can't let them get away with it. We have to stop the Sotlosens from hurting anyone else."
A pulse round hissed. Pamuk had shot the woman under her foot. "What?" she replied to their questioning looks. "I believe him." Carina believed him too. Parthenia must have seen her expression change to grim resolve. "You can't just kill these people in cold blood." "If the roles were reversed," Carina replied, "what do you think they would do to you?" Her sister clutched her hands into fists. "The roles aren't reversed. We don't have to be as bad as them. We can be better." Bryce was shaking his head.
"You didn't see what I did. If you had, you wouldn't say that. Those people have to be stopped. I don't care how."
Carina gave Van Hasty and Pamuk a look. They understood immediately and began to herd the ambulatory Sotlosens from the bridge. Jackson got up to help them. "Where are you taking them?" Parthenia asked. "Out of your sight. The mercs would be back soon to deal with the wounded. Go and find Darius and Oriana. From the sound of it, they'll need your help tending to the Marchonish women." "But," Parthenia objected.
"They do need you,"
said Bryce. Setting her lips, she marched out with her brother. Shao was at her console. "Luckily, those assholes haven't messed things up too much, and they filled the tanks. I've reset the coordinates to Earth." "Better get over to the obliterator," said Carina. "We have a few things to do before we leave." The pilot's eyebrows rose. "You're going ahead?" "I don't think we have any choice if we want to leave with a clear conscience." She leaned on the back of Xiao's chair. They have a solar array feeding energy to the planet. Can you find it?
Yeah, got it.
Don't fire yet. They also have structures on the surface housing fans that keep the air underground sweet. Xiao searched. Quite a lot of structures on the surface. Hard to tell what they are. The fan housings are probably made from lead to protect the service engineers from radiation.
Ah, yeah, that kind of information helps. Got them.
And then there's that big bitch that towed us here.
How could I miss her?
She goes first, so she can't send out her beam. Then the array, and then the fans. That'll put the Sotlosans out of action for a long while, and make them think twice about what they did.
The rest of their ships could still come after us.
If they're dumb, they might. If they're smart, they'll concentrate on protecting their remaining resources.
Whatever you say. Hey, shouldn't Chertang do the honors? He knows this machine better than...
Carina slapped her forehead.
Chertang! I forgot all about him.
Chapter 40. The noises in the dark bedroom were unmistakable. Cringing, Carina gave a small cough. The noises didn't stop. She gave a louder cough and preemptively covered her eyes with one hand. A woman gasped.
Did you hear that? I think someone's in here.
Someone is in here, Carina said. There was a small scream. Chertang, I need to talk to you. She had considered simply transporting the man out of here, but the concept of free will bothered her. There was always the possibility that, despite what he'd said, Chertang might think he'd found true love. The light came on. There was another scream and the sound of rustling bedding. Carina lifted her rifle and pointed it in the direction of the rustling, peeking between her fingers. If you try to leave, if you try to calm, I'll shoot. Not me, I hope, said Chertang. Even you. The pair had pulled the covers up to their chests, so Carina removed her hand from her eyes. Chertang, we're leaving. You have now, this moment, to decide if you're staying or coming with us.
Huh,
said the woman haughtily.
I don't know who you are or how you got in here, but he's my outsider and you can't have him.
I don't particularly want him. Chertang looked hurt. Not like that, anyway. We're about to mess this place up, badly. I'm giving you fair warning. In that case... He leapt out of bed and began hastily pulling on his pants.
Where are you going?
Asked the woman.
Don't believe her. She doesn't know what she's talking about. No one can hurt Sotloza. No one.
I'm sorry, my love, but they really can.
But how?
Her gaze travelled from her lover to Carina. Something seemed to register. She announced urgently,
I want to come with you.
Chertang picked up his shirt.
Carina said.
You aren't invited.
I'm sorry,
Chertang repeated.
It's been wonderful, but I have to.
The woman had grabbed him around the waist.
Don't leave without me. I want to come too.
Not happening, said Carina, levelling her rifle and aiming it at the woman's head. Back off. But Chertang's girlfriend gripped tighter and moved behind his back.
Carina!
She winced. Darius was sending, or rather, he was blasting her mind apart with his megaphone cast.
You have to come back immediately. Xiao says the Sotlosans are hailing us. If we're going to fire on them, we have to do it now, or they'll get their shots in first.
Okay, I understand. I'll be right there. Damn it, she muttered, slinging her rifle over her back and opening her elixir bottle.
Wait,
said the woman.
I changed my mind. I want to
Carina appeared on the bridge. Chertang and the woman were in the same position. His shirt was open and she was entirely naked as she clung to him. The bedclothes hadn't been included in the transport. She squeaked and tried to cover herself with her hands. Xiao stared. Who's that? Don't ask. Another pickup? Van Hasty's tone was scornful. The woman was flushing furiously.
How did I get here? Take me back immediately.
Chertang, said Xiao, glad you could make it. You might want to guide me through this. The Sot Lozans did the smart thing for once. Their energy source destroyed, their population at risk of slow suffocation and radiation poisoning. They conserved their resources and didn't send their remaining vessels after the Bathsheba. The ship's personnel spent the following weeks recuperating. Medics nursed the Marchonish women back to full health. The children returned to their usual games and antics. The mercs' banter reached new heights of obscenity when no youngsters were around, as they recounted their experiences on the strange planet. Carina grieved Vigo Justus, a good friend gone too soon. The time was approaching when the Bathsheba would be set on automatic and everyone would enter deep sleep. One day, fears overwhelming her, Carina went to the Twilight Dome to be alone for a while. Their journey so far had been dogged by bad luck. Would they even make it? And if they did reach Earth, what would the planet be like? Yet they'd come so far and at the cost of so many lives. They had to try, and not only for their own sakes. Ever since Nai had taught her about the star map and explained that it showed the origin planet of all mages, Carina had hankered to go there. As she had grown and learned about the persecution of her kind, her resolve had strengthened. Then, at the matching on Pyrene, she had met Magda, the spirit mage, and finally confirmed that Darius was a spirit mage too, born once a generation. Only these mages could bring the others together. Magda had died, and Carina had taken Darius away. Without a spirit mage, her people were lost. She had to try to find a safe home for them.
I thought you might be hiding in here,
said Bryce. His arrival dissolved the anxious meanderings of her mind. She smiled. Busted.
You're escaping Chertang and Cheapy, right?
Not particularly. Are they fighting again?
Do they ever stop? I'm thinking maybe one or both of them should go into deep sleep earlier than the rest of us.
Carina chuckled. I'm sure Jackson can arrange it.
He might need to, or Van Hasty will provide a more permanent solution.
He sat down and put his arm around her. She recalled the time he'd given her the mage love band he'd made for her. She had never taken it off. Bryce, I hope you aren't still thinking about us having kids, because that's a long way away, if it's ever going to happen.
Kids? Don't worry. I like the ones we already have. Sot Loza kind of put me off the idea.
The end. This has been Galactic Rift, Mage Saga Book 8, written and narrated by J.J. Green. The next and final book in the Mage Saga is Neverwar, Mage Saga Book 9. For more J.J. Green books, visit jjgreenauthor.com.